Dreamscape presents Hot Mess by Emma Hart, narrated by Avery Reed and Will Watt. Chapter 1. Elle. It's not every day a video of you getting fucked in a broom closet shows up on the internet. You might think that it wasn't the biggest deal in the world. I mean, who was Elle Evans, right? And why did it matter that her vagina getting pounded was on camera for the entire world to see? Well, I'll tell you. Elle Evans, aka me, was one of, if not the biggest lifestyle vloggers in the good old US of A. People looked up to me. People cared about what I had to say. They cared about my cushion covers and my mascara and my volunteer missions at animal shelters and all that other stuff that shouldn't matter to anyone other than me. But now, all they cared about is that everyone has seen my ass, and my boobs, and what I look like mid-orgasm. And it was all thanks to my asshole, jerk-face, sleazebag, total dickhead of a salty ex-boyfriend, Mitch. It's also why I was passing a sign that said, "Welcome to Creek Keys," a small Florida Keys island hundreds of miles away from my apartment in New York City. New York, where the media was, where the people who wanted to know why Elle Evans had made a sex tape lived. Newsflash, buccos, Elle Evans didn't make a sex tape. Her asshole of an ex did, without her knowledge, then posted it on the internet. So I was on the run. I kind of wished it was from the police. At least then this might have been mildly entertaining. But no, here I was, on the run, from my own ass on the internet. This was not me. Let me make that clear. I never cussed. I never did anything inappropriate, and I was the most family-friendly vlogger in the world. I'd even reviewed toys with my niece, for goodness sake. Elle Evans was wholesome, family goodness. Until I wasn't. I wanted to stick my head in the sand like an ostrich and never come up again. There was no coming back from this. If there was, it was like a 1% chance. If that. That was generous. Nobody wanted their favorite vlogger to come back from this scandal. I could see them now. The comments. I could go live right this second from the seat of my car and tell the truth. That I had no idea about the video, that I didn't know it would be posted, that it had well and truly blindsided me. But for every person who believed me, there would be someone who didn't. Someone who would insist that I was saving face, that I was lying to make myself look better. I knew I would have to address it sooner or later, but that was a problem for later. Now, my problem was that I was on a strange island in Florida at the beginning of summer with nowhere to stay. Yeah, I hadn't really thought this one through. I pulled onto a road that looked like it would guide me to the middle of town. I didn't know. My phone had died around an hour ago when I'd hit the islands that made up the Florida Keys, and I'd relied on signage ever since. It was a wonder I'd made it here without getting lost. All right. Without getting lost more than once. Whatever. The further down the road I drove, the busier the sidewalks got. Nerves twisted in my stomach. If all these people were staying here, there was no way I'd find a place to stay tonight. Maybe even for the next few weeks. I would have to sleep in my car again tonight and keep driving tomorrow. Shit. I was sick of driving. I was sick of everything. I needed to catch a damn break because God only knew I hadn't caught one since my stupid ex. No, I wasn't going to think about him again. I was only going to get riled up, and until I could figure out what to do about the situation, it wasn't worth it. I wasn't going to spare another thought on that no-good asshole. I had enough to think about. Like finding somewhere to sleep. And judging by the gurgling of my stomach, I also needed somewhere to eat. I drove for another minute or so until I pulled off what I assumed was Main Street. I could see the ocean, and I cracked my window so I could smell the sea air. A huge wooden building that had a sign proclaiming itself to be Crab Shack came into sight, and I pulled into the parking lot. Thankfully, I caught a space right as someone was reversing out, and I swung my car into the packed lot before someone else could steal it. I blew out a long breath. I was starving. I was sick of pre-packed sandwiches and fast food at service stations. Hopefully, Crab Shack would have some good food, if there was even a table. Grabbing my purse, I got out of my car and headed toward the restaurant. I pushed open the large driftwood-esque door and stepped inside. It was almost empty. Relief made my shoulders sag. The beach on the other side was packed, and it was the middle of the afternoon, so that was probably why. The only people in here were a few people who looked to be in their early 20s, 2 older couples, and a family with 3 young kids, one of whom was currently pretending to be a walrus with 2 straws in his mouth. "Hello, darling. Are you eating inside or outside?" I looked around at the thick southern drawl that had greeted me. It came from a tall, curvy woman with wildly curly blonde hair and a homey smile. She beamed at me, little wrinkles forming at the corners of her eyes. "I ain't gonna bite you, sugar," she chortled. "Just you?" Lord, I needed to get a grip on myself. "Oh, I'm sorry. I've been driving for hours and I'm exhausted. Yes, just me." I returned her smile with as much warmth as I could muster. "Thank you." "Don't you worry about it." She pulled a menu cart from the stand on the hostess's station with a flair. "I got you the perfect table. Come on now." "Thank you so much." I followed her across the restaurant to a tiny 2-person table in the corner. That sounded bitchy, but it wasn't. It had an amazing view of the golden sand beach and turquoise ocean that disappeared into the horizon. "You sit yourself down here," she said. "My name is Charity, and I'm going to be your server today. Would you like a drink, or do you want a minute?" "Some water would be amazing, and a coffee if you have one." She chuckled. "Of course we got us some coffee. You give me 5 minutes, and I'll bring that over for you, honey." I smiled as she turned and sashayed away, humming a tune I recognized as Post Malone's latest song. Seriously, that song had been stuck in my head for at least 3 weeks. It was going to be there for another 3. With a sigh, I opened the menu and perused it. I swear to God, my mouth drooled at the items on offer. There was everything from mac and cheese to burgers and fresh fish. Oh man, the burger was calling my name, and so was a bowl of bacon mac and cheese. Well, that was the easiest decision I'd ever made in my life. Charity returned with both my coffee and a huge glass of iced water. "Are you ready to order, honey?" "Sure am," I replied, then relayed my order. "That mac and cheese is to die for," she said, scribbling it down. "Is that everything?" "Yes, thank you." I smiled and handed her back the menu. She took it and beamed at me. "I'll get that sent back. Won't be long," she sang, turning and leaving me again. I sat down the moment she was out of sight. Instinctively, I reached for my phone, but there was nothing there. Obviously. I'd left my actual phone in my apartment in New York, and the cheap smartphone I'd purchased to get me to here was dead in my car. If this journey had taught me anything, it was how ridiculously reliant I was on my phone and social media, how much validation I needed from both of those things. If and when I returned to the online world, I was going to make a difference. I was going to show the real life, how many shots it took to get the perfect photo, how long it took to edit the videos I posted. If I was ever able to show my face again. Dramatic, but whatever. I had my entire world pulled out from under me. I was allowed to be dramatic. "Now, I don't want to hear that you're being bad for your daddy," Charity said, making me look up from the splodge on the table I'd been staring at. "Otherwise, I'm gonna have to put you to work here." The little girl she was talking to sighed and flipped her blonde curls over her shoulder. "Miss Charity, I'm being good. I vacuumed today." "Darn straight you did, Ari." She winked at the little girl who looked around 9 or 10 years old. Now take a seat and I'll bring you a lemonade while your daddy— Wait, where is he? With a heavy sigh, the little girl slipped into a chair at an empty table a few away from me and shuffled herself into the table. He's on the phone to that bloody plumber, because that bloody bath is still leaking. He said he'll be right in. Charity barked out a noise that sounded halfway between a cough and a laugh. Ariel, you can't repeat those words. This girl, Ariel, looked up at Charity with innocence shining in her eyes. You asked. I told you. The good Lord must have given your father patience in buckets, Charity muttered. Not really, Ariel replied. He used worse words than that before I came in here. I bit back a laugh at that. The girl was full of spunk and sass, and she kinda reminded me of myself as a kid. Charity murmured under her breath. I'll get you a lemonade. You sit there quietly and no more repeating your daddy's potty mouth, you hear? Yes, ma'am. I dropped my gaze so I wasn't staring and turned to look out the window. She was adorable, but I wasn't in the habit of staring at people, much less people's children. No matter how hard I stared out the window, I couldn't shake the feeling I was being watched. It was the last thing I needed to feel right now, but when I glanced around, the eyes I felt on me belonged to the little girl. The moment she realized I knew she was looking, she jerked her head down and played with the napkin in front of her. Great. She knew who I was. I looked away from her and once again reached for a phone that wasn't there. Damn it. Here you go, darling. Charity bustled over with my food, making me sit up straight. She set both the burger and fries and the small bowl of bacon mac and cheese on the table in front of me. Can I get you anything else? I'm sorry, honey, I didn't get your name. Elle, I smiled. I'm good, thank you. Enjoy your food, Elle. She winked and left me, flapping a hand in the direction of the girl who'd been watching me. I didn't want to be rude to her, but I was really freaking hungry. I almost moaned when the mac and cheese hit my tongue. It tasted so good, like heaven in a bowl. But that could have just been because I'd been living off fried chicken and fast food burgers for what felt like forever. After I'd inhaled half the bowl, I pushed it to the side and reached for a napkin to wipe my mouth. Are you Elle Evans? I jerked at the sound of my name. It was from the girl. I forced a smile to my face and nodded. I am. It's Ariel, right? She narrowed her eyes. How do you know my name? I heard Charity say it. Oh, she giggled. Yes, I'm Ariel. Sorry to interrupt you eating. I just wondered. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Ariel, are you disturbing this woman eating? A deep voice with a strong British accent joined the conversation, and when I looked up, I swear my ovaries grew a mind of their own and leapt right out of my body, only to explode into fireworks above my head. The man was tall, at least 6'3", and he had just enough obvious muscle definition that he didn't look like a beansprout, as my mom called those kind of men. His dark hair was cut short on the sides of his head and left a little longer on the top, and stubble the same. Chocolate brown coated his jaw, giving way for pink lips that were currently pursed in annoyance. No! Ariel folded her arms across her chest. She said it was fine, Dad. His ice blue eyes softened ever so slightly. Just because she said it was fine doesn't mean it is. Some people are polite. He turned his gaze on me, recognition flashing in his eyes. I'm sorry she bothered you. I smiled. It's fine. Really, I don't mind. Told you, Ariel grumbled, slumping down in her chair. Ariel, he warned without taking his eyes off me. She'll leave you be now. He walked over to the table without waiting for a response and sat opposite Ariel. Stop slouching or I'll have to ship you off to Paris. I hear they're looking for a new hunchback. Oh my God, Dad! I hid a laugh, turning my attention back to my food. I was glad he'd come over when he did. I had no idea what Ariel knew about me. I had no idea if she knew what had happened, and the last thing I wanted was to have to go deep into something, especially when I was trying to hide. So the fact I'd been discovered within 30 minutes of me rolling into town didn't work in my favor. Chapter 2. Elle. How was your food? Charity swept over with what I was pretty sure was her trademark beaming smile on her face. Amazing, I said honestly. Best I've had in days, but I have been surviving off gas station snacks and fast food, so... She chuckled. Where did you drive from? New York? Ooh, I've always wanted to go there. All them fancy lights and big buildings. It's a little different from where I grew up. She winked. Although I reckon I'd be fed up on it in a couple days and be begging for the beach. I smiled. You probably would. Do you want your check? That would be great, thanks. She picked up the plates and disappeared. I sighed into my hand and looked out at the water. I still needed a place to stay. Charity was the only person I could think of to ask. She seemed like she was the kind of woman who knew just about everything about everyone in town. So if there was a place to stay, she'd know. Here you go, darling. She put a cracked leather wallet on the table in front of me. Whenever you're ready. I do have a question, I said hesitantly. She held up one finger and looked around the diner. Seeing there was nobody else who needed her, she sat down in the chair opposite me with such warmth in her face I wanted to cry. What can I do for you? This is a really long shot, but I have nowhere to stay. Do you know if there are any hotels or bed and breakfasts or something with any vacancies? Ooh, child. She blew out her cheeks and shook her head. Second week of June? You're asking for a miracle there. I figured as much. I grimaced. No worries. How long you looking for? As long as possible, but I'll take anything at this point. It's gotta beat sleeping in my car. She tilted her head to the side and studied me for a moment. A tiny wave of discomfort washed over me, and I got the feeling that Charity knew exactly who I was. More than that, she knew what I was running from. Hi, Theo! She turned in her chair and looked in the direction of the British man and his daughter. Yes? He did the same, craning his neck to look over his shoulder. What did I do this time? Nothing yet, she replied. You're in the business of giving people a place to sleep. You know anyone with a room in town? You make it sound like I'm running a warehouse full of sleeping bags, he said dryly. I doubt anyone in town has a place right now. Why? Elle here needs a bed for the night. You reckon old Harry has space? Theo shook his head. No chance. He's running his Scrabble competition this weekend, isn't he? Dad, Ariel said, we have the beach house. Charity's face lit up. You do? The beach house is in the middle of renovations, he said, as if he'd said it 1,000 times. There's half a kitchen, hardly any flooring, half the wallpaper is peeling off, and the bloody bath is still leaking, Charity said in a poor imitation of a British accent that made Ariel crease up laughing and me hide a smile. Yes, child, we all know. But it's livable, isn't it? There's running water, the shower works, it's warm, and cooker works. It's not insured. His jaw tensed. I can't rent it out to a tourist. Does she look like a tourist to you? Charity said before I could say a word. She's been sleeping in her car. Don't you have a heart? Yes, but it's too busy keeping me alive to deal with the crap from you and my daughter. Dad, come on. It's not like she's just anybody, Ariel said, practically begging now. She's... Yes, I know who she is. You've squealed it no less than 6 times in the last 20 minutes. Theo's eyes flashed to me. I'm sorry. The house is just not fit for renting. I can pay you, I said. Even if it's just for 1 or 2 nights until I can find somewhere else. It's not about the money. I promise not to sue you if a bit of wallpaper falls on my head. Ariel grinned. Look, She'll help you get the renovations moving, Charity offered. For someone who lives next to the house, you're not getting on with it, are you? She can supervise that damn cowboy plumber and make sure he gets it done, and any old Joe can paint. Why did this feel like I was entering an agreement with the mafia? What the hell? Sure, I said. I can decorate, and I've even laid flooring before with my dad, and I can supervise a cowboy builder. I glanced at Charity. Wouldn't be the first time. Please, Dad, please? Ariel clasped her hands together in the prayer pose and leaned so far across the table her hair almost went in her food. Please? He pinched the bridge of his nose. Why do I feel like I'm fighting a losing battle? Because you are, Charity said brightly. That's settled then. Elle will take the beach house. Jesus bloody Christ, Theo muttered, dropping his hand. He met my eyes. Do you know your way around town? I shook my head. Right. Well, if you don't mind waiting on us to finish eating, you can follow my truck to the house. I don't mind, I replied. I really appreciate this. He pressed his lips together, and with an indiscernible glint in his eyes, nodded his head, then turned back toward his meal and his bouncing daughter. Don't worry about him, Charity whispered, leaning forward conspiratorially. He'll come around. I smiled weakly. It's really only for a few days. We'll see, were her parting words. What the hell did that mean? I took a right turn onto a road that wasn't quite a road, but wasn't quite a dirt path. It was like if a teenage diet path. It wasn't sure which one it wanted to be yet. Theo's truck was 10 feet in front of me, and I winced as my car bumped over a large stone. My car was not cut out for roads like this, and the last thing I needed was a flat tire. I didn't think Theo would be too impressed if he had to give me a tow. He already wasn't too impressed with how he had been strong-armed into renting his beach house to me, and I didn't want to piss him off anymore. I made the same turn he did onto a gravel strip. 2 houses came into view, and a glance into my rearview mirror showed 3 others about a half-mile down the road. A strip of grass was just to my right, stretching in front of the houses that also bordered the beach. Golden sand mixed with the turquoise water as it crept up the beach. Theo pulled in front of the house that didn't have a pile of wood in front of it. I parked behind him and got out, only just avoiding hitting Ariel with my car door. Ari, Theo yelled, shutting the door. Slow down. She bared her teeth at me. Sorry. Coming? Theo asked me, beckoning me with a nod of his head. I locked my car and followed him toward the other house. Aside from the large pile of wood and other miscellaneous items outside, I never would have guessed it was being renovated. The outside looked perfect. White brick and light blue woodwork with deep blue tiles on the roof. He glanced back at me as he pulled out a key. I know what you're thinking. It's not this put together on the inside. Ariel popped up beside me. Nuh-uh, but I like it anyway. Ignoring her, Theo pushed the door open and stepped inside. Ariel followed, and I ducked inside the dark blue door frame to the slightly dusty but bright house. It was open plan downstairs, with a half-installed kitchen that stretched into the main area, then opening onto sliding patio doors that overlooked the beach. One half of the room was filled with various building items, big packs of laminated flooring, tins of paint, and unopened packets of paintbrushes, boxes of tiles. Ari, stop running in here. It's not safe. That was reassuring. The more I looked around, the more I could see what he meant. It wasn't safe for a hyper little girl, but for an adult, it wasn't too bad. It was literally just renovations. There's nothing structurally wrong, Theo said, walking into the main living area where a sofa was covered under a dust sheet.
It was just time for a renovation, and with the season being so long, I needed it all done at once. Unfortunately, there are a few contractors who didn't agree with me, and here we are.
They're arseholes, Ariel said brightly, drawing a heart on the dusty sliding doors with her finger.
Theo rubbed his temple. I've got to stop taking work calls with her around, he muttered. Ari, get off the doors. Anyway, he said, turning his attention to me. The kitchen is getting finished this week, and hopefully the bath will be done too. Otherwise, it just needs cleaning, and all those supplies are in the utility room.
I don't mind, I said, looking at him. How much do I owe you? Ari did a cartwheel across the dirty floor and almost toppled into a stack of flooring packets. Theo winced.
Ari has a dance class in the morning. I'll come by when I've dropped her off.
Oft! Ari rubbed her butt from the floor. That works. I edged back. Theo slowly nodded.
Ari, take my key and let yourself in at home. I'll be there in a minute.
Aw, but Dad...
But Dad, nothing. I can't hear myself think while you're over there pretending to be a fairy elephant.
He held out his keys.
Go now, please.
She huffed and stomped across the room, then snatched the key out of his hand. He reached out and gave her a quick clip to the back of the head, one she squealed at before she ran off.
Anyway, he said, turning around again. Like I said, needs a clean, but everything works. Except the bath. Don't run that fucking thing unless you want to pay to repair a hole in the ceiling.
I'll pass.
Good choice. There's not great service on the beach, but there is a Wi-Fi code. It's in my office, so if you can manage without it, I'll bring it over with me tomorrow. If not, feel free to come over in about a half an hour and I'll get it for you.
There's no rush, I replied. I'm not bothered. He looked at me for a moment, puzzlement flashing across his face before he shrugged off any hint of emotion and schooled his expression back to one of not really caring.
Your choice. There's a drawer in the TV unit with numbers for food delivery, and there's a grocery store in the middle of town, plus directions on how to get there.
He glanced around the room one last time and nodded as if he was satisfied with the directions he'd given me.
I just ask that you have a bit of a clean before you pull off the dust sheets. There's also sheets for the bed in the cupboard in vacuum-sealed bags.
That's great. Thanks.
Right. Well, I'll stop by around 10:30 tomorrow morning if that works.
I nodded. Thanks again. I really do appreciate this. He drew in a deep breath, his nostrils flaring, and nodded.
No problem,
he said with the tone of someone who definitely had a problem with this.
The key is just here. If you need anything, you know where I am.
On that tightly spoken note, he dropped the key on the kitchen island, then left, closing the door behind him. I sat, leaning against the dust sheet-covered sofa. All the breath left my lungs in something that was a mixture of relief and dread, but it was mostly relief. Relief because there was a place to sleep that wasn't my car, and dread because it was blatantly obvious I wasn't really welcome here. Not as far as Theo was concerned, anyway. He obviously knew who I was because Ariel obviously watched my videos, but I didn't know how much he knew, especially about recent events. Jesus, Mitch had really screwed me over, and I didn't even know why. It wasn't like we'd broken up last week. We'd split up almost a year ago. I could only guess it was because he no longer had access to my online platform for his newest attempt at a business. His latest one had been candles. Not particularly nice-smelling ones, either. Funnily enough, me giving him my honest opinion had sparked the row that had ended up with him breaking up with me, and me throwing a pair of his sneakers out of my apartment window at him. Unfortunately, I hadn't hit him. You couldn't win them all. I went out to my car and grabbed my things. Saying things was a bit of a stretch. I had my cheap phone, laptop, chargers, and 2 hastily packed carry-on suitcases filled with necessities. I lugged everything inside and up the stairs. The 2-bedroom house was small but cute, and I pulled the cases into the bedroom with an ocean view and a double bed. Unlike the rest of this house, this room was painted in a gorgeous powder blue, and the white wooden furniture had a slightly rustic feel to it. It definitely felt like a beach. I pulled all the dust covers off the furniture, pleasantly surprised to find a new mattress on the bed, still wrapped in the plastic. A quick bounce determined that it was comfortable, and I folded all the dust sheets so I could store them in the closet. The room was relatively clean, so I went ahead and unpacked my meager belongings, making a quick mental note of what I needed to buy from the grocery store when I ventured out next. Probably in an hour. I doubted there was wine in this house, and God only knew I needed some. I carried my phone and laptop downstairs, plugged them both in, and retrieved the bucket of cleaning supplies from the utility room. There was both a vacuum and a mop there, and I thanked my lucky stars I didn't have to go out right this second. Sure, this wasn't a long-term solution to my problem, but I wasn't sure such a thing existed. Not right now, anyway. So for now, this would do.
Chapter 3. Theo. Dad, you don't understand. It's amazing. That's Elle Evans. She's my most favorite vlogger ever. I can't believe she's in Creek Keys. I can't believe I met her. I watched her eat, Dad. I side-eyed Ariel. Yes, and I'm sure she appreciated every second of that. Put your plate in the dishwasher. She did as I asked. Now she's right next to us? In her beach house? Oh my God, I'm gonna die. I can't even. This is the coolest thing. I need to tell everyone, Dad. I can't believe this happened. Do you think she'll show me how she curls her hair? I can't get it right. What are you curling your hair with? You don't have one of those things, I replied. And no, you're not getting one either. You're mine. Also, for what it's worth, I don't think she would appreciate you telling everyone she's here. Ari huffed as she put her cutlery in the basket in the dishwasher, but I didn't care. She could huff all she wanted. Elle Evans, vlogger extraordinaire and idol to probably millions of teen and tween girls all around the world, was not in the tiny island town of Creek Keys because she wanted to be mobbed by said teen and tween girls. As a father, it was my business to know everything about what my child was doing on the internet, and that extended to learning about the people behind the stupid videos she was watching, which meant I knew a lot more about my new temporary tenant than I needed to. Like the fact she had an X-rated tape currently floating around on the internet. Call me old-fashioned, but that wasn't the kind of woman I wanted my young daughter looking up to. While we're talking about her, we're going to talk about her, I told Ari, closing the door to the dishwasher to turn it on. You're not to bother her, do you understand? She's probably here on vacation and doesn't want to be bugged by crazy little children. What? I can't have one picture? We'll see. She doesn't intend to stay long, so maybe she'll give you one, I said reluctantly. But you are to tell nobody she's here, do you understand? I understand, Dad. You don't have to keep asking me that. I'll ask you as many times as I like, young lady, so you can cut that attitude right out before I take your laptop charger. She jutted out her bottom lip. I understand, but I really love her. I know you do. Have you ever heard the saying, don't meet your heroes? No. Well, there's a saying that says, don't meet your heroes. The reason for that is because they rarely turn out to be the people you expect them to be. She frowned. What do you mean? Sometimes meeting people you look up to isn't the same as admiring them from afar. We don't know anything about her, and I do. I know lots about her. No, you know lots about what she talks about in her videos. I crouched down so my eyes were level with hers. You don't know her, and that's a very important distinction you need to remember. She pushed her hair behind her ear and looked away, out of the window at the beach. Do I have to ignore her? You don't have to be rude, I said slowly, carefully. But it wouldn't be proper for you to seek her out. Like I said, I don't think she'll be here long. That house isn't ready for that at any rate. Ari sighed, her shoulders sagging right down. I know, I'm just excited. Wouldn't you be excited if you met the Rocket Man? Who the heck is the Rocket Man? The fighter bloke. She jumped back and took the position of a boxer, legs apart, fists up in fighting mode. The tiger guy. Rocky. She was talking about Rocky. I laughed and stood up. You mean Rocky Balboa? The Rocket Man. I pulled her into my side and kissed the top of her head. I sure would, but he's only a character, babe. Rocky isn't real, but Sylvester Stallone is. Whatever, you'd die either way. I don't think I would die, but I would be a bit excited, I admitted. As long as we're clear, you can go. Go where? To shower. You spent half the day on the beach and you have ketchup in your hair from the diner. But I have dance tomorrow, and I'm going to have a shower after then, too. You're right. Off you go. I took her by the shoulders and guided her toward the stairs. And make sure you use a clean towel, not something from that cesspit you call your bedroom floor. She dropped her head back with a groan as she stomped up the stairs. She could groan all she liked. She was still bloody well doing it. I waited until the sound of the shower running filled the air before I nodded and stepped away from the hallway. One of the living room windows overlooked the house Elle was staying in, and I glanced out in time to see her little silver car park up outside in the designated parking space. She got out of the car, tucking her dark hair back from her face, and moved to inspect her tires. She needed to. That fancy little machine was going to last 5 minutes on the old dirt road, so I hoped she had enough supplies to last her until she was ready to leave and move on. She stood, apparently happy with her tires, and moved to the front door. She unlocked it before returning to the car and fetching her groceries from the boot. I sipped my beer and watched her carry the bags inside, then shut the door behind her. I knew exactly what had brought her here, but that didn't stop me from wondering how the hell she'd ended up in Creek Keys. We were one of the smaller islands in the Florida Keys, only really attracting Floridian tourists and family members. We didn't get the spring breakers or the kind of traffic Key West got, but we got enough to keep us going. In my experience, this was exactly the way the residents of Creek Keys liked it. It was the way it needed to stay, which was why Ari couldn't tell her friends that their beloved vlogger was staying next door. Nobody needed a gaggle of crazy, obsessive preteen girls descending on their doorstep. Elle definitely didn't. I hoped like fuck she wasn't going to stay long. Not that I wouldn't appreciate their help with the house, but I didn't really think she was going to do that either. She gained nothing by doing it, and someone who got as many column inches as she did in all the stupid little teen magazines my daughter insisted I buy at the store, she probably had a place of her own in some exclusive island resort somewhere. Also, I really needed to stop reading those stupid tween/teen magazines my daughter left in the bathroom. What could I say? Sometimes a shit outlasted the reading material on your phone. I blew out a long breath and dropped onto the sofa. I hadn't expected anyone to be living in that house this summer, and despite my fight with the plumber, I really wasn't in any rush to get it fixed up. The other 3 beach houses my father left me before he died were bringing in more than enough income for me and Ari to survive on. I also hadn't expected the flash of attraction I'd felt when I'd laid eyes on her. She was beautiful, there was no denying it. And she was even prettier in real life than in her videos. With her long dark hair and her big blue eyes, full lips and perfectly shaped curves, it was easy to see why kids like my daughter wanted to be her when they grew up. And why she got the creepy comments on her videos. Another reason why Ari couldn't tell everyone she was here. I didn't need weirdos showing up in the night and stalking her. Not that I gave a damn about her. Beautiful or not, my daughter's favorite or not, the ideological world she put out was dangerous and fanciful. I didn't like Elle Evans, and I doubted I ever would. I ran the hell out of the little dance studio before I could get roped into another fundraising activity and into my car. The next 2 hours while Ari had her ballet and tap classes were all mine, and I happily drove out of the parking lot and made the turn to the grocery store. Sure, I had to see Elle, but I was delaying that for as long as I possibly could. I skipped across town and pulled into the small lot outside the local store. After parking up, I grabbed the trolley, what these heathens called carts or buggies or some other illogical term, and went inside. It was quiet for a Saturday morning, and I took advantage of that. There were no beat-downs in the bread aisle or fracas over the fruit. Shopping could be surprisingly spicy in this town. After getting everything I needed, I headed for the register and paid. I was almost done unloading what I'd bought when the sound of a familiar and unwelcome voice calling my name made me pause. Plastering the nicest smile I could on my face, I turned. "Agnes, it's lovely to see you." She shuffled over, using the trolley as a walking aid, and flipped her head so her bright purple hair didn't get in her eyes. The woman was 70 if she was a day, but she acted as if she were a third of her age. "Gosh darn tourists everywhere," she muttered, drawing level with my truck. She was wearing a fancy purple t-shirt that matched her hair and had the words, "Aliens are real," scrawled on the front, complete with a cartoon alien with black eyes and grey skin. Yup, she was a real treat. I raised my eyebrows. "You live in a tourist spot and have for 10 years. Are you still surprised?" "I will tell your aunt and bend you over her knee." "Aunt Elsie doesn't have the strength to hit a fly, never mind me," I replied, referring to my 75-year-old great-aunt on my dad's side who was a current resident of Creek Keys. "I assume she sent you to find me?" Agnes nodded with such vigor I was afraid she'd crack her neck. "Yes, Maud wants to use the beach and—" "No." I shook my head. "Absolutely not. The last time I let you lot use the stretch I own, you drank too much wine and tried to strip naked." "We were controlling the tourists." "You were terrifying the tourists." "Controlling, terrifying. The government believes they're one and the same." "I'm not getting into your conspiracy theories on a Saturday morning," I told her. "Besides, I have things to do today. Tell Aunt Elsie to stop by and we'll talk." "You could tell me, yes." "I'd rather bleach my own eyeballs." I loaded the last bag into my truck and shut the door. "No offense." "Offense taken," Agnes said with a sniff. "You don't like us because we're different." "I love you all," I replied, pushing my cart into the drop-off shelter. "I just don't trust you won't open a portal or summon aliens or the devil on my property unless you're appropriately supervised." She sighed, tugging at the collar of her sleeveless turtleneck. "I'd love to say you're misguided, but it's hard to argue with the truth. I should know. I fight for it." "And you do so valiantly. I'll wait for Aunt Elsie's call." I saluted her as I bid her goodbye and darted into my truck before she could waylay me any further. The last thing I needed was the Creek Keys conspiracy crew on my case today. I'd love to say that name was a loving nickname, but it was their actual weekly meeting name. There were only the 3 of them, but they were passionate in their pursuit of what they thought was the truth. They had a questionable website run by Maud, who didn't really know her way around the internet, so it was more a glorified PDF on a website that was set up by a broke yet enterprising college student. Thank God none of them could really use the internet. I hope to keep it that way. Questionable websites and all. With Agnes safely out of the way, I backed out of the parking spot and left the store. Thank God. Or whatever entity she believed was in control of us today. It could have been God, the President, the Queen, or the reptilian people who apparently controlled our underworld. I know. I didn't get it. I made it across town and back to the beach before I was stopped by either my aunt or Maud. If Agnes was out and about, there was every chance they were on patrol for me too. I parked outside of my house, and after taking everything inside, I unloaded all the groceries. I still had a little time before I had to go and see Elle, so I boiled my electric kettle for a cup of tea. I didn't know how Americans coped without an electric kettle. Absolutely nobody I knew in town had one, and even my family still side-eyed me when I flicked the switch to turn it on. I put 1 spoonful of sugar plus an imported PG Tips tea bag into a faded Union Jack mug and waited for the kettle to boil. Yes, I made my family in the UK send me tea bags. They just weren't the same here. When the kettle boiled, I finished making my tea, drained the tea bag, and tossed it into the small bin we kept inside for the compost bin Ari insisted we get for the vegetables we have yet to grow. I didn't have the heart to tell the kid I killed a cactus last year. The chance of us growing any vegetables was next to none. But here we were, with 2 terracotta pots, a 5-litre bag of compost, and no seeds to speak of. Her plan had some holes. I sipped my tea and stared out of the window at the beach. I couldn't imagine living anywhere else, nor could I imagine this slice of peace being disrupted by my new temporary tenant. Before I knew it, it was 10:30. I finished my tea, left the mug in the sink, and paused only to get the internet router for her house. I would have to set it up for her so she could get online. I'd removed most of the electrics when I'd had the upstairs rewired and put new plug sockets everywhere, and this was one of the few things I'd forgotten to take back. I tucked it under my arm and headed over to the house next door. I raised my hand to knock, but a loud clatter and a scream of, "Oh, fuck it!" from inside had me trying the door instead. It was unlocked and swung open at my push, and I was greeted by the sight of one very dishevelled-looking Elle jumping back and forth while holding her right foot. "Are you okay?" She jolted at the sound of my voice, screamed, and almost fell backward. "How did you get in here?" "You left the door unlocked and I heard you scream." I cocked my thumb over my shoulder back toward the house. "Should I not have tried to rescue you?" "No, I just forgot I unlocked it, that was all." She rubbed her foot and set it down gingerly, wincing a little when she put her full weight on it. "What happened?" I closed the door behind me. "I was a little too vigorous with the frying pan and the big pot decided to attack my foot," she replied, bending down to pick up the big pot so she could brandish it like a weapon. Not my finest hour. She hadn't had many of those recently. "I brought your internet."
Chapter 4. Elle. My eyes bugged at the internet router he brandished. If I was completely honest with myself, I didn't really want it. I had little desire to connect to the internet, to my real life, and see what was being said about me just about everywhere I turned. If it weren't for the fact I needed it to stay in contact with my lawyer, I would have refused it altogether. "Thanks," I squeaked out. He stared at me for a moment. "I'll just connect it by the TV," he said. "Do you want eggs and bacon?" "What?" "I'm making eggs. Do you want eggs and bacon?" He eyed the frying pan in my hand as if I had a bottle of arsenic hidden somewhere to poison him. "I already ate. Besides, you don't cook real bacon anyway." "Real bacon? Of course it's real bacon. It's not that turkey shit." "No, real bacon is back bacon. Canadian bacon." I frowned. "Why would you call it back bacon?" "Because it comes off the back of the pig, not off the Canadian region," he drawled, pulling out the TV unit to reach the power outlet. Wow, this was annoying. I couldn't argue with his logic. Fair enough. Accepting he wasn't interested in my food, I turned to retrieve the ingredients from the fridge so I could make my breakfast. I'd slept in until 20 minutes ago. I'd mildly panicked before I realized I couldn't shower or I'd run the risk of having to answer the door in my towel, so I'd given up, let myself wake up slowly, and come down here just minutes before Theo burst into the house. I supposed him walking in on me in shorty pajamas, sporting rat's nest hair and a metal pot on my foot was marginally better than him seeing me in a towel, especially since he really seemed to dislike me. I cracked some eggs into a glass jug and grabbed some milk so I could beat them together. A small curse came from Theo's direction, but I didn't dare look over at him in case I was stupid enough to look into his eyes. Lord, I needed a new place to stay before I really started crushing on him. That was the last thing I needed right now. Ovaries? Take note. All done, he said, seconds before I was going to start cooking. I turned, dropping the lump of butter on the floor off my knife instead of in the pan. Damn it. He glanced at the butter but didn't address it. It's all connected and working. This is the code. He slipped a bit of paper onto the island. Can you connect it now so I know if it works for you too? Sure. I put the knife down on the cutting board and retrieved my shitty phone from the other side of the kitchen, then connected it up to the Wi-Fi. It worked instantly, and I showed him the screen so he could see for himself. All done. Theo nodded. So what do I owe you? It depends how long you're planning on staying. I bit my lower lip, dragging it between my teeth. I know I said 2 or 3 days, but I'd like a week to get myself sorted out and find a longer-term place to stay, if that's okay. He shrugged non-committally. It's not like I have anyone else renting it right now. A week works, I suppose. So, money? He blew out a long breath and reached up, running his fingers through his hair. 400? That's a little over the usual nightly rate for this place, but I can't charge you that because it's a mess. I don't mind paying you more. No, 400 is fine, but just for 1 week. He met my eyes with a look that said not to push it. I can give you my bank details later and you can transfer it over. Thank you, that's really kind. He grunted, pushing away from the island. Like I said, it's not like I was renting this place anyway. I swallowed when he turned and headed for the front door. A few feet away from it, he stopped, pausing for a moment. He spun back to look at me. Ariel loves you, by the way. It's an obsession I don't understand. But if I hear one more thing about how great you apparently are, I'm going to stick 2 forks in my ears and gouge out my brain. I had no idea what to say to that. She's also 9. She's young, she's impressionable, and I'm not sure her living next to her idol is a good thing. That I understood. You want me to stay away from your daughter, I said quietly. I understand. It's not like you don't know why I'm here, right? He stared at me for a moment. How do you know I know? Looking down, I fiddled with the bit of paper holding the Wi-Fi code. You seem like the kind of dad who knows everything about his young daughter's online activity. That's a good thing, by the way, not a criticism. I peered back up, looking at him through eyelashes that still had hints of yesterday's mascara. Thank you. Theo turned to the door once more and opened it. I didn't know, I said, turning my attention to the large doors that overlooked the beach. About the tape? I had no idea it existed until the world found out. But don't worry, I'll only be here a week, less if I can help it, and I'll do everything I can to avoid your daughter. I had no idea if he looked back at me, but the longest moment passed until the sound of the door opening and closing echoed through the empty house. He knew, which meant so many other people in this town probably knew too. There was no escaping the hell my ex was putting me through, no matter how hard I tried or how far I ran. Maybe a remote Amazonian tribe was willing to take me in. I probably wouldn't last long in the jungle, but at least they could eat me when I died. I sighed, looked at the eggs in the jug, and headed to take a shower. I wasn't so hungry anymore. By the time I was done with my shower, my need for food eclipsed my desire to cook. I abandoned my egg mix down the sink, put the bacon back in the fridge, and pulled my wet hair into a braid that hung over one shoulder before I grabbed all my things and headed for my car. Even though going out was the last thing I really wanted to do right now, I got into my car and used a passing space in the dirt road outside the beach house to turn around. The diner was only mere minutes from here, and I felt like a familiar face was what I needed right now. I drove past Theo's house and turned onto the road that was even worse than the one I'd just been on. If I made it out of Creek Keys without getting new tires on my car, it would be a damn miracle. Finally, after far too long, I made it off the rocky, stony road and onto the regular road that would lead me straight to the diner. Thank God. I was 10 seconds away from a puncture. Minutes later, I pulled into the parking lot outside the diner and parked up. It was busier than yesterday, but not overtly so. I guess I was too early for the lunch rush and too late for the breakfast one. Charity beamed the second she saw me. "Well, look who it is. Back for more food?" My stomach rumbled, answering for me. I guess I was hungry after all. Sounds like it. I laughed quietly. I just need to get out of the house and didn't know where else to go. Her mouth formed a little O of understanding. "Come take a seat up at the bar. Most of these people are just here having themselves a coffee before they go to the beach, so don't you worry." I followed her through the lively diner to the bar. She was right. Almost nobody had food in front of them, except for a few little kids still making their way through pancakes. I slid onto the stool at the counter of the bar and set my purse at my feet, accepting the menu Charity slid my way. "Coffee, darling?" "Yes, please." She turned to make it, and as it spluttered to life, she said over her shoulder, "So, what did Theo do now?" I blinked at her. "Why would what he does bother me?" "Well, you're renting his house, his daughter loves you, and he can be a bit of a prickly little shit if you ask me." I didn't ask, but I did appreciate it all the same. It was nice to know it wasn't just me. I shrugged one shoulder, trying to brush it off. "It's nothing, really. I'm having a rough time, and I guess it just got to me a little more." "Right. On account of the issues you're dealing with." "You know?" She pulled the coffee mug from beneath the machine and put it down in front of me. Slowly, she raised one thickly drawn brown eyebrow at me. "Of course I know. You think I don't have grandkids?" "Actually, I thought you were in your 40s. "Well, ain't you sweet?" She patted my arm. "My granddaughter is about the same age as Ariel and loves your videos. When she came to stay here 2 months ago, she wanted me to curl her hair exactly like you did in some tutorial. Her mama couldn't get it right, bless her soul, but neither could I. Hoo-wee, let me tell you, those preteen tantrums are no joke." My lips twitched. "I'll teach you." "And I sure appreciate that." She winked. "So yes, darling, I know who you are and why you're hiding here. Not that I think you need to hide. If you released it, good on you. If you didn't, tell me where the jerk who did lives and I'll sort him out for you." I smiled, looking down. "You acted like you didn't yesterday." "I figured Ariel was enough. Besides, I reckon I'm the first person you saw when you got into town, and if you are running, it wouldn't do you no good to know I knew." "Thank you. I appreciate that." "Of course you do. I'm a lovely person. Now, tell me what Theo did to you. Does he need an ass-whooping? I might not be his mama, but I'll give him one." "No ass-whoopings necessary," I replied. "Honestly, it's nothing. He's just protecting Ariel, and I understand. I'm just salty and hungry." "Let me guess. He judged you without knowing you and told you to stay away from her. Are you sure you should be working in a diner? A purple glitzy tent, a headscarf, and a crystal ball might be more fitting." She chuckled. "If you find a market for that here, you tell me, and we'll split the profits. What do you want to eat?" "Oh, let me get you the breakfast special." She turned away before I could respond, which was fine because it didn't sound much like an offer anyway. More a demand. It wasn't like I was a stranger to the overbearing ways of the well-meaning Southern grandma. My mom's side were born and raised in Louisiana until my dad had enough of the roads and moved us all up north. At least, he blamed the roads. I figured it was probably more of my meemaw than anything else. Charity returned with crockery and a napkin for me. I'm sure Theo didn't mean no harm, honey. He's just prickly. He protects his daughter, but he does have a judgy streak in him. Not the best listener. I bet he just assumed about your situation, I didn't do it, I said, repeating what I'd said to Theo this morning. I had no idea it even existed. My ex released it without my knowledge, and now I don't know what to do. She blew out a long breath, leaning forward on the bar. Do you know it was definitely him? It's him in the tape. We broke up not long ago. He's been trying to get back at me ever since. And when I didn't bite, I guess he went to extreme measures to get my attention. Did it work? Not the way he wanted it to. He's not worth the time in jail I'd have to serve. She laughed, shaking her head. But you ran. Doesn't that mean he won? I shook my head right back. No, I live in New York. Too many people know where I live. I wouldn't be able to go anywhere without being harassed. I'm lucky my publicist was given a heads up so I could get the hell out of the city before it went live. You couldn't stop it? No, we found out from a smaller media outlet I've worked with before. The journalist told us she'd heard it was coming, but nobody knew where from. There was the dinging of a bell, and Charity stood upright. That'll be your breakfast. Give me 2 seconds. She really was only a few seconds, because before I could take a mouthful of my coffee, she laid a huge plate of pancakes, sausage, bacon, scrambled eggs, potatoes, and toast in front of me. She was not kidding when she said it was a special. It was more food on one plate than I'd eaten in days, and I was not going to wait another second to shovel this all in my mouth like a hungry T-Rex. I dove in. I'd never eaten pancakes this fluffy, nor bacon this crispy, and by the time I'd scooped a forkful of egg into my mouth, I knew I'd never be able to scramble my own eggs by myself. Less than 10 minutes later, I set my fork down on the plate and covered my mouth when a little bubble of gas slipped up and popped. You know, those burps that aren't really a burp, but more like a bubble popping in the top of your throat? Yeah, one of those. Charity grinned, her eyes sparkling. Good, huh? So good. I groaned, leaning back and resting my hand on my stomach. If I weren't a vlogging exile right now, I'd be blasting you to the internet. Oh, but if you weren't in your exile, you never would have found us. She winked, whisking away my clean plate and serving me another cup of coffee at the same time. If you weren't in your exile, you never would have found us. I sighed, looking around the diner. She wasn't wrong. There was no way I ever would have ended up in Creek Keys if it weren't for my exile. And even though I still wasn't sure I was entirely comfortable with it, my stomach was glad to be here. If my stomach was happy, I was happy. I was a bit like a man in that respect. The way to my heart was through my stomach, or a straw if you were serving me a cocktail. So, how long do you reckon you'll be staying here with us? Charity wiped down the counter. I paid Theo for a week. I promised I'd find somewhere else by then, so... She hummed, wiping up a wet spot. We'll see. What does that mean? It means you're looking for a miracle. If you find a place to stay long-term around here in the next week, I'll eat my socks. You don't think I can? No, she said honestly, stopping and meeting my eyes. But I don't reckon you're gonna want to either. I frowned. What are you talking about? Shoot. She waved her dirty cloth at me. The lunch rush is gonna start in the next 15 minutes, and unless you want everyone and their mother knowing where you are, I suggest you get yourself back to your house. She was trying to get rid of me. Unfortunately for her, I wasn't that easy to get rid of. Unless you dropped a sex tape of me, of course. I put $30 on the counter in front of me and left, shooting a look at her over my shoulder. She wasn't paying me any attention at all as she stuffed my tip in the tip jar behind the counter, and I narrowed my eyes at the back of her head. I was going to find out what she meant. As long as there were no people around. Chapter 5. Elle. I'd finally finished cleaning the house. It'd taken me all of last night and almost all of today since I'd woken up. But now, as the clock on my crappy phone ticked over to 6 o'clock, I was done. Finally. It also meant I had to open my laptop and deal with the one thing I'd been avoiding: checking my emails. Without my phone, not only would my business team be going crazy, but so would my sister. Since our parents had died in a crash when I was 16, she and I were all each of us had left. She was older than me by 5 years, which meant she was also super protective of me and would be going insane right now. I really should have taken 5 minutes to text her my plan before I left. I picked up my laptop off the coffee table and settled in on the sofa with it. It took a minute to boot up since it died overnight, and I had to type the passkey for the Wi-Fi in 3 times before I got the mishmash of capital letters and numbers correct. Finally connected, I opened my browser and hit the shortcut for my private personal email. I had a public one that I'd check only when I'd gouged my eyes out with a rusty spork, a business one that I'd have to check after I checked in with my sister, and the private one I was now signed into. There were 300 emails. By the looks of it, they were all from my sister. Wincing, I clicked the first email. With another wince, I went to the next, and the next, and the next. The more I clicked, the more violent they became. It went from, "Please call me, I'm worried about you," to, "If I ever see you again, I'm going to kill you with my bare hands." Both total reasonable emails, to be honest. I scanned the next few before going to the most recent ones and opening those. Her last email was the one I wanted. From Emily McGuire, emilymaguire@gmail.com, to Elle Evans, ellybelly27346@gmail.com. Subject: Okay, asshole, I get it. Elle, I went to your apartment and found your phone. FFS. Where the hell are you? What's going on? I guess you don't have my number, so please call me as soon as you see this. If you don't call me by the end of the day tomorrow, the police are going to open a missing persons case. Call me, you jerk. 718-366-4851. I picked up my crappy phone and dialed her number. It rang once before she answered with a frantic, "Hello?" Curling into a ball, I said, "Hey, Elle?" She screamed. "Is that you?" "Yes," I said to the sound of a door slamming on her end. "What the fuck is going on? Where the fuck are you? That tape dropped and nobody has been able to find you. I have been looking all over the city for you. I've been beside myself. Why did you leave your phone at home? Why didn't you tell me what was going on? I'm going to kill you." I'm not finished," she shouted only the way a big sister could. "How dare you up and leave without telling me you were leaving? Ben was about to commit me to the hospital. I haven't slept in 3 days. Amelia hasn't been able to go to school because she's been so worried about you." "I know. I'm sorry." "I'm sorry, too. Sorry I'm going to have to wring your neck to murder your dumb ass when you get home." "Can I talk now? Are you done yelling at me?" "No, but I would like some answers, so I'll delay the yelling until later." "I appreciate that," I muttered. "I'm sorry I didn't call you before I left. I panicked, I had half an hour's notice of the tape going public, and there was nothing my lawyer could do to get it stopped. I had to run, and I left my phone behind." There was a sniff. "You should have told me." "I know, but I didn't think. I grabbed a shitty phone once I was out of the state, but I didn't have your number. I should have checked my email and let you know I was safe as soon as I got here." "Here? Where is here? Where the hell are you?" "Florida Keys." "What the? How in the fuck did you end up there?" "I just drove," I replied lamely. until I was as far away from New York as I could be. I have no idea what's going on." She blew out a long breath that crackled down the line. "Well, shit then. It's a media storm," she said solemnly. "I had to wade through a media camp to get to your building. The new doorman, who is very nice, by the way, let me into your place when I showed him my ID and flirted with him a little bit. You're married. And you were missing. Shut up." "Fair enough. You're trending on social media. You're all over all the gossip blogs and websites, and your lawyer is trying to get in contact with you." "How do you know that?" I navigated to my business email. "Bethany called me. I'm your next of kin, so when she couldn't get a hold of you, she called me to see if I knew where you were. She's already handled everywhere who had the actual video up, and as far as she knows, it's no longer on the internet. If she believes that, I need a new lawyer." That's what I said to her. Either way, it's on the dark web, and most of these idiots can barely handle Twitter, never mind anything else. She sighed. "Elle, what happened?" I was getting tired of telling this story. Still, I repeated for the third time that day what had happened. "I didn't mean that. I know you didn't do it. I know you would never video yourself having sex. You didn't have sex until you met him, so there was no way you were going to get that freaky in the bedroom, never mind a broom closet." "Thanks." "You're welcome. You should call your lawyer and see what's happening. Do you definitely know if it's Mitch who leaked it?" "I can't imagine it would be anyone else. How would anyone have gotten hold of it? He either shared it or sold it." "Are you sure?" "I didn't even know it existed. Of course I'm sure." "Okay. Why don't you report it to the police? Ben can take it in. He's working tonight." "What good will that do?" "It's revenge porn, Elle. It's illegal. They'll take him in for questioning." "I don't know. I'm not there to give an interview. Won't me running away work against me?" She blew out a long breath. "I don't think so. You made a perfectly rational decision, even if I am mad at you." "I need to think about it. I feel like I need proof." "I might be able to help you there. You're only just proficient in email and Instagram. Can I trust you here?" "Ha ha, shut your ass. I have an old friend from Dallas who might be able to help you." I frowned and stood up. "Dallas? From college?" "Right. When I was getting my PhD, I had to work. I was paired with a team that included this rookie police officer called Noelle to do psych work for one of her cases. We hit it off, and she's a private investigator down in Texas now. We still talk on occasion. Do you want me to call her and see if she knows anyone who can help you?" "Sure. It's not like I know where to start to pin it on him. If she could get proof, maybe then Ben can take it in for me." "Of course. Whatever you need, Elle. Do you need me and Amelia to come down to you?" "No, don't be silly. I'm on a tiny island where nobody will find me. If you don't count my landlord and neighbor's daughter." "I'm okay, really. I'll look over the emails from Bethany and see what she said before I call her in the morning. It's too late now." "All right. I'll contact Noelle and see what she says. She might be able to work remotely and figure it out. Her computer guy can hack into anything." "Okay, well, remember that I can't take illegal evidence to the police." "No, but when you know for sure it was Mitch, you can feel confident that the cops will figure that out too." "I'm not confident in that at all." I walked over to the doors that overlooked the beach and watched as the waves crawled up the sand. I don't know what to do. "Well, call Bethany. She'll tell you what you can and can't do right now. But whatever you do not go on social media or any news sites, do you hear me?" I nodded, even though she couldn't see me. "Elle?" "Yes, I won't, I promise. Believe me, I can think of many things I don't want to do." "Okay, I'll text you later with what Noelle says. Let me know how it goes with Bethany tomorrow." "Promise. I'll talk to you later. Love you, Elle. Love you back." I hung up after that and shoved my phone in the pocket of my dress. After grabbing a glass of wine, I bypassed my laptop entirely and pulled open the door onto the back deck before I stepped out into the now much cooler evening air. It was still hot, but it wasn't the staggering humid heat that hung around all day long. I should have gone to Canada or something. There was a rattan sofa smothered with cushions on the back deck, so I lowered myself onto it and tucked my feet up under my butt. A gentle breeze wafted off the ocean, swilling salt air around my face and through my hair. It was silent out here, totally peaceful, and the beach was empty apart from 3 ladies who looked to be the other side of 70 halfway down the beach. They laid out what looked like a picnic blanket and cool bag, and one of them set up 3 chairs in a circle. The sound of cackling laughter reached me at the house, and I smiled into my wine. I'd been kind of planning to dip my feet in the water, but now I would wait until after they'd had their picnic. I averted my gaze from them and looked out at another part of the nearly empty beach, wishing I hadn't told Emily not to come. It was dark outside. I was 3 glasses of wine and 2 quesadillas in, and I was going to dip my toes in the water, damn it. There was no sign of the ladies from earlier, not that I could see far in the dark, and the crescent moon wasn't exactly a great nightlight. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight to guide me down the back deck and onto the beach. The sand was still surprisingly warm as it raked between my toes, and I used the light to avoid any lumps of driftwood or sharp and large stones. The gentle breeze that had blown at me earlier was still there, but only a little cooler, and I welcomed it. It was so hot here. It was nice to be able to breathe. Let's be honest. Late evening in Florida was probably what I was used to for summer in New York, mostly because of the humidity. I reached the shoreline and stood, watching as the tiny waves crept up and over my toes. A shiver ran down my spine, and the feeling that I was being watched stopped me going any further into the ocean. I cast my gaze around the beach, using my phone's flashlight to help me see. And holy shit! I shrieked as it caught the bodies of 3 elderly women who were totally naked. "Damn it, Maud, I said this was a bad idea," hissed one of the women. "Well, I don't know who she is," another woman, presumably Maud, responded. "Don't shout," said the third woman. "Theo can't know we're here." I paused at that, keeping my flashlight trained on the ground. "I'm sorry. Would you mind putting some clothes on?" "I don't want to," said the voice I thought was Maud. "Well, she's probably disturbed Theo anyway, so we might as well. If my great-nephew catches me in the buff again, I'm in trouble." There was a sigh. "We were so close," said the third voice, who told me not to shout. "Yes, well, blame Maud," Theo's great-aunt replied with a huff. All 3 women turned and headed in the direction of where I'd seen them earlier. At least, I assumed it was them. What were the chances it was anyone else? Or maybe I was hallucinating. It wasn't every day you found 3 naked old ladies on the beach. It wasn't something I'd ever hoped to find on the beach. Or anywhere. A few minutes later, all 3 of them hobbled back over to me, and one of them said, "Come on then, we won't bite." "Unless you're an alien," the middle woman tossed over her shoulder. That made me feel safe. Not. Still, I followed them. I knew enough to mind my manners around my elders and do as they said. I wasn't going to get into an argument with any of the elderly residents of Creek Keys, especially not if one of those women was related to Theo. "We don't have another chair, so you'll have to sit on the sand," Theo's great-aunt said. "I'm Elsie, and that little shit who owns the house you're staying in is my great-nephew. This here is Agnes." She pointed to the woman on her right with the bright purple hair, and then to the woman with stunning silver hair. "And that's Maud." I raised my hand lamely. "I'm Elle." "Are you the one on the tube of you?" Elsie asked. "With the curly hair?" Yes." Will you teach me how? Agnes patted her hair that was only just long enough to curl. I was going to get a perm, but that stupid stylist told me I couldn't because I color my hair. Have you ever heard such insanity?
I'm really not a hairstylist, I replied diplomatically. I'm afraid I don't know about perms.
Ah, well, I'll have to ask the internet.
I didn't recommend that, but I didn't offer that opinion either.
Sorry we disturbed you,
Maud said, not looking the slightest bit sorry as she picked up her red Solo cup.
Wine?
What the hell? Sure. Maud picked up another empty Solo cup and filled it to the brim with white wine, emptying the bottle. She handed it to me with a toothy grin that was, ironically, missing one tooth on the left side. I took it, returning the smile, albeit somewhat warily. What had I stumbled onto here? Elsie leaned forward.
I bet you're wondering what we're doing out here.
A little.
Aliens.
My eyebrows shot up. Aliens? Agnes made a sound.
She doesn't believe us. Maud, take back our wine.
Elsie's eyes rolled so hard I worried she was giving herself a migraine.
She was asking, Agnes, settle your tits.
Settle your tits? What was I getting myself into here? Tell me about the aliens, I said. What the hell? I had nothing else to do tonight. Besides, I was game for a good conspiracy theory, even if said theory came from previously naked elderly women. We all had our vices, even if I could do without the nakedness. Agnes's eyebrows shot up.
We're the Creek Key Conspiracy Crew. Crew, spelled with a K.
I paused. So you're the CKCK. I like that.
I like her, Maud announced. We should recruit her.
I'm only here for a week, I said quickly, and I don't know a lot about aliens. All three women leaned forward. I sat back. Whoa.
You like aliens?
Agnes stroked her chin. In hindsight, I should have known that 3 naked old ladies on the beach in the dark was either going to be aliens or witchcraft. I'm indifferent, I said after a long moment of all 3 of them staring at me. I don't disbelieve the theories, but I've never paid enough attention to it to say they conclusively exist. Their eyes all lit up like they'd hit the jackpot.
She's convertible,
Maud said, rubbing her wrinkled hands together with glee.
We can recruit her.
Recruit me? Scratch that. Maybe this wasn't aliens or witchcraft. Maybe this was Satanism. Recruit me? I squeaked out.
We need to expand,
Agnes said.
We're struggling to recruit younger members. You could really help our cause if you joined.
Your cause? Elsie nodded.
We have to tell the people the truth. Aliens are out there and the government are hiding them from us.
Oh, Jesus, what had I stumbled upon? This would teach me to go walking across the beach at night. I knew better than to go out alone at night. Right. I said the word slowly and carefully, drawing it out.
It's a conspiracy,
Maud whispered.
They know. They test on them. They live among us.
Okay, then. God, this was like falling down a Wikipedia hole, except this Wikipedia was old and alien-obsessed. Can I ask you something? I looked between all 3 women, and when nobody protested, said, Why are you naked out here? With a straight face, Elsie said,
We're trying to attract the attention of the aliens, obviously. We want to be probed, Agnes added on a whisper, so they can understand us better.
Yeah, I wish I hadn't asked now. Agnes, I told you not to come down here. Theo's clean-cut British accent saved me from having to reply.
It wasn't as relieving as I'd imagine an interruption to be, because it was him, the last person I wanted to see tonight.
"Oh, damn it," Maud muttered. "It was you, waving that gosh darn phone light around."
I balked. "Hey, you're the one who walked up to me naked. You didn't have to do that. In fact, if you hadn't, I bet he'd have no idea you were out here."
"Shouldn't you be looking after your daughter?" Elsie asked, sipping her wine. "You're not allowed to leave 9-year-olds home alone."
Theo stopped in front of us all and put his hands on his hips, right on the waistband of his gray sweatshorts. He scanned us with his ice blue eyes, and his expression hardened slightly when he saw me. "She's not home alone. She's 100 feet away inside a locked house sleeping, like all of you should be."
"That's home alone in my book," Agnes chimed in.
"Thirded," Maud said. I said nothing. I wasn't that dumb. Theo looked at me. "Are you not agreeing with them?" I shrugged a shoulder and sipped my wine, meeting his eyes. "What you do with your daughter has nothing to do with me, remember?" His jaw ticked. "Agnes, I told you this morning you weren't allowed on the beach. You were supposed to have Aunt Elsie call me."
"There are no tourists," Elsie said. "We didn't see an issue."
Theo threw his arm in my direction. "Elle was on the beach, and apparently joined you." Not exactly," I interjected. "I went for a walk down to the water and—" Agnes shook her head, eyes wide. "They were naked," Theo said in a clipped tone. "No need to shake your head, Agnes. I told you all to do your little alien dances in your backyard."
"We can't," Maud argued. "Edwin keeps looking over my fence to watch us."
"So you come to a beach?" The words left me before I could stop them. When 4 pairs of unamused eyes shot my way, I slowly handed my wine to Agnes. "I'll just leave you to it." With that, I got up off the sand and ran as quickly as I could back to the house, not even pausing to take a look over my shoulder. I didn't need to look, though. I could hear all 3 of them arguing with Theo even when I reached the back deck. It ended up with a lot of loud protesting and him finally shouting over them all to get the hell off his beach. I guess he owned this stretch of beach. Must be nice. I stepped inside and shut the glass door behind me, then blew out a long breath. Yowza. Those guys were intense. If I wasn't tired before, I was now. I rubbed my hand down my face and checked my phone. The flashlight was still on, so I turned it off and opened the text from my sister. Emily. I emailed Noelle. She wants to talk to you this week. Can you email her tomorrow? Noelle@bondpi.com. Me. Sure. I'll email her tomorrow morning. Emily. Let me know how it goes. Did you read Bethany's emails? I was so not in the mood for this right now, but there was no way she'd leave me alone. Me. Yes. She stopped the video being circulated and wants me to report it to the police because it's obviously revenge porn. I'm going to call her tomorrow morning and tell her our plan. Emily. She's right. Me. I know that, but I still want proof before I accuse him. Emily. You know it was him. Me. I'm not in the mood for this, Em. Emily. Sorry. We'll talk tomorrow? Me. Sure. I'll call you after Bethany. Emily. Video chat. Amelia misses you. So do I. I sighed and put my phone down after assuring her I would video call her. Guilt racked my body at the thought I'd hurt my little niece so much, but I hadn't really thought much of anything before I'd left. 3 raps at the sliding doors made me jerk, momentarily freezing at the outline of a large, tall man at the window. I sagged when I realized it was Theo. It's open, I called. He slid the door open and stepped inside. Do you know they're crazy? I don't know. I'm not sure if them walking up to me while naked or them talking about the aliens was the thing to tip me off. I poured wine into a glass and downed it. Can you help me figure that out? Sighing, Theo stepped inside. Do you have more of that wine? Yes. May I have some? No. I deserve that, huh? I don't care if you deserve it or not. I don't share wine. I poured the last of the bottle into my glass to make a point. Especially not with grumpy, judgmental landlords. Theo stilled for a second, but he had enough manners not to respond to my slightly tipsy, albeit truthful assessment of him. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to finish my wine and go to bed because I have to call my lawyer in the morning. I gave him a pointed look. About the sex tape you didn't know about? Don't let the glass door hit you on the ass on the way out, I snapped, finally losing my cool with him. It was probably the wine, but it felt like he'd come up here just to make me feel more unwelcome than I already did. In hindsight, I never should have stayed in Creek Keys. Not for longer than a night, anyway. Hindsight was not my friend tonight. Theo opened his mouth as if he was going to respond, but quickly pressed his lips together in a restrained smile. No sooner had he done that than he left, closing the door behind him again. Finally alone, I sagged onto the island and dropped my forehead onto the cold surface. I was so going to regret talking to him like that tomorrow. It honestly wasn't the kind of person I was, but everyone had a breaking point. Apparently, naked old ladies looking for a probing from the aliens was my breaking point. I did what anyone else would do in my situation. For the first time in several days since all this happened, I sank to the floor and cried. And cried. And cried.
Chapter 6. Theo. Because the law says we can't keep monkeys as pets on Creek Keys, I said, putting the bowl of cereal in front of Ari on the dining table. But why does it say that? Because monkeys don't make very good pets. There's a 2% difference in our DNA. Why can we live in houses but monkeys can't? It was really bloody hard to argue with a child who threw logic like that in your face. Look, kid, I don't make the rules, I just have to follow them like you do. Rules suck. Yes, they do. Now eat your breakfast before I make a new rule that involves chores. She wrinkled her face up, creasing her nose in the process, but she did as she was told and scooped a big spoonful of cereal up. Thank God she dropped that for now. I did not need a monkey. Not when I had a feisty runaway living next door. Shit. I did not need to think about Elle right now. I was only going to fill myself with a mixture of guilt and curiosity. I needed neither of those things this early in the morning. I didn't need them any other time either, but still. I finished loading the dishwasher with the dirty dishes I couldn't be bothered to do last night and closed it. I would set it going when Ariel was done with her breakfast. Leaning against the countertop, I picked up my cup of tea and looked out at the beach. It was so peaceful on a morning before everyone woke up and the tourists staying at the other beach houses flocked to the beach. It wasn't the longest stretch in the world, but it was a secluded one and gave everyone in the houses more than enough of their own space to have some privacy. After glancing at Ari, who was happily eating and watching something on YouTube on her tablet, I took my tea to the back of the house and sat on the outdoor sofa. It was still early enough that it was pleasant to be outside, but I sighed as a soft morning breeze blew past the house. I tried to focus on the incoming tide, but all I could think about was the woman staying in the next house. Elle. I looked over at the house. It was nowhere near as tidy as mine or the others on the right. It needed more than a lick of paint. It needed a whole damn French kiss of it. Everything from the walls to the shutters to the faded porch needed some love. It wasn't even a question of money. It was all about time. I'd intended to have it ready for this summer. But by the time I'd done minor repairs and paint touch-ups on the other houses, and the bastard of a cowboy plumber had messed me around, it was the start of the seasons. I still couldn't believe I'd rented it to her. For a week, no less. It was even annoying that it looked so damn good inside from what I'd seen last night. She really had done an amazing job cleaning it up, and I was grateful for what she'd done. But I still didn't want her there. I didn't know what to think about her, or that bloody X-rated tape of hers. Usually if someone said they didn't know they'd made a sex tape, they were lying. A video camera or a phone was pretty fucking hard to miss. And in what was apparently a cleaning cupboard? I wasn't sure if I brought her story. Sure, she seemed like a nice, wholesome person on the internet, but that was the problem. The internet was 95% absolute bullshit on a good day. For all I knew in real life, Elle Evans was a raging bitch. All right, I didn't believe that. She'd snapped at me last night, but it was the break of a person who'd had a shit day and pretty much wanted to be left alone, not a mean person. That, and I probably deserved her ire a little bit. I hadn't exactly been nice to her since she'd shown up. Not that it was my job to be. The only reason she was in that half-renovated house was because Ari had begged me. I should have put my foot down with my daughter and said no, but I was a fucking sucker like that. That was why I'd told Elle to stay away. The last thing I needed was for Ariel to have her dreams slashed if Elle wasn't who she thought she was. She was only 9. She was too young to have her heart broken like that. I was dreading her learning the truth about the tooth fairy. 3 weeks ago she'd spent an hour writing and decorating a letter to go with her missing tooth. No. If Elle Evans was an illusion that would last for a long time, she was one I wanted my daughter to keep hold of, which meant keeping her away from my daughter. Maybe I was being overprotective, but I knew that was something I'd never regret.
I'm done.
Ari appeared in the doorway.
Ooh, it's cold.
I bit back a laugh. The child wouldn't know cold if it hit her. One day I'd take her back to England again, in winter. I'll quit it. Go brush your teeth and get changed. We have to go get some groceries today. Groaning, she said, "Oh, do I have to? Does the Earth orbit the sun?"
The people on the NASA videos on YouTube think it's CGI. What's CGI?
Usually used in movies, but also by flat earthers. Get changed.
What's a flat earther? Do they make flat models of the Earth, like a map?
Kids. Yes, exactly that. Now get changed, please.
Yes, Dad.
I glanced back. She left as quickly as she came, and I shook my head at the back of her. I had to admit I'd never met a child who asked quite as many questions as mine did. I blew out a long breath and cradled my mug. The warmth of it against my palms was soothing, and the low sounds of the waves crashing against the sound only relaxed me further. Sitting back, I sipped my tea and looked around the beach. It was empty except for one person jogging and heading this way. As they got closer, I realized it was Elle. Shit. She was too close for me to go inside and pretend I hadn't seen her. I didn't have my phone either, so I couldn't pretend that way. I was stuck in this shit situation, and her expression dropped when she saw me sitting here. Damn it. She was wearing black shorts that showed off her long, toned legs, and a flowing white strappy shirt that wasn't quite thick enough to completely hide her turquoise sports bra. As she approached, she slowed, pushing her dark hair back from her face and into her messy bun. "Good morning," I said quietly. "Hi," she replied, gripping her water bottle. How are you?" "Not too bad, yourself?" "Good." Elle looked down at her pink trainers before back up at me. I was going to stop by later. I wanted to apologize for snapping at you last night. I was really stressed and really tired, but I had no excuse for taking it out on you." You had a little bit of one. I haven't exactly been the nicest person in the world to you, I admitted, slightly begrudgingly. Also, my great-aunt and her friends will stress anyone out. She fought a smile, and it made her blue eyes shine in the sunlight. Actually, they were pretty much the best part of my day. They're funny. Do we have a different definition of the word? Funny isn't a word I'd use for them. Insane? Crazy? Nuts? Bonkers? Yes. But not funny. Bonkers? What's that? Right. It's another word for crazy. If you say, "That's crazy," a British person might say, "That's bonkers." What a weird word. It's a weird language. I shrugged. It's all the same to me. Sorry they bothered you. I told Agnes she couldn't use the beach for their little soiree, but I should have known they wouldn't listen. She shifted her weight. Honestly, aside from them appearing naked out of nowhere, it wasn't so much a bother. Although I don't think I drank enough wine before I went to bed, I can still remember it. I grimaced, slowly nodding my head. Yeah, you need at least half a bottle of vodka for that. This time she couldn't hide her smile. Well, again, I'm sorry for shouting. I let my emotions get the better of me. Don't apologize. It happens. Elle! Hi! Ari zoomed out of the kitchen onto the deck. Hi! Elle smiled, but she took a step back. Hey, Ari, how are you? I'm happy. Hi! She beamed so widely I thought her cheeks were going to fly off. What are you doing today? Oh, I have a couple of phone calls to make, then I was going to ask your dad if he wanted anything painting in the house. She was going to do what? You don't have to do that, you're renting it. She shifted her weight again to the other foot. Oh, it's fine, I have nothing else to do. I saw paint in the utility and bathroom. I'm not too bad at it. It felt wrong to let her paint anything. It was the one job I hated more than anything, and that was exactly why those 2 rooms hadn't been painted yet. That, and I was still waiting on the cowboy plumber to fix the leaky bath. The utility, however, was ready to go, bar the white paint that needed to go on the walls. I opened my mouth to tell her not to worry, but she looked at me with a mixture of hope and a plea in her eyes, like she really needed something to do right now. I exhaled slowly and nodded. Sure, if you really want to, the utility does need painting. I don't mind. I said when you agreed to rent me the house that I would help where I could. Can I help? Ari bounced on the balls of her feet. Please, Dad, please. I shook my head. No, you have gymnastics this afternoon. But, Dad... No. Miss Sheldon will be upset if you don't go. You missed last week's class, you begged me to go to the summer classes, and I paid it all, so the summer classes are what you'll go to. She huffed out a big sigh and turned, stomping off back into the house, muttering something about how unfair her life was and how mean I was. You know, normal 9-year-old grumblings. I knew she'd get to that class and love every second. Besides, the kid wanted to be a dancer when she grew up. While I knew that would probably change 1,000 times between now and her 10th birthday next year, the 2 classes complemented each other right now. Also, I needed to work, and her summer dance and gymnastics classes gave me the time I needed. It wasn't like I had anyone here to help me. Ignore her, I said to Elle. I'll stop by and give you a hand when she's in her class. She's there for 2 hours, and then she's spending the day with a friend, so I have some spare time. Oh, you don't have to. I'm weird. I enjoy it. No, it's fine. It's something I need to do anyway. I'll come over when I'm done checking in with the guests in the other houses. Her throat bobbed, and she jerked her head in the smallest nod. Okay, sure. Fine. All right then, I'll see you later. Yeah. She tucked another bit of her hair behind her ear, smiled hesitantly, and turned in the direction of the house. See you later. I watched her go until she disappeared up the back deck and into the house, leaving me alone on my own deck to deal with a grumpy 9-year-old. I pulled up behind Elle's tiny little car and put my truck in park. I heard the music the second I stepped out, and I shuddered at the volume. A quick check of the beach showed that nobody was nearby, thankfully. There was every chance I'd get a complaint. Some of the people who stayed in the houses brought their elderly relatives with them, and they did like a good moan. I knocked on the door, even though I knew it would be useless. There was no way she could hear me over the sound of her music, so I tried the handle and fist-pumped when the door clicked open. There was a god. He didn't really listen to me most of the time, but that was what I got for asking for an easy ride with a daughter. It was all on me, really. I pulled the door shut behind me and stopped. The song clicked over to Sucker by the Jonas Brothers, and with it came Elle's singing. It was the worst singing I'd heard in a long time, but that didn't stop me having to fight a smile and a laugh. I also hated that I knew that song, but that was what I got for letting Ari control the music. I walked through the clean living room toward the utility room. The door was open, and once again I stopped. The room was no bigger than 10 feet wide, but there was Elle dancing in the middle of it. The countertops were covered with clear dust sheets, and on one sat a speaker with her phone right next to it. The speaker was the source of the booming music, and I covered my mouth with my hand as I watched her. She jumped into the middle of the room, dipped her brush into the paint tin, and shook her hips to the beat of the music. The beat carried her to the wall, where she moved her entire body in time to it. Her shoulders bobbed up and down one at a time, her hips jerked side to side, and she stopped occasionally to use the paintbrush as a microphone. It was hilarious. She had no idea I was here. I folded my arms across my chest and leaned against the doorframe. She was completely and utterly oblivious to my presence, something that didn't change as the song changed to one by Little Mix. I really had to stop letting my 9-year-old control Spotify. Elle was covered in paint. I wasn't surprised, given that she was dancing more than she was painting, but she had it everywhere other than on the walls. Thank God she'd covered all the cabinets. They were brand new. She threw her hands in the air, sending paint splattering everywhere, including on me. Shit. The word escaped me before I could stop it, and I threw up my hands to stop it slamming in my face. Oh my God! She covered her mouth with her hands, but one of those hands still held the paintbrush. More paint flicked with her movement, and she screamed, dropping the brush on the floor. More paint. I'm so sorry. She grabbed a towel and rushed to me, lifting it to wipe my face. I had no idea you were there. I should hope not. I don't think I'll ever recover from hearing you sing. Her cheeks flushed bright red, but she reached up and wiped paint from my hair. I forgot the time, she stammered. Sorry. Don't worry. I took the towel from her and wiped my face with a clean part, then handed it right back. You need this more than me, trust me. You look like you got in a fight with an art store. She looked down at herself, at the smears and splatters on her legs and clothes. Right, I'm okay, it's just paint. You have a big... right here. I motioned to my own cheek, running my fingertip from my right temple down my face and onto my neck. She patted her cheek and looked at her palm. That's why you don't paint and dance. Not that it stopped you, judging by those dad moves. She blushed again. You watched me? It was a little hard not to. It's like those train wrecks where you know it's all going to go to shit, but you can't stop watching. Reality TV, essentially. Yeah, pretty much. How are you doing in here? She looked around the room and bit down on her lower lip. Well, there's room for improvement. Laughing, I traced the path her gaze had just taken. It was the most mismatched painting I'd ever seen, but at least she'd tried. All right, I have a few hours. It won't take long with both of us painting. Do you want to roll and I'll edge? I have absolutely no idea what you just said to me. Is that some kind of freaky sex thing? I picked up the paint roller and held it up. A paint roller. To put the paint on the walls? She laughed into her hand. Right. Sorry, of course. That was inappropriate. She took the roller and handed me the paintbrush she'd been using. I fought back a smile and dipped the brush in the paint. Bloody hell. Why was I smiling? I didn't like this woman, nor did I have any intention of changing my stance on her. But it was hard to hate someone who danced and sung as badly as she did while wearing booty shorts, especially when those shorts showed off long, lightly tanned legs that had the muscle tone of one of those weird people who liked running. I turned my back to her and got to painting. Why had I agreed to come and help her? Oh, I never should have let her talk me into letting her paint the room, even if she was doing it out of a little guilt. At that point, there really was no way I couldn't not help. I'd look like an absolute arsehole if I just left her to it. I was torn. Well, I had no intention of being her friend. I couldn't wait for her to leave, actually. I had the unique chance to get to know the person my daughter idolized. I had no idea why she idolized her. As far as I knew, all she did was curl her hair and give interior design tips. Actually, I could use the latter. So, explain to me why 9-year-old girls think you're God's gift to the internet. Elle snorted, then coughed so hard she had to bang her chest with her fist. Well, it's not for my elegance or grace, that's for sure. I smirked, glancing over my shoulder at her. I don't know, if I'm honest. I started vlogging when I was in college as a way to fill time, and later it was a way to earn some money while I studied. College? Yes. Is it that surprising that I have a degree? Well, you curl your hair on the internet. I didn't know you needed a degree for that. Chapter 7. Theo. Shit. Oh, I didn't mean to say that out loud. Tentatively, I peered back at her. She had one hand on her hip and stared at me with her lips curved in a wry smile, with the barest hint of laughter sparkling in her eyes. If I had somewhere else to go, I might have beaten you with this paint roller for that. Oh, I probably deserve it. You'll get no arguments there from me. She put the roller on the tray and picked up a half-empty bottle of water. I actually have a degree in psychology. I was going to continue my education when I graduated, but I saw my sister qualify as a psychologist, and I knew it would impact my ability to vlog. And at that point, I was making a ton of money. She paused. That sounds really shitty when I say it like that. It makes sense, I replied. You'll always have that degree, and there's no saying you can't complete it later. That was my brother-in-law's reasoning, too. My sister wasn't really happy about it, but he helped her see sense. Although it looks like I might be doing that sooner rather than later, she finished dryly, given the current circumstances. I waited while she put down the water and picked the roller back up. You really didn't know? She tensed, her shoulders moving up toward her ears. No, she said after a moment, relaxing her shoulders. She stared at the wall as she spoke. I remember the night. It was a party, we were both drunk, and I made a stupid decision. Apparently it wasn't as spontaneous as he'd led me to believe, given that it's on camera. A clear one at that. Sympathy bawled in the pit of my stomach. There was no denying the truth in her words. As much as I wanted to believe she was a terrible influence, she was clearly someone who'd been wronged by someone she'd trusted. Someone she'd loved. Nobody, absolutely fucking nobody, spoke with a crack in their voice unless they were genuinely hurt. Sorry, I said. I didn't want to upset you. It's fine. I have to get used to talking about it. I spoke to my lawyer this morning and my sister put me in contact with a friend who's a private investigator. You're not going to the police. This is revenge porn, Elle. I know that. He released the video purely to hurt me. The problem is that I don't trust the police to get to the bottom of it. My brother-in-law is a cop. My ex is a computer whiz, and there's no doubt he did some techie magic, so it would be hard to prove it was him. She sighed. But Noelle apparently has a super tech guy who can hack into anything, so even though they're in Texas, I hope they might be able to do something. You're paying a private investigator? I'm conservative with money for the most part. She shrugged, reaching for the water again. I don't own my apartment. I rent it. I don't need a car in New York City, so my sister keeps it in her garage so I don't have to pay for garage rental. Why do you have a car if you don't need one? I live in the city because it's convenient for work and other things. I'm actually a country girl at heart, and my sister lives quite close to the country. I stay at her place probably once a month, sometimes with her and her husband. Sometimes I look after my niece so they can have time alone. They go to my place and stay when they need a quick break. Is that the girl in your video? Mel? She grinned. Her real name is Amelia. My sister doesn't mind, and my niece loves it because she gets to keep all the toys we get sent. We can spend an entire weekend filming videos where she's a superstar like Auntie Elle, and it gives me several weeks of content for her. Your sister isn't worried that you're exploiting her? Elle laughed. Exploiting her? God, no. Amelia asks to do it. She loves showing off on camera. Any money I get from videos that include her is transferred 100% to her savings account. Well, it's actually split between a savings account and a college fund. If she ever says she doesn't want to do a video, it doesn't happen. We do all kinds of random stuff that has nothing to do with anything, especially when Emily and Ben go away. I'm the fun aunt who buys drum kits for Christmas. As a parent, I can assure you that she does not think you're the fun aunt for the drum kit. She laughed again, shrugging. I know, but it's my job. I'm sure she'll return the favor one day when I have kids. But in my defense, Amelia can already pay for her first year of college, so I think I get a pass on that. I'd let you buy my kid a drum kit if you'd cover a year of her college, I muttered. Maybe, as long as I had noise-cancelling headphones. That was Emily's birthday present last year. She grinned. See? I'm the fun aunt and a considerate sister. I had to give her that one. Aunt Elsie considered herself the fun aunt. And since she bought me a drum kit when I was 5, she did fit the bill. Not for my parents, though. And she definitely didn't buy them headphones. The only thing close to that she owned was a megaphone, most often used in the conspiracy crew's 3-woman stakeouts in front of the town hall to demand the truth about aliens. I was just glad none of them could work Netflix. The last thing they needed was the opportunity to watch all 12 seasons of Ancient Aliens to validate them. So, does your aunt often get naked on the beach with her friends? I sighed, setting down the brush after edging around the doorframe. More often than I'd like. I don't mind them coming to the beach to do their alien watching, but I wish they'd leave their clothes on. She stifled a giggle. But why do they get naked? I thought they were Wiccans at first. Then I would have understood, but aliens? I think they think there's power in nakedness, or that the aliens will get them naked anyway, so they're skipping a step. I keep telling them that they're more likely to scare the aliens away if they're naked, but they think I'm crazy. You don't agree with them? I don't know if it's a matter of agreeing with them. I think it's terribly egotistical of humans to blindly believe we're the only intelligent life in an infinite universe. But I would rather they didn't beam me up and probe me when said other life, who is probably more intelligent than us, finds us. Well, their methods leave something to be desired, Elle agreed after a moment. But at least they're not hurting anyone. Now, I'm not sure. 2 years ago they were protesting outside the town hall. The mayor sent a police officer out to move them on, but Maud took offense and hit him with her picket sign. Elle's eyes widened. She hit a police officer? Well, she did it in such a way she claimed it was an accident. My lips curved to the side. So she got away with it, but the police officer now runs in the other direction when he sees her coming. What are they protesting outside the town hall? The fact that the governments, local or otherwise, are hiding proof that aliens are real. They demand the truth at 3 o'clock every Friday afternoon. What? Do they have a standing appointment with the mayor or something? I wish I could say no. The mayor told them that daily protests were problematic and disruptive, but if they wanted to pick a day and time, he would take 5 minutes to entertain them. Her eyebrows shot up. For real? I'm not kidding. Go by there on Friday at around 3:45 and wait. He'll come out for the final 5 minutes, tell them they're crazy, reiterate that he has no proof of aliens, and even if he did, releasing it isn't his call. Then, at 4, everyone disbands and life goes back to normal. That is a little strange. Creek Keys is a little strange. You get used to it. I'm not sure naked pensioners on the beach at night is something anyone could ever get used to. You are not wrong. We shared a smile, and I turned back to my painting. I'm going to get some more water. Do you want some? Elle asked, pausing next to me. Sure, thanks. Do you have any ice? She smiled and nodded. I'll put it in a glass. Damn it. I was starting to like her. It didn't hurt that she was fucking beautiful. It was pretty hard to hate beautiful people. It was unfair, and also why I could never really stay mad at Ariel for very long. I turned to dip my brush in the paint, but right as I did, Elle returned. I saw the water glass too late. We collided, and her gasp accompanied the shock of ice-cold water coating me. I was battered by ice cubes, and I let out a loud fuck when one smashed into my nose. I was soaked. Oh, my God, I'm so sorry. Elle dropped what she was holding, the water bottle and the glass. The glass shattered the moment it hit the wooden floor, sending tiny specks of glass flying across it. Oh, shit, the bed! Bloody hell! I breathed, dropping my paintbrush into the roller tray. That's cold! I am so sorry. Oh my God, let me get you a towel. She froze, holding out her hands. Don't move, I'll get the broom. She rushed away like she had a rocket up her ass and grabbed the broom from where it was standing against the wall in the kitchen. She ran back over and swept it all into a pile at the side of the doorframe, then stared at me. Oh, crap, I forgot the towel. I rubbed my hand down my face. Jesus, she was right when she said that she wasn't loved for her grace or elegance. It's fine. I reached down and pulled my shirt up and over my head, then used it to wipe my face. The water had been oddly soothing. It was 1,000,000 degrees in the humid mess that was Florida, but it was now uncomfortably warm from where it had stuck my shirt to my stomach. Elle turned and froze, her blue eyes widening. Like the glass and the bottle before it, the towel slipped out of her hand and fell to the floor, although that was decidedly less messy than the glass. What? I asked, then looked down at myself. I was shirtless. Oh, sorry, do you want me to put it back on? Her cheeks flushed a bright shade of pink. No, it's fine. I mean, it's my fault. I wasn't watching. Also, it's your house. I'll run back to my place and get a new shirt. It's fine. It's fine. She held up her hands, then bent to pick up the towel. Just, you know. Her gaze drifted over my upper body, lingering for a second on my stomach before she swallowed. Warn a girl before you start getting naked. Especially when you look like that. Look like what? A closet underwear model? She clapped her hand over her mouth. I fought back a smile. I was not an underwear model, but I appreciated the compliment. She dropped her hand and parted her lips as if she were about to say something, then jolted when the sound of her phone buzzing filled the air. That's my phone. She ran into the utility, past me, almost brushing right up against me. I breathed in, not that it did anything, and hated that I caught the smell of shampoo that lingered on her hair. The unidentifiable scent mixed with the paint that was all over her, and I shook off any of those thoughts before it went too far. The last thing I needed was to get too attracted to Elle. And that was something that would be all too easy.
Chapter 8. Elle. The good news. Noelle Bond in Texas was willing to take on my case. The bad news? I was now $4,000 lighter. And that was just the deposit. It was worth it. I hadn't lied when I told Theo I was conservative with money, but I also hadn't let on to my earnings. I made a lot of money. More than I ever thought I would. Until now. There was no denying that my earnings were about to take a huge hit. Hell, they already had. It made me thankful for the lessons my parents had taught me before they died. The best one being that money was like the weather. It was always unpredictable. I didn't care about my apartment. As long as I could get my belongings, I had enough funds to rebuild my life, and that made me exceptionally lucky. Or smart. Maybe both. With a sigh, I shut down my laptop. I'd spent the past 3 hours searching for a place in either Florida or Alabama or Georgia where I could stay, but I'd come up empty. I'd even searched Cuba and the Bahamas, but that was pointless because my passport was at my sister's house. I doubted she would send it to me without packing her entire person into a mailing box with it. I did not need UPS delivering my older sister in a box. If I didn't find a place to stay tomorrow, I was running out of options. There was no other option than having to speak to Theo and see if he would let me stay here longer. I wasn't in any position to go home to my apartment or even Emily's house, and I was quite enjoying Florida. It was quiet here. It was sunny. It was crazy, and nobody cared that I was here. I would have to publicly deal with the video soon, but that wasn't today. Thankfully. Hopefully it wouldn't be tomorrow either. I grabbed a bag of cheese Doritos and stepped out onto the back deck. It was shaded at this time of day, thankfully, and I settled onto the rattan sofa to look out at the beach. I almost had a flash of yesterday where there were 3 ladies gathered together, but it turned out the group was just a couple and their extremely large dog. Thank God. I was not here for another round of conspiracies with the old ladies. Not tonight, anyway. Besides, I was still flustered after spending most of the day painting with Theo. I about had a heart attack when he'd taken his shirt off, and I wasn't sure I'd even wiped the memory from my brain yet. He was unfairly sexy. Like, straight up unfair. God was feeling generous with the good luck charms the day he was born. Ugh. The last thing I needed was to be attracted to a guy who just didn't like me. No matter how nice he was to me today, I knew he didn't like me, and that was fine. That was his right. I just didn't want to blush if I saw him half naked again. Any luck? I jolted at the sound of his voice. Turning, I saw him standing a few feet away from the edge of my deck. His dark hair was wet and dripping down his face, and a glance down at him revealed his soaking wet shorts and a towel wrapped around his shoulders. Huh? I said dumbly. With the house hunting, did you find anywhere? Oh, no, I didn't. Everywhere is booked. I shrugged a shoulder and set down the Doritos, then licked my orange dust-covered fingers. I'll keep trying. I know you want me to go. He rubbed the towel down his face with a sigh. It's not. I don't. Damn it. What? I judged you based on what I knew, or what I thought I knew. I might not understand what exactly you do or why people everywhere are completely obsessed with you, but I don't think you're a bad person, or the bad influence I thought you were. He walked closer and rested against the railing at the bottom of the steps. Yes, you made a mistake, but it's not like you pulled a Kim Kardashian and made a legit porno. I'm not quite that ballsy, I admitted. I don't even like the lights on. His lips tugged to one side. I'm certainly not going to force you to leave if you have nowhere else to go right now. You're not? Theo shook his head. Elle, I'm not a bad person. I'm a judgmental one, apparently, but not a bad one.
I can't rent the house to tourists anyway. It's off the website for the rest of the year. If you need to stay for 2 weeks or 2 months, I don't mind.
You don't?
No. Besides, having a prepubescent 9-year-old is bad enough without me throwing out her favorite vlogger. I laughed, bringing my hand up to cover my mouth. I don't doubt it. Don't worry, I'll still keep my distance. He shrugged. It's not a big deal. I don't know why I thought I could keep her away from you, to be honest. She'd find a way, like kids do. I smiled, because it was probably true. Where is Ari? At a friend's house. She went over after her gym class, but she and Amy talked her mom into a sleepover, so I have the night to myself.
So you went for a swim in the ocean?
I can't do that when I have Ari. He shrugged again. Besides, the water was the perfect temperature. It's nice when the beach is quiet.
That's why I'm out here.
I smiled. He returned the gesture, grinning a little wider. Well, I'll leave you to your quiet. I nodded gently.
See you.
Theo turned but stopped after 2 steps. Hey, Elle, did you eat yet? I froze.
Do Doritos count as dinner?
Yes, but don't tell Ari I said that.
He grinned.
I don't feel like cooking for just me, so I was gonna go down to the diner and get some food. You wanna join me?
My eyebrows shot up so far they almost went into orbit. Really?
Yeah, not like a date or anything, just food. I mean, if you're gonna stay here, I'd like us to at least be friends. Plus, an Ariel-free night is a rarity, and I'd like to spend it with another adult.
My lips twitched to the side.
I would really like that. Brilliant.
His eyes matched his smile.
It's not too far to walk. Why don't we meet in 15 minutes and walk over there? I'll call Charity to keep us a table.
Sounds perfect.
All right, I'll see you in a few.
Another fleeting smile crossed his lips, and this time when he turned, he really did keep going. And my stupid, girly stomach did a backflip of excitement and nerves. Not a date, Elle. Not a date. I didn't even want a date. But dinner with a handsome British guy? Well, I'd never done that before, and I could have worse plans. Like eating Doritos on my own. Deciding what to wear had been positively horrific. I was also really low on options and really had to venture into town tomorrow to get some more clothes if I was going to stay a little longer. Honestly, I probably would have to arrange a removal company to empty my apartment, then have Emily send me down some of my stuff. If Theo didn't mind me staying, I wasn't going to rush to leave. That was a thought for another day. Now I smoothed out my light pink sundress and ran a brush through my hair one final time. After slipping my feet into some comfortable ballet flats, I grabbed my purse and headed out. Theo was already sitting on the front step waiting for me, looking far too good in a white t-shirt that showed off his deep tan and dark chino-style shorts. Looks like neither of us could decide what to really wear.
Ready?
He looked up from his phone.
When you are. Perfect. Let's go.
He stood and pocketed his phone, then joined me on the road.
I'm meeting some friends for drinks after if you want to join us.
I opened my mouth to refuse, then stopped myself. It had been a long time since I'd really had drinks with anyone, and if I was going to stay a little longer, it wouldn't kill me to know more people than Theo, Ariel, and Charity. Sure, that sounds great. I smiled gratefully. I bet you don't get to do that often. He snorted, shoving his hands in his pockets.
Almost never. Only if Ari stays over with a friend or Aunt Elsie has her. Maybe 3 or 4 times a year. And even then there's always a long list of stuff to get done without her. If you weren't here, I'd probably find something to do at the house.
I frowned. You never get a break?
Nope, it's just me.
But what about her mom?
Theo sighed, shaking his head. She died when Ori was 18 months old. She made a bad call and drove after a night out. Hit a tree head first and died about 2 weeks later. Holy shit. I'm so sorry, I replied softly. Why? You didn't make her get in the car. We weren't on the best of terms anyway, but it wasn't the first time she'd done it. I was already fighting for custody of Ari because I didn't trust her not to do it with her in the car. That's how my parents died too. A drunk driver? Them? I shook my head. Someone plowed into their car at an intersection several years ago. They died pretty much straight away. I'm sorry. People suck, I said. They don't care about what they do to others. True. I guess the only consolation with Freya is that she only hurt a tree. And herself, of course. That's not really true, though, is it? Because it hurt you and it hurt Ari. Now she has to grow up without a mom around. It's just selfish. Well, you won't find any arguments here. I agree with you. Anyway, that's just the way it is for us. She has a lot of wonderful female influences in her life, and for that, I'm thankful. I nodded, and we spent a few minutes walking in silence. Theo kept us on the dirt track that lined the beach, one that was too small for a car, and I realized this was a walking path to the diner. No wonder he said it wasn't far. I have to ask, how did you end up here? Huh? He peered over at me. In America, or here specifically? Either. He laughed. My dad is American. He went to Oxford for college after he graduated here and met my mom. He got a job at the university after that and married her then. My grandparents on her side had a lot of property in the UK, and when they died, it all fell to them. I think I was 15 when they decided to sell up and move to America. Ouch, I bet that was rough. I went from 1 year of school left to 3. Yeah, that was shit. Dipping my head, I laughed. So they sold all the houses and came here, where my dad's family owned the beach house. They invested the money into building more like it, and here we are. Where are they now? Back in England. They come back every winter and spend 6 months here, so I get a little more time then, but I don't like to impose on them. They split their time between Creek Keys and Key West. And you own all the houses? Yep. Dad was going to sign over 50% of the properties to me, but Mum told him that they were all mine or none of them. The one at the far end, not the one you're in, the one we passed a few minutes ago, is actually the only one they still own, but they pay me to maintain it. That's pretty cool. Are they full all year round, the houses? For the most part. I've cycled renovations on them all, so one is done at a time. Or not done, in the case of yours. That leaky bath because of the bloody plumber, right? I grinned. Theo chuckled, leading me to some rocky steps. That bloody plumber, indeed. He's supposed to be coming this week, so I'll let you know on that. Good to know. Here, these last few are rough. He went ahead of me and stopped at the top, then held his hand out for me. Well? I put my hand in his, hoping he didn't notice the shiver that darted up my arm and left all my hairs standing on end. Carefully, I made it to the top and slipped my hand away before I did something stupid. If he noticed, he didn't let on. Instead, we walked the few feet to the diner's front door, and Theo held it open for me to step inside. With a grateful smile, I entered the diner. I was immediately hit by the rich scent of all different types of food, and my stomach rumbled. I flattened my hand against it. Thankfully, it was too noisy for Theo to have heard, but it did confirm that a small packet of Doritos was not enough for dinner. A large one, however. Well, if it ain't my favorite person and my new favorite person here having themselves a dinner date. Charity bustled over to us, and before either of us could open our mouths to tell her it wasn't a date, she grabbed 2 menus and motioned for us to follow her. Great. Now she thought it was a date.
Now everyone would think this was a date. "Here you are," she said, taking us to the same table I'd sat at when I arrived in Creek Keys. "Y'all sit, and I'll be back to take your drink orders in a second." "She's a whirlwind," I said, watching as she left. "She's something, all right," Theo said, pulling out a chair for me. "Sit." "Well, aren't you the perfect gentleman?" "Shh, don't tell everyone. It'll ruin my reputation." "What reputation?" "The one where I'm a rough-around-the-edges gentleman." Laughing, I picked up my menu. "Oh, please. If anyone thinks you're that, I'll eat my socks." "Get ready to grill your socks, Elle." He raised his eyebrows in a challenge right as Charity came back. "Charity, settle something for us. Am I a perfect gentleman or a rough-around-the-edges one?" She looked at him, then at me, and frowned. "Child, the only thing rough around the edges about you is that beard of yours that needs a trim." Theo pinched the bridge of his nose. "As for a gentleman, well, I don't know about that either," she said with a wink tossed in my direction. "Now stop asking me stupid questions with stupid answers and tell me what y'all want to drink. I'm rushed off my feet." "I'll have a strawberry margarita, please," I said. "Yeah, baby. Theo, I assume if you're on a date that it's a Coors Light?" "It's not a date." We both said at the same time. "Mm-hmm," Charity replied, writing on her notebook. "I think y'all doth protest too much." She left with a flourish. "Well, that's the first time I've heard that quote said like that," Theo muttered. "Not that I'm surprised about who said it." I fought back a smile. She's a human hurricane. Does she ever listen when you tell her something? "Well, that depends. On whether or not she wants to hear what you're telling her," he finished dryly. "She wants to believe this is a date, and unless you want to get into a fight, I'd give it up." "You sound like you have experience with it." "The woman has been trying to marry me off for the last 4 years. At least." "Have any of those attempts been successful?" "Not even remotely so." He wiggled his left hand at me to show me the bare finger. "I couldn't be more single. I don't have the time to date, especially not in the summer when Ari is at home." "Ain't no excuses for the winter." Charity swept back in like a breeze and set both our drinks down in front of us. "You're just a stubborn old mule who doesn't know a good woman when he sees one." "We are not doing this," Theo said firmly. I picked up my glass and hid my smile behind it. "Maybe you'll marry this one. She's nice. I like her." "Charity." "I'm just saying, child, you're not getting any younger." "I'm not even 30. Besides, there are men out there who are 80 who are having babies. Also, I have one." Charity snorted. "Ain't nobody but gold diggers want to sleep with an 80-year-old man, honey." She made a good point. "Unless you're 80 yourself, but you're probably gonna put your back out. Lord knows I did last week planting my tomatoes." Another excellent point. "Are you going to take our order? I thought you were rushed off your feet," Theo said. "Ain't ever too busy to put you in your place, child. Now what do you want?" I snorted as I choked down a laugh. I might never leave Creek Keys. Charity winked at me. "I bet you won't." Theo shot her a look before he placed his order of the all-American burger minus the pickles, and I did the same, with the pickles. Charity left us to it, sweeping away with her usual lively sachet. "Bloody hell," Theo muttered, fighting a laugh. "I told you. She tried setting me up with her niece last winter." "What? No." I leaned forward, grinning. "She did. She had her entire family come and stay for Christmas, and her niece had just had a bad breakup. My parents were here, and my mom watched Ari for a few hours. We had the most disastrous date I've ever had in my life."
Really? Yep. She was not ready to date, but didn't want to tell Charity no. She basically cried for half the date, then got drunk and texted him. Holy crap, I breathed. That's literally Rachel in Friends before she dates Ross. Never watched it, he replied. But that was that. I banned her from setting me up with anyone else after that because it was a nightmare. I have to admit that I do the same thing. He tilted his beer bottle toward me. Thank you. Tell her that. She thinks I'm crazy. I'm not telling her anything. She scares me a little bit, to be honest. No kidding. She's like a... Like a what? Charity said, sweeping past us with a sassy smile. Nothing, Theo said quickly, grimacing when he looked at me. I hid my smile behind my glass again and looked out the window. More than anything, I needed to break this conversation, because if I didn't, I was afraid I would like Theo more than I should. Chapter 9. Elle. Blair leaned across the table, whipping her black braids over her shoulder. You don't have to date him, just bang him. Giggling, I covered the lower half of my face with my hand. It could have been the wine talking, but my new best friend was killing me. There also had to be something in the water in this place, because she was just as beautiful as Theo was handsome. I'm not going to bang Theo, I stage whispered, trying not to giggle all over the snacks between us. No. Listen, hear me out. Blair's dark skin was smooth under the glaring lights, and her wedding ring sparkled when it caught the spotlight. He needs to get laid. Oh, not this shit again. Theo sat in the seat next to me. Blair, not everyone who's single needs to get laid. No, but all miserable bastards do. She grinned, her dark brown eyes dancing with the laughter she was barely restraining. I'm trying to do you a favor, buddy. Ignore her, Theo said to me, pushing a glass of wine in my direction. I don't know if another glass is a good idea, I said slowly. It's a great one, Blair exclaimed. Get drunk and get laid. My wife, the romantic. Alex took the empty seat next to her and handed her a glass of red wine. Isn't she so lovely? I giggled again. She is. We're best friends, Blair declared, raising her fist to fist bump me. I obliged, knocking my fist against hers and exploding our fingers after. You know, like the cool kids did, maybe 5 years ago. You can't make people have sex, Blair, Theo groaned. Tell that to porn directors. Oh my God, she was a delight. Alex, she said, grabbing his arm. Elle Evans is my best friend. The vlogger our kid loves is my best friend. Do I get cool mom points or what? My eyes widened. You can't say anything, Theo said quickly. She's hiding. Yeah, because of the sex tape. But she obviously didn't know about it. I grimaced. Maybe I'd gone a bit hard on the whole delight thing. So did Blair. Sorry, that was the wine talking. It's fine. I have to get used to it. I suppose I'll hear about it for the rest of my life. She leaned forward. I don't know why you don't just make a video and tell everyone to fuck off. Defend yourself. Tell the world what a jerkbag your ex is. She probably can't, Alex said. Not if she's pursuing legal action, which I'm sure she is. I nodded. My lawyer is working on it, and I have a private investigator tracing the origins of the tape. As soon as I have proof, the police can deal with it. She's smart, Blair declared, raising her red wine. You should totally do her, Theo. It's remarkable, Theo said dryly. A 28-year-old mother of one speaking like she's a teenager. I'll act like one, too. Maybe you need to get laid, Blair. As a rule, yes, I do. I laughed into my glass, while Alex merely shook his head and smiled. I got the impression this behavior was normal for Blair, and everyone was used to it. I got that. Video Elle and real Elle were two different people, too. Mom Blair and friend Blair likely were as well. I assume she didn't talk like this around her daughter anyway. I hope not. While they talked and joked, I peered into my wine. Maybe it was the wine talking right now, but Blair kind of had a point about me doing a video. It wasn't like my lawyer Bethany had said I couldn't. I would of course check first, but maybe I did need to get out my side of the story. It had to be better than the continuous, no-comment replies my agent and publicist were giving everyone right now. Plus, it would be on my terms, in my words. But it would also mean going online and seeing what people were saying, so it probably wasn't going to happen yet. "Ready to go?" Theo asked, nudging me. I nodded and smiled. Yeah, I was ready to go. I'd had more than enough wine, and all I really wanted to do right now was pass out in my bed. We said goodbye to Alex and Blair and turned in the direction of the beach. Creek Keys really was small enough that you could walk literally anywhere, and Theo grabbed my arm and put it through his. Thank God I was in flats. We walked in silence. The only noise was that of our feet hitting the concrete, but that was joined by the distant crashing of waves as we got closer to the beach. It was a peaceful walk, and for the first time in more than a week, my brain was silent. No endless thoughts, no worrying, no going over everything 1,000 times. It was nice. The houses came into view right as we turned onto the dirt path. I stumbled on a stone, but thanks to having my arm linked with Theo, I stayed upright. He peered over at me with a smirk. "Graceful you are not." "Not even the slightest," I replied. "I'm a bit of a hot mess, to be honest." "I hadn't noticed." "Shut up." He laughed, and we walked past his house to mine. "I'll walk you to the door. Make sure you don't trip over your feet on the steps." "Ha, ha, ha," I replied dryly. I slipped my arm out of his at the top and fumbled inside my purse for my key to unlock the door. After twisting it in the lock, I pushed open the door, then turned to Theo. "Thank you for tonight. It's the first time in a long time I felt normal." Slowly, his lips pulled into a smile that lit up his entire face. "It was fun. Sorry about Blair. She doesn't always think before she speaks." "Neither do I," I muttered. He laughed gently. "Try not to fall over yourself on your way inside." "I think I can make it past the doorstep." I tripped on the frame, stumbling into the house. Theo was lightning fast as he grabbed me, first by my wrist and then by my waist, righting me before I really fell over. "Yup. Looks like it," he drawled. "Shut up," I murmured, turning around. His hands were still on my waist, and mine were now on his chest. I peered up at him, trying to ignore the thundering of my heart against my ribs. This was the closest I'd ever been to him, and I was sure it was only because of the wine, but a part of me really wanted to reach up and kiss him. Just once, a tiny peck. But I didn't. I took a step back, releasing myself from his hold, and cleared my throat. "Thank you." "Anytime." Theo stepped back too. "Try not to fall going up the stairs. I think I'll sleep on the sofa." "Probably a good idea." "Night, Elle." I swallowed. "Night, Theo." He stepped outside and closed the door behind him. I sighed, following his footsteps, and leaned against the door. Damn it. I should have just kissed him. I would probably regret it in the morning, but still, I could have blamed the wine. Double damn it. 2 knocks rattled the door, and I opened it with a frown. Theo was standing on the other side, and before I could ask him what he wanted, he stepped inside again,
pushing me back and cut my face. Then he kissed me. It was firm and hot, quickly moving from just a peck to something deeper. He slid one hand to the back of my neck, and I put my hands on his waist, fisting his shirt. Shivers cascaded all over my body, and my heart thundered once again. I couldn't believe he was kissing me. I couldn't believe he was kissing me like this. His tongue stroked along the seam of my lips, and he kissed me once more, deeply, before he slowly pulled back and rested his forehead against mine. "That was a surprise," I whispered. "Sorry," he murmured. "Probably regret that in the morning." "Probably." He stepped back, his fingers trailing away from my body softly. "Good night. For real this time." I flattened my hand against his chest. "Good night." Theo left again, and this time he didn't knock. I locked the door, and after swinging by the fridge to get a bottle of water, went upstairs to bed. I would think about this in the morning. I groaned as the bright light from the sun glared through my window. My head felt like I'd headbutted a cliffside 50 times, and my mouth was all gummy and dry. I forced myself out of bed to close the drapes, then dragged myself into the bathroom to brush my teeth. When the gumminess had been replaced with minty freshness, and I downed the bottle of water I'd brought to bed last night, I sat on the edge of the bed and cradled my head in my hands. I blamed Theo for this hangover. Theo. Shit. He'd kissed me last night. I dropped back onto the bed and then winced when my head throbbed. How was I supposed to look Theo in the eye now? How was I supposed to talk to him? Why on earth had he kissed me? It had to have been the wine, or the beer, whatever. There were no two ways about it. It was purely alcohol-fueled after a fun, boozy night and an accidental trip over the door frame. Circumstance. That was it. Nothing more. Jesus Lord, I was in trouble. My phone chirped from the nightstand, and I dragged myself up the bed to check it. It was a text from Noelle, the PI. "Noelle, can you talk on the phone right now?" I could, but my hangover said I probably shouldn't. Still, I had to. "Me. Sure." She must have had my number pulled up, ready and waiting, because the call came through 3 seconds after I hit send. "Hello?" I answered. "Hi, Elle," she said in a voice with a deep Texan twang. "Good morning." I blinked hard. "Morning. You're up early." "It's 11 o'clock here in Texas. Did you just wake up?" "It is? Crap." I checked, and yep, it was just past midday. "Too much wine last night." She laughed. "I'll keep this short and sweet then. We still haven't conclusively proven it was your ex, but we do know that a tabloid magazine paid for the tape." "Wait, what?" $30,000 from what we know. Someone paid 30 grand for a tape of me having drunk sex in a dimly lit broom closet? What would a tabloid want with that? You would be surprised what people will pay for an exclusive. They'll have made it back in 5 minutes after breaking the story from revenue and people swarming their website. They also now own the tape, and there's a chance they could sell it on to, porn sites. Shit. How do I stop that? I didn't consent to the tape. I didn't know it was being made. Surely that can't be posted. Well, I'm no lawyer, but I have worked on revenge porn cases before, so I'm aware of a few things. I don't believe a website can post the video if you have an ongoing case. It would make them complicit, in my opinion, and potentially open them to legal action. I was afraid you'd say that. Look, I think we can find out who they paid, or at least trace a bank account. If we can do that, you can file a report with the police in New York to prevent it happening. I'll also send you the report on the tabloid so you can have your lawyer deal with it. They might be able to put a freeze on any potential sale. Okay, thanks. I know I can't stop the reporting, but Pornhub's homepage isn't exactly a career aspiration of mine." She laughed again. "I have to agree with you on that one. On the other hand, you're pretty in demand right now, so you could command a pretty penny for it." For the first time ever about this situation, I laughed. You know what? If all else fails, it might be my only career option left. I don't think so. You can recover from this, especially when the truth comes out. For what it's worth, my 14-year-old niece thinks you're up there with Jesus. I'm pretty sure she actually prays to you in church. My brother and sister-in-law have no issues with her continuing to watch your channel, and they don't even know it was revenge porn. You didn't tell them? No, honey. I have a strict client confidentiality clause. I never speak about my work, especially on private cases like this. You can tell them the truth. I don't mind. And if anyone wanted to leak it to the media, that would be great too. She chuckled. I'll keep it in mind. Listen, I've got an appointment in 5 minutes, so I have to go. But think about it like this. You have a platform, Elle, and there are millions of impressionable teenagers and preteens who watch your every video. You could turn this around to a teachable moment and educate people on revenge porn. Every cloud has a silver lining. This might be yours. That was an excellent point, and one I hadn't thought of. You're right. I'll have to think on it. Thanks, Noelle. You're welcome, honey. I'll have this report sent over to you so you can send it to your lawyer. Thanks so much. Don't worry. We'll talk soon. Bye. Bye. I hung up and put my phone down on the bed. Well, I was definitely awake now, so I was going to take a shower, then grab some Tylenol and hope it worked soon. And continue wondering why the hell anyone would pay $30,000 to watch me get fucked against the wall of a broom closet.
Chapter 10. Theo. My head was thumping at 1,000,000 miles an hour, and now I had the worst possible thing for someone with a glaring hangover. A 9-year-old talking non-stop. I really should have thought going to the bar through. It wasn't the only thing from last night I should have thought through either. I really should have considered the ramifications of going back inside to kiss Elle, but I hadn't been thinking with my head. No, I had most definitely been thinking with my cock. My cock was a twat. Dad, what's a sex tape? I jerked around, dropping the bread I'd just buttered for her sandwich. I'm sorry, what? She blinked at me innocently. What's a sex tape? Where did you hear that? She shuffled from side to side. We watched some of Elle's videos last night and someone mentioned a sex tape in the comments. We tried to Google what one was, but Amy's mom has bans on the internet, so we couldn't find out. How the hell did you explain that to a 9-year-old? Go sit in the living room while I finish your lunch. We'll talk then, okay? Okay. Unbothered, she skipped off out of the kitchen, humming whatever song she listened to on repeat right now. I picked up the slice of bread that had obviously landed butter side down and tossed it in the bin. After fixing her sandwich and getting her fruit and a yogurt, plus some Doritos, I took it to the living room where she was tapping at the screen of her tablet. This is the video, you see? She shoved the screen in my face and pointed. I set her plate on the coffee table and took it from her. Sure as shit, she was right. There was a comment asking her why she had a sex tape. Surprisingly, it was the only one. But I imagined she probably had people who would remove comments. That or they didn't get through any filters. Did YouTube moderate comments? I had no idea. Okay. Well... I handed Ari back her tablet and sat next to her on the sofa. The reason Amy's mum has controls on the internet is for the same reason I do. There are things that aren't suitable for you to see. But I'm not a baby. I know you're not a baby, sweetheart, but there are still things that are inappropriate for children. Like whatever a sex tape is? Exactly that. But is it? And why does Elle have one? I sighed and touched her knee. Elle's old boyfriend made a video of her doing grown-up things with him. Elle didn't know he had videoed it, and then he shared it a week or so ago. What kind of grown-up things? Like what mommies and daddies do? Exactly that. Very grown-up, private things that you don't need to know about yet. Okay. Is that why she's here? Is she hiding from the mean person? Yes, and she's really popular. A lot of people know who she is, so there are a lot of people talking about her. They want her picture and want to know what she has to say about it, so she's here. Is that why I can't tell anyone she's here? You didn't tell Amy, did you? No. I didn't want to make Elle mad at me. I want to be her friend. I'm sure she'd like that too. I squeezed her knee. But you don't need to worry, okay? Okay. She looked down. Dad, is Elle okay? I smiled sadly. She had such a big heart. She's okay, sweetheart. Why don't I see if she wants to take a walk on the beach later, then you can see for yourself. Harry's face lit up. That would be fun. Do you think she'd play in the sand with me? You'd have to ask her. She might not want to, though, so don't get too upset if she's too busy. I won't, I promise. Okay. Do you want to wait here while I run over and see if she wants to? Uh-huh. I'll be fine. I have food. She grinned and bit down on a strawberry. I patted her shoulder and got up. I'll be right back. Okay. I headed out the back door and down the deck. Elle was sitting on the back deck of her place with a towel wrapped around her head, and she looked up when she saw me approaching. Her cheeks flushed pink. I guess we both remembered last night. Hey, she said softly. Hey. I put my hands in my pockets. How are you this morning? Me or my head? The same as me, then. But you don't have a 9-year-old talking constantly. That is a blessing. Don't count on it. She wants to be your friend. That's actually why I'm here. She raised her eyebrows. Does she have you doing her dirty work? Wrapped around her baby finger? Yes, and yes. It's the occupational hazard of having a cute daughter. I shrugged. It's fine. I'm used to it. Elle smiled. She watched your videos last night, and apparently people have been leaving comments about, you know. Her smile disappeared in a split second. What? For what it's worth, it seems like the comments are being moderated. There was only one. Shit. She looked down at her phone and tapped furiously. There, I've told my publicist to sort it out. It's not right for the younger kids. The comments are so interactive, and that's where I ask them to give me opinions and ideas. Well, yeah. I just had to explain to Ari roughly what a sex tape is and why you have one. No, fuck. I'm really sorry. It's not your fault. You shouldn't feel guilty about what you can't control. Elle looked up, leaving her phone on the sofa, and paced. No, I can feel guilty, and I will. Kids need to be protected. My channel has always been a safe space for them. Now it's not. That's on me. No. I walked up the stairs and grabbed her shoulders, making her stop and look at me. Elle, it's on your ex, not you. He made that video. He released that video. He did this. Not you. She swallowed. He didn't release the tape. What? He sold it. Her voice cracked and she cleared her throat, looking away for a moment before she met my gaze again. He sold it to a low-rent piece of shit tabloid who paid him $30,000 for the privilege of ruining my life. My stomach dropped, bolted right to my feet and kept going down, and then anger. Anger that someone would do that. To her. To someone who was, well, a good person. A genuinely good person who probably never even considered hurting anyone else. I'm sorry. When did you find out? Half an hour ago. She shook her head and the towel worked loose. It fell to the floor, leaving her long dark hair to fall around her shoulders in a wet, knotty mess. I spoke to my private investigator. My lawyer has their report now to make sure the tabloid doesn't sell it on, and I should have proof they paid his account by the end of the day. Then I can report it to the police. My jaw clenched. She peered up at me, a slight hint of amusement in her eyes. Why do you look so angry? 'Cause I am. You don't deserve that, Elle. Aw, and here I'd convinced myself you didn't like me. I looked her dead in the eye, dipped my face closer to hers and said, I didn't think I did, either. Her cheeks flushed a light pink. Anyway, before she comes out and starts a riot, Ari wants to know if you'd like to join us for a walk on the beach. She also wants you to build a sandcastle with her. Elle dipped her head, laughing gently. She's sweet. I'd love to. But maybe later when it's not so hot and my hangover has disappeared. Now that's a plan I agree with. I dropped my hands from her shoulders. All right. Are you okay? I'm fine, honestly. I just want answers, then I can have my say. Your say? I have to address the situation sooner or later. If people are leaving comments and my younger viewers are seeing it, that's a problem. She turned when her phone buzzed, and she grabbed it. Good. What? My publicist is going through and shutting comments off on my videos. That won't be a problem for now, and now I'm wondering why that wasn't done before. Her jaw ticked with frustration before she sighed. Well, it's done now. It can't be changed. I cupped the side of her face, gently brushing my thumb over the soft skin of her cheek. You'll get this under control. Why are you being so nice to me? You didn't like me 3 days ago, now you're kissing me and cupping my cheek? Well, there was a lot of alcohol involved in the kissing. Believe me, I don't go around kissing people just for the sake of kissing. That makes me feel so good, she said sarcastically. Thanks. I didn't mean it like... Oh, bugger. It came out totally wrong. I rubbed my hand down my face. I kissed you on an impulse, one that was likely helped along by all the beer, but I kissed you because I wanted to, Elle. Oh. You have to realize I don't really date at all. Ari is my sole responsibility, and sometimes being dad is entirely who I am. Last night you reminded me what it was like to be Theo. Dad me wouldn't have kissed you, but I'm glad that I did. She smiled, pushing her wet hair away from her face. Well, I have to admit, you're not so bad. As Dad or Theo. I returned her smile and stepped forward. Now, talking of being Dad, I've left my child home alone while I came to do her dirty work. Come over when you're ready to go for that walk. Elle wrapped her arms around her body and nodded, her eyes shining. I will. See you later. I left her on the deck and jogged back to my house. Ari was still sitting on the sofa, her face covered in Nutella. I had no idea how this child got in such a mess eating something as simple as a chocolate spread sandwich. She looked up the moment I walked in. What does she say? Is she coming? Grinning, I nodded. She's going to come over when she's ready, so just be a little patient, okay? She sighed dramatically. I suppose I can try. Oh, go and wash that mess off your face, will you? She's here! She's here! I winced as Ariel's shriek pierced my skull. All right, calm down. But she's here! I know she's here. Aliens on Mars know she's here. I ruffled her hair as I headed for the back door where she was waiting. Are there aliens on Mars? No idea. Ask Aunt Elsie, she'll know. I opened the sliding door. Come on, then. Elle raised her eyebrows. Oh, God. She's not obsessed with aliens either, is she? No, not yet, at least. Elle! Ari rushed across the room with a bucket and spade in each hand. I brought you a bucket. Elle pressed a hand to her chest, pretending to be delighted. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. I was just thinking that I didn't have a bucket to make a sandcastle. Ari grinned and held it out to her. Here you go. You can borrow my spare one. You are so lovely. Thank you, it's perfect. She dutifully took the bucket and spade. Shall we go? Where's the best spot for sandcastles? It's the sand. Not too wet, not too dry. Come on. She snatched up Elle's hand and all but dragged the poor woman down the deck. Ari, let her walk, I called, closing the door behind me. It's fine, Elle yelled back with laughter in her voice. It's fine. It was not fine. Elle, in keeping with everything I learned about her last night, tripped on the dry sand after a particularly insistent tug by Ari and landed on her knees. At least it was sand. Not even Elle could hurt herself on sand, probably. Good spot. Ari plopped herself on the ground next to Elle. Perfect sand. Elle looked at me and shrugged. I laughed from where I was, still several feet away from them. It wasn't exactly the walk I'd envisioned, but Ari was happy, and I knew she was worried that Elle was sad. She might not fully understand what Elle was going through, but she had the most sensitive little soul. She was still young enough to be ignorant of the cruelties of the world, and even though one of those had been shown to her today, she'd responded in the way everyone should respond. Not with anger, not like me, but with a good heart and kindness. What are you building? I asked, sitting down between them. A sandcastle? Duh. Ari rolled her eyes. Oi! Attitude, I warned her. Sorry, Dad. All right, she mostly had a good heart, with a bit of attitude thrown in there. It could be worse. She could be all attitude with a bit of a good heart, I suppose. I don't think I'm very good at sandcastles, Elle said, filling her bucket full of the damp sand. They always break when I tip the bucket over. You have to pat it down. Ari leaned over to Elle's full bucket and hit it with her spade. Like that, you see? Oh, of course. Let me try. Elle copied what Ari did. Now, flip it? Yes, quickly so it doesn't fall out. Okay. Elle put down her pink plastic spade and, sticking her tongue out of the corner of her mouth, flipped her bucket. Now what? Tap it again. She dutifully did as she was told. Now pull it up, carefully. Elle did just that, revealing a perfectly formed sandcastle. Yay! Ari squealed and clapped her hands. She sent her spade flying right into Elle's sandcastle and squished it. Uh-oh. Yep, seems about right, Elle said. Don't worry, let's do it again. The relief that covered Ari's face sent warmth running through my heart. I fully agreed with the whole never meet your idol ideology, but seeing my daughter meet hers was magical. Also, the fact that Elle cared enough to give her the time of day and made her feel special only endeared her to me a little more. I sat back and watched them play together. Elle genuinely cared, answering all Ari's questions and talking to her about things I barely knew about. I couldn't tell the difference between the ponies in My Little Pony, and I didn't really care about the monsters of Monster High. Elle, however, knew. She knew. She cared. She laughed when Ari told her about the movie she just watched on Netflix. She asked questions about the book she was reading. She listened when Ari went on about how badly she wanted a puppy and how mean I was for not buying her one. She worked with her when she couldn't get her moat deep enough around her castle, and she never once took a moment to so much as roll her eyes or act annoyed. I rubbed my hand down my face and smiled when they both went down to the shoreline. Ari armed with a bucket for the seashells she needed to decorate her castle. They laughed together, and the sound of Elle's laughter mingling with my daughter's knotted my stomach. I barely knew this woman. I'd only known her a matter of days, and for half of those I'd actively disliked her. Now I was finding that she was swiftly becoming someone I could see myself spending a lot of time with. And after last night's ill-advised kiss, that was an awful lot of time in my mind. It was crazy after such little time. Maybe I was still drunk. That was the only logic I could come up with. I glanced at my watch. It was getting close to dinner, and judging by the way Ari was hanging on Elle's every word, she wasn't going to let her go any time soon. I jumped up and headed in their direction. "Who wants pizza?"
Me, I want pizza,
Ari screamed, making Elle wince.
with potato wedges and cookie dough.
"Anything else you'd like, Your Highness?"
Yes, a lemonade.
Elle giggled into her hand. "Any preference on pizza?" I asked her. Her eyes widened. "Me too?" "Of course. You two are friends now, right? Friends eat pizza together." I winked at Ari, and she gasped, clasping her hands together. Elle glanced down at her, her lips twitching. "I guess they do. I'm not too fussy, as long as it's either cheese or pepperoni." Another gasp escaped Ari.
I love pepperoni.
"Great," I muttered. I found her soulmate. Elle's laugh rang out in such a way that it made my stomach flip. "I'm also partial to cookie dough and lemonade."
Yay!
Ari jumped up and down.
Dad, can we have pizza?
"Of course we're having pizza. I wouldn't have asked otherwise, would I?" I winked again. "Elle, if you don't mind watching her, I'll run out and grab it."
Oh, please.
Ari grabbed her arm and hung off it. We were going to have to talk about it. Elle smirked, looking back at me. "Go ahead, we have a lot of shells to find." My heart swelled 3 sizes, a bit like the damn Grinch. "I'll see you soon."
Chapter 11. Elle. Good? I looked down at the shell Ari was holding up and nodded. Perfect. That's big, too. It'll go at the top. Oh, yay! She set it carefully in her bucket and looked around a little more. Do you think we have enough? Let's see. I reached down for her bucket and tilted it so I could see. It was a quarter full with various shells and seaweed and other little ocean bits. Oh, we have enough. Shall we go decorate our castles? Yes! Yay! She ran back up the beach to the town we'd inadvertently created and dropped herself on the sand beside it. I followed, albeit more slowly than her. My fall earlier had accidentally found us the perfect spot for sandcastles, and we'd quickly established a 10-castle town that needed, according to Ari, 1,001 decorations. I rejoined her at our little castle town and sat just outside the outer moat. Well, I called it a moat, but there was no water in it. After 15 trips to the sea, she'd finally accepted defeat and realized that the moat wasn't going to hold water. We were pretending now. I watched as she draped seaweed over 3 castles, gently moving them so that they sat just the way she wanted them. Elle? Yes, honey? She meticulously arranged a shell on the side of one castle. Dad explained your tape. Oy vey. Yeah? Yeah, she said softly. I'm sorry someone was mean to you. I couldn't help but smile. It's okay. I have some really nice people who are helping me. Here? In Creek Keys? No, I said slowly. At home in New York. Oh. She put a shell down and looked at me. You live in New York City, don't you? What's that like? Your videos look really cool.
It's busy. There are a lot of people there. I bet it's better than Creek Keys. Not exactly. I like it here. It's quiet and sunny and relaxed. I think I want to live in New York. I want to be just like you. I looked over at her. No, you don't. I do. I really do. She crawled over to me and sat down right in front of me. You have the best life. You have pretty hair, pretty clothes. You get to play with puppies. I really want a puppy, but Dad says no. I knew that. I work a lot. My videos take hours to edit and pull together. I can spend hours on the phone talking business. It's not as glamorous as it looks. No way. Your life is so cool. You do the best stuff. Oh, Lord. I was about to give this poor baby girl a lesson in reality. Ari, you have to realize something, I said, pulling my phone out of the pocket of my shorts. I pressed my thumb against the screen of my phone to unlock it. What you see here on the internet isn't real. How isn't it real? It just isn't. Any of it? How can all of it not be real? Some of it has to be real. I shrugged one shoulder as I opened Instagram and showed her the screen. Sure, some of it is. But almost every single image you see here of all these people everyone thinks is perfect is fake. They're photoshopped. They're filtered. They've been brightened and lightened and edited because that's what they think people want to see. But they're real pictures, right? They're actually in those places? Sure, they're real, but it's not their real life. I locked my phone again and, resting my arms on my knees, looked her in the eyes. You don't see them waking up at 6:30 and going to the Starbucks drive-thru with yesterday's mascara, hair that looks like a rat's nest, and a yogurt stain on their sweatpants. She laughed. They don't do that. Of course they do. Before you met me, would you think I did that? A frown marred her brow, and she brushed her hair back behind her ear. No. With a wry smile, I pointed to my hair. Rat's nest. I barely even brushed it after my shower before I shoved it up into a bun. Then my eyes. Yesterday's mascara. Some came off in the shower, but it's waterproof, so not all of it. Then my shorts. That's a yogurt stain from my afternoon snack. You don't see any of this on my Instagram or my Facebook or my YouTube channel. But this is me, Ariel. This is who I am when I don't have to be perfectly pulled together. Sometimes I'll make 3 videos in a row and just change my outfit so I can have a day off. And on those days, I don't even know if I change my panties. And I definitely don't wear a bra. I choose what I want people to see. I choose the version of Elle I want to put out into the world. I don't think I understand. Think about it this way. Do you go to church? She frowned again. Not every week, but sometimes. Dad forgets. I fought a smile. I bet you dress up real pretty in your nicest dress. I do, and my sparkly shoes, and my special silver church bow. So, not things you wear to, say, the grocery store or the diner? No. Why would I wear my sparkly shoes to the grocery store? Exactly. I took her soft little hand in mine. I don't wear my sparkly shoes if I don't have to, and I save my nicest dress for my videos. Does that make sense? I think so. You see what I want you to see. That's the same for all those people you see. None of us look that good all the time. Her eyes widened as reality settled on her. I guess you're right. That doesn't mean you should stop watching everything. It doesn't mean you can't love the people you watch. Just be aware that the fancy lives you're shown aren't necessarily their realities. Like a movie? A bit like a movie, yeah. I think I get it. She looked out at the water. Do you do all this stuff in your videos? Sure do, honey. I volunteer at soup kitchens and dog rescues and all that other stuff.
but you only see a little bit. You see maybe 5 minutes, but what you don't see is that I do a 6-hour shift at the soup kitchen. I spend 8 hours at the rescue helping them with puppies and dogs and even cats. But you don't see that I do that every single week. You do? Every week? All the time? Uh-huh. Every Monday I help at the soup kitchen, and every Thursday I go to the shelter. I didn't know that. Exactly, because I don't share that. I have a whole life behind what you see on my videos. That is but a snapshot of my life. Remember that. She turned and grinned up at me. I will. I promise. I tapped the tip of her little nose. Abraham Lincoln once said that you shouldn't believe everything you read on the internet. But, Elle, Abraham Lincoln died before the internet. Exactly. And do you know where I read that? The internet. I grinned and squeezed her hand lightly. She laughed, leaning into me until her head rested on my upper arm. You're silly, Elle. I hugged her into me. I am silly, and so are you. She giggled when I tickled her. Shall we finish these sandcastles before your dad gets back with the pizza?
No time,
Theo said from behind us.
Did someone order pepperoni pizza, potato wedges, lemonade, and cookie dough?
Me, I did. Ari scrambled on the sand, rushing to get up.
Come wash your hands and we'll eat on the deck.
Theo turned back to the house, and I grabbed all the buckets and spades to take with me. I left them on the deck near the food and went inside to wash my hands. Their house was beautiful. A mix of homely and beach decor, from the blue sofa to the pictures of Ari on the walls. One wall was a gallery of multicolored photo frames. Some of the pictures were just Ari through her life. Others had Theo and other people in. There was one of her as a baby with a woman who had the exact same color hair, and my heart twanged when I realized I was looking at her mom. Poor baby. I couldn't imagine growing up without mine. It was hard enough being an adult without her. I scurried through to the kitchen before they caught me staring. Ari was scrubbing her hands and spraying soap everywhere, something Theo was deftly avoiding in a way that said he'd done this 1,000 times before. Done, she declared.
Plates and napkins, please, he asked, rinsing his own hands. Soap?
He offered me the dispenser. My lips twitched, and I held out my hands. He put 2 squirts of glittery pink soap in my palms with a look that said, "Don't ask." That explained why he didn't use the soap. After I'd washed my hands and removed every drop of glitter, courtesy of the soap, I joined Theo and Elle on the deck. I can't believe I get to eat pizza with Elle Evans. Ari was bouncing on the sofa. This is the best day ever! I fought back laughter. I'd never met a kid like her, and that was saying something since my niece was a hoot. Theo shook his head, but he was smiling.
You're crazy.
I'm not crazy. She grinned and reached for her cup of lemonade. I'm normal.
Sure. How did the sandcastle building go? Did you find fun shells?
Ari nodded, since her mouth was now full. Yes, I said, patting the corner of my mouth with a napkin. There's a quarter of a bucket full. We found loads. Really big ones, too, Ari added. I'll show you later.
Can't wait,
Theo replied. My phone buzzed in my pocket, and I put my pizza down so I could check it. It was an email from Noelle's tech guy, Carlton, and it said exactly what I was hoping it would. From Carlton Hooper, carlton@bondpi.com. To Elle Evans, ellybelly27346@gmail.com. Subject: Please see attached.
Elle, per your phone call with Noelle this morning, please see the attached document. It will detail the recipient of the money. Best wishes, Carlton. Are you okay?
I swallowed and looked at Theo. Yeah, it's, from the investigators. His eyebrows went up.
Good news? I don't know. I'm a little afraid to open the attachment. Because then you'll know for sure. He smiled sympathetically. Uh-huh. Ariel looked between us.
Now what?
How many people it takes to change a light bulb? Theo said quickly. Do you know?
I don't, but I can ask Google.
Excellent idea. Why don't you take your pizza and lemonade and go and look?
Why do I need to find the answer when Elle already has it?
To make sure her answer is correct, obviously. Ari thought about this for a moment, then nodded her head once.
Okay.
She grabbed an extra slice of pizza, then picked up her cup of lemonade and headed inside. I can't believe she bought that. I looked at Theo. How did she buy that? She's not usually allowed food in her room. She hoards the wrappers and plates. He shrugged. Are you going to look? I don't really have a choice. I unlocked the phone. I really had to get Emily to send my phone now, and opened the attachment on the email. I took a deep breath and read it, literally holding my breath when I saw the recipient. Mitchell Ashcroft, and his bank details. The exact date and time to the very second when $30,000 hit his bank account from one Rebecca Preston, identified in the document as the editor-in-chief of the tabloid that had broken the story. I let out the breath, sagging down on the sofa. This was it. This was the proof I was looking for, the proof that it was him. It really was Mitch who'd done this to me. I met Theo's eyes and nodded slowly. It's his bank account. It was him. He grimaced, then moved to sit on the sofa I was on. He wrapped his arm around my shoulders and hugged me, and I didn't know I needed that contact until I rested my head on his shoulder. It was weird because I knew it was Mitch. I knew he was the one who'd done it. It didn't make sense because he was in the video, but I also knew he wanted to get back at me for breaking up with him. But there was always that chance that it wasn't him, that someone else had gotten hold of it and shared it. Not anymore. That ship had sailed. I was looking at cold, hard proof that someone I'd shared my life with and someone I'd lived with was responsible for ruining it. It was a hard pill to swallow. You okay? Theo asked after a few minutes of silence. I nodded and sat back up straight. Yeah, I'm okay. Just weird to see the proof on paper, you know? What are you going to do now? Report it to the police. My lawyer can connect me to the police in New York. Then I guess once it's filed, I'll speak to my agent about posting a video that gives my side of it. That makes sense. Will you go back to New York? Not unless I have to. Honestly, I don't feel safe there right now. I'm going to ask my sister to go to my apartment and send me down some of my stuff. Like clothes and my actual phone. That's not your phone? No, I panicked and left it at my apartment before I left. I bought this cheap one on the way down here. I unlocked the phone again and forwarded the email to Bethany, telling her that I wanted to report it to the police now that we had this proof. Makes sense. He slipped his arm to rest on the back of the sofa and looked out at the water. Do you want to take some pizza back with you? Why? Are you kicking me out? No. He returned his gaze to me. I just thought you'd want to go back and deal with this. I never want to deal with this, I replied honestly. But it's past 5, so she won't even be in the office. It'll get done in the morning. Then you can stay as long as you like. Do you have multiple personalities? A few days ago, you told me to stay away from Ari. Now I can't get rid of you. Theo grinned. What can I say? You're growing on me. Quickly. Growing on you? What am I, a fungus? Laughing, he wrapped his arm around me again and squeezed. You know what I mean. It's weird. I don't want to spend time with anyone, but I like being around you. Oh no, you're not going to use the whole, but you're different than the others, Elle, line on me, are you? You are different. My child won't leave you alone. Even if I didn't want to spend time with you, I don't think Ori would give me much of a choice. I hummed. You know what your problem is? I think you've got a hero complex. A hero complex?
Yes, like a Disney prince or something.
I don't know. A British prince and an American woman? History doesn't really side with that, does it?
True that, I muttered. I still think you have a hero complex.
Well, we'll see how much hero is in me when I kick your arse at Monopoly. Remember when I called you a perfect gentleman? I said when he stood up. Yes, yesterday.
Not so much now. Chapter 12. Elle.
You literally cheated!
I gasped. I did not cheat. Ari sighed and folded the board back up. Dad, don't be a loser.
I already lost.
Theo sat back on the sofa.
I am a loser.
I looked at Ari. He doesn't lose this game much, does he?
She put the lid on the box and shook her head.
Never, ever, ever. He always wins. I think he's the cheater.
I am not a cheater, Theo insisted.
No, but you are a loser.
I grinned from my cross-legged position on the floor next to the coffee table.
A big, fat loser. He held up his hands.
No need to be a sore winner.
Sore losers need a sore winner.
Whatever, you cheated.
Give up, Dad. Ari rolled her eyes and picked up the board game. I didn't see her cheat.
You're not supposed to. That's kind of the point.
Then he frowned.
You're supposed to be on my side.
No.
I laughed and sat on the sofa at the opposite end of Theo. Oh, come on. Kids never side with their parents. It's like an unwritten rule of childhood. Ari nodded her head in full agreement. All right, I'm not going to sit here and have you two form a clique to bully me, he teased. Ari, go and take your shower, please. She groaned, dipping her head back.
Why do I have to shower every single day?
Because you get dirty every single day, he said so automatically I just knew this was a daily conversation they had. Another sigh, but Ari did as she was told and went upstairs. You do that daily, don't you? I asked. Every single day. He ran his hand through his hair. I think she does it now just to do it. It's not like she doesn't know she has to shower every day before bed. It's been a thing for 3 years. I grinned. You are going to have so much fun with her when she's in her teen years. You and I have very different definitions of fun, he said dryly. I'm not looking forward to that at all. It's already starting.
Oh, that's gonna be rough.
You could be supportive and give me advice. Honestly, I'm not sure what advice to give a man who has to guide a teenage girl through the most troubled years of her life. Buy noise-canceling headphones? Educate yourself on tampons? Invest in something stronger than beer? Find God, because you're gonna need him. That really wasn't the support I was going for. I snorted. I'm not going to lie to you. Puberty sucks. Girls are the worst. I have no idea how my parents did it with 2 girls without anyone dying. There was a knock at the door and Theo got up. Maybe I should have spent more time on dating the last few years. Someone who knows what they're doing would be helpful. I laughed. Aunt Elsie, he said, surprised. I peered through the doorway into the hall.
Can we?
No, he said immediately.
But,
no.
Theodore.
Do not call me Theodore. I grinned. Theodore. Why hadn't I assumed that was his full name?
Then stop interrupting me, you rude child.
I'm not a child.
Then do stop acting like one and let me in.
She shoved past him, letting herself in, and stopped when she saw me. Elle, my new friend. All right, then. Hi, Elsie. I waved. How are you? I'm just fine. We're seeing the mayor tomorrow for our weekly protest, and I have a doozy of an article to show him about UFO sightings off the coast of Creek Keys. She sat down on the sofa next to me. Theodore, put the kettle on. I'd like one of those PG Tips cups of tea. I'm not doing anything if you can't use my name properly, Theo replied. Theodore is your given name. It is how you were christened. I shall use it if I wish. Aunt Elsie. Theo, even I can see she's not giving it up. I fought a smile. And what's PG Tips? Teabags, he replied. From England. Oh. Well, go on then, Elsie said, clapping her wrinkled hands together. I'm dying of thirst over here. It's like being in the desert out there. Hardly. Theo turned and walked out of the room, presumably to the kitchen to make Elsie her cup of tea. She patted my knee. Will you be joining us for our protest tomorrow? Oh, I actually have a meeting around that time. I lied. But I'm going to try to come by at the end. Theo told me you get the mayor out. We do. Dear old Robin gives us some of his time to hear us out. I think he might declassify some documents soon. We're wearing him down. She threw her fist in the air. We will not be silenced by the deep state. Well, alrighty then. There was no arguing with her passion, that was for sure. I actually wanted to ask you something. Oh, Jesus. What can I help with? I replied, just knowing that was a terrible idea. She placed her hand on mine. You have that internet show, yes? It wasn't really a show, but sure. Yes? Would you tell the world about us? About Creek Keys? I'd imagine it's on the map. No, about the crew. You know, let people know we're here. Let them know we're on their side. Yep, there was the terrible idea. I placed my hand on top of hers and patted gently. Elsie, as much as I would love to tell the world about you, Maud, and Agnes, my channel isn't really the place for such a thing. Well, why not? The majority of my followers are under 18. That's the perfect place. Initiate them while they're young. That's what the Satanists do, you know. Yeah, no. My channel was not the place for her. I'll tell you what. I'll reach out to some friends in the business who are more in line with your beliefs and see if they'll interview you. Besides, I'm not posting videos right now. Yes, the sex tape. Don't worry, dear. They'll find something else to lie about soon. Lie about? Well, it's not real, is it? That's what the media does. They lie to bring people down. Oh, this woman was a trip. An acid trip. I also didn't want to tell her the tape existed, because that was going to open a whole can of worms I didn't want to have to explain. I was saved from responding thanks to Theo returning with her cup of tea. He set it down on a coaster in front of her and looked at me. You're still alive after being left alone, then? Of course. We get on like a house on fire, don't we, Elsie? I winked at her, and she winked right back. Great. Just what we need. A recruit to the conspiracy crew. Oh, don't be silly, Theo. She's not there. Not yet, anyway. I'll make a believer out of her. That wasn't ominous sounding at all. I think Elle has better things to do than listen to your codswallop. Elsie looked him up and down. If that's true, what's she doing here with you? Ha! I coughed to cover my laugh, but it was largely ineffective. It kind of barked out of me, because she was looking at him in such a way that it was impossible not to laugh. It was that withering look,
The one that almost always accompanied a cutting remark like the one she just dished out to him. The kind of comment you could never get a reply to.
"What are you doing here?"
Theo asked. See? No reply. "We need to use the beach."
"Absolutely bloody not. Elle is still scarred from the last time you were there."
Well, he wasn't wrong. "Will you let me finish?"
"You know how I feel about you using the beach. You never do what you say you're going to do. You always go crazy with the aliens. A new family is coming tomorrow, and they have 4 kids under the age of 10. You can't go anywhere near the beach."
4 kids? Blimey. Do they use protection? Aunt Elsie! A wet-haired Ari came barreling into the living room, darted straight around Theo, and threw herself onto the sofa next to Elsie. "What are you doing here?" "Well, I came to see you, of course." Elsie hugged her tightly, then pulled back and held up one finger. "I have something for you." She rummaged in her purse and pulled out a chocolate bar, then handed it to Ari. She gasped. "Thanks, Aunt Elsie. You're the best." "I know," she said smugly, accepting the kiss on the cheek Ari offered.
"The answer is still no,"
Theo said.
"I won't be bought."
I grinned and shuffled to the edge of the sofa. "I'll leave you all to it."
"I'll see you out."
Theo got up and ushered me out of the living room and onto the back deck where he slid the door shut behind.
"Sorry about her. She's fucking crazy."
I laughed, clutching my phone tightly. "She's harmless. Unless she thinks you're an alien, I'm sure." He glanced over his shoulder at her.
"Mostly, anyway."
I peered back. Ari was rolling back, laughing at something Elsie had said. Their bond was pretty special, and I couldn't help but smile at them. "I'll leave you to put Ari to bed and get rid of Elsie," I said, taking a step away from the door. "Thanks for this afternoon. I really needed it."
"Are you sure you're okay?"
Concern filled his eyes. "I'm fine, Theo, really. There's nothing a hot bath and a tub of ice cream can't fix."
"An entire tub? Even I know that's a bad day."
"It's fine. I have some control over the situation now. I just need some peace and quiet."
"Okay, come here."
He stepped forward and wrapped me in his arms, holding me firmly against his body. I'd been in worse places. Hugged against a tall, handsome Brit was an okay spot to find yourself in.
"If you need anything, text me."
He stepped back, releasing me. I smirked. "I can't."
"Why not?"
"Because I don't have your phone number."
"Oh, bugger it. Pass me your phone."
I unlocked it and handed it over. After he tapped it in, I said, "If you wanted my phone number, all you had to do was ask." On a sassy grin, I skipped down the steps.
"I don't have your number."
"I know," I called back, flipping a look over my shoulder. "You didn't ask."
Chapter 13. Thea. Slowly I shook my head and smiled as she walked off. The huge white stain on her arse, that I assumed was yogurt, hoped was yogurt, stood out like a sore thumb on the black shorts, and I was mad at myself for how my gaze lingered there. And not at this stain. I shook it off and went back inside where Ari was still laughing at Aunt Elsie. I looked at her and said, 1 hour. Tuesday afternoon at 2 o'clock. You will use the stretch on the other side of Elle's house and you will keep all your clothes on. Do you understand? Aunt Elsie thought for a moment, then nodded. Yes, we accept. With that, she kissed the top of Ari's head and got up, tucking her purse against her body. What do you want it for? What are you lot doing now? She sighed. Oh, Theodore, don't you have other things to worry about without wondering what I'm doing? I glanced at Ari. If you go to bed now, you can have an extra 30 minutes on your laptop. The girl moved faster than I'd ever seen her go before. She darted out of the room into the stairs before she wheeled back and yelled a goodnight wish in Aunt Elsie's direction, then went back to the stairs again. When I heard her bedroom door shut, I turned to Aunt Elsie. What the hell does that mean?
Don't you think you should be thinking about what you're doing with Elle?
That doesn't help. She sighed.
Theodore, you don't date. I can count on one hand the number of women I've seen you date in the last 5 years. That's 1 per year if you max it out, and I'm not sure you need all these digits.
She wiggled her fingers and thumb.
You are notorious about keeping women away from Ariel, yet here she is at your house.
This is different. Ari loves her anyway, and she's staying right next door. I initially told her to stay away from Ari, but it's not going to happen. Besides, she's a great person.
Yes. You had dinner last night and drinks with Alex and Blair.
How do you know that?
I know everything.
She tapped her temple.
Now, I know everyone thinks I'm a crazy old lady, including you, but I know everything that goes on in this town, Theodore.
Then how come you don't know that the sex tape is real?
Psh! Of course I know it's real. But she's dealing with enough stuff right now without having to talk to an 81-year-old woman about it. Besides, I don't care. Porn stars are lovely people.
She's not a porn star.
Of course she's not. She's a poor girl who's been done dirty, but that's not what I'm talking about.
Then tell me what you are bloody well talking about.
Don't take that tone with me, boy.
She pointed at me with one long wrinkled finger.
There's something about this girl that has you enamored.
I am not enamored.
No, but you're spending more time with her than anyone other than Blair. Not that she counts, mind you, but the point still stands. But just think about how much time you're spending with her. She doesn't live anywhere near here, and I don't want to see you or Ariel get hurt.
She looked pointedly at me.
I'm not trying to be a pain, but just take a breath.
Aunt Elsie, we're friends, that's all. She has nobody here and she's having a rough time. I'm little more than a shoulder to cry on.
Child, don't treat me like I'm yesterday's pig shit. I saw how you hugged her. I saw how you looked at her. I'm not saying you're in love with her, but you're sure as hell attracted to her.
I clenched my jaw. Of course I'm attracted to her, but that doesn't mean anything, unless you get drunk and kiss them. Thank God she didn't know about that. She held up both her hands in defeat. Aunt Elsie, I appreciate you looking out for us. I always do, but I would never intentionally do anything that I thought would hurt Ari. I'm not even concerned about myself.
And that's why you haven't dated.
Exactly. It's easier to stay as we are now.
But you're not. Huh. Maybe you should date this girl.
I rubbed my temples. You've just spent 10 minutes telling me why I shouldn't be attracted to her. Now you're telling me to date her? She tilted her head to the side.
I don't know. I like her. Is she moving here?
I think this conversation has been a whole lot of pointless.
I guess it rather has, hasn't it?
She raised her eyebrows and headed in the direction of the door.
Anyway, thank you for the beach next week.
Yeah, what do you want it? Aunt Elsie slammed the door behind her, leaving me staring after her. I sighed and sat down on the sofa, burying my face in my hands. I should have known she'd go off on that tangent for a reason, and it had little to nothing to do with Elle. It had everything to do with not telling me why she wanted the beach. I blew out a long breath and scrubbed my hands across my face. Unfortunately, she'd had a point. I didn't date because of Ari. Not only was my time limited like I'd told Elle, but bringing someone into Ariel's life only for them to potentially leave was a big factor. And it wasn't like there was anyone to have her while I actually carved out a relationship. I couldn't do that with her always around, not without her getting attached. Which is what I now feared was happening with Elle. Emotionally, she was already attached to her on a level because she watched her videos. What I didn't need was her getting literally attached to her, only for Elle to leave to go back to New York. Selfishly, I didn't want me to get attached. If she lived close by, maybe it would be different. But our lives were built in separate places, and it wasn't like she could up and leave New York where her family was. She could no more do that than I could. Was it foolish to continue spending time with her? Was it foolish to allow Ariel to get closer to her, knowing she'll leave, to allow myself to? Maybe the knowledge that she was leaving mattered. I didn't expect her to stay here for very long, but I also knew that there was no way I could avoid her for the time she was here. The problem was that the more time I spent with her, the more I liked her, the more I liked spending that time with her. And that hit hard, because there wasn't really anyone I liked spending time with. But Elle, I sighed. Elle was funny, she was bright. Her laugh lit up an entire room without her even knowing she was doing it. That was a terrifying prospect to me. She was right. I hadn't even wanted to like her days ago. I'd been determined to hate her, to keep her away. But there were people you just couldn't do that with. I hated that Elle was that person for me, and I didn't really know what to do about it all. How long is she staying? Blair tapped the ash off her cigarette into the ashtray on the step next to her. We were sitting on the back deck watching the girls play on the beach. I don't know. She doesn't know either. I haven't seen her in 2 days. She hasn't even been outside. She slid her dark eyes my way. That's kind of creepy. It's not like I've been sitting here with binoculars. The house is right there. It's not like you can miss it. Sure, you can miss it. Just don't look. Blair? She laughed, flipping her braids over her shoulder. She dragged on the cigarette, then stubbed it out. And you didn't call her or text her or, go over there? I don't have her number. Another laugh. Why was I talking to her again? I should have told her to send Alex over with Adeline. But here I was. I had no intention of having it when she came here, and when I put mine in her phone, she joked that if I wanted her number, all I had to do was ask for it. She sighed, heavily. And you didn't. Obviously not. But I also didn't think it'd be 2 days before our paths crossed. Plus, she's been here a week, so I thought we'd discuss a longer-term rental plan. But she just sent the money to my bank account this morning. You're charging her? Blair, she was a stranger when she showed up here. Yes, I'm charging her. It's my business. All right, I'm just saying. She moved the ashtray out of the way and picked up her mug of coffee. Why didn't you go over there and check in? I was going to, but it felt awkward. She's been dealing with a lot. When she was here 3 days ago, she found out for sure it was her ex who sold the tape. Sold it? What a motherfucking sleazebag. That was one way of putting it. I know she was reporting it to the police on Friday and then speaking to her agent or whoever to figure out her next moves. I didn't want to go and distract her because if Ari knew I was going over there... She chuckled, looking at the girls. Yeah, you'd never get her away. I'm here. Do you want me to run over and see if she's okay? I stared at her. Hey, I like her. I think she's cool. It wouldn't be weird if I went over there, only you, considering you can't seem to figure out if you're attracted to her or not. I can safely say I'm attracted to her, Blair. I would be too if I swung that way. She winked at me and got up. I'll be 10 minutes. Tell Adeline I'll whoop her ass if she's naughty. I rolled my eyes because we both knew I would do no such thing. Blair and I had been friends since I'd moved to Creek Keys, when she'd taken the weird English kid under her rather quirky wing. Then she met Alex when he came on vacation, and he never left. I sat and waited for her to return like a lost bloody puppy. She did, within a few minutes, and sat back down on the step next to me. Well?
She tilted her head to the side, watching as the girls ran down to the waves.
Don't go in too deep, she yelled at them. Knees only.
I winced and rubbed my ear. The woman could shout for America, that was for sure.
Blair, focus.
Sorry. She's fine. She's just been really busy. She said she was on the phone to the police for 4 hours on Friday and 2 hours to her lawyer before that, not including the 10 million calls to her sister who's checked in every 30 minutes. She paused. I think that was an exaggeration, but she really didn't act like it. From what I understand, they're really close. Uh-huh. Yesterday she was on and off the phone with her agent and publicist. Apparently she's been given the green light to post a video that basically says it was published without her knowledge, but no further comment will be given while there's legal shit happening. Very technical. Shut up. She's trying to figure out the best way to do it without giving too much away to her younger fans. I had to hide her laptop because she was about to throw it across the room. You hid her laptop? Yeah, she went to the bathroom and I put it in the dryer. Oh, let's hope she opens it before she starts it, I muttered. So, now what? Is she holding up until she figures something out? Nope, I'm taking your daughter for a few hours and you're going to go over there and help her. Blair, no. She shook her head so vigorously she almost whipped me with her braids. Put those away. I gathered them in my fist and set them so they hung over her shoulder, the one farthest from me. You're going to take my eye out. Good. And you might use your ears instead. Why are you taking Ariel? Because... She touched her hand to my knee. You clearly like Elle. Oh, Jesus, not you too. I just had this rant from my aunt last night. Oh, I'm not going to Elsie you. She laughed. But part of the reason you don't date is because you always have Ariel. You have no time to build relationships. It was so much fun the other night when we hung out. We haven't done that since Christmas. You have to work. You can't take Ari so I can have a life. Actually, I'm on vacation for the next 2 weeks, so I can. You're self-employed. Fine, so I'm working from home. Same difference, you know that. She waved her hand dismissively. Theo, if you like her, spend time with her. She clearly needs a friend right now. You could be that friend. No, we all know I'm not that patient. Besides, you like her. I can see it in you. So what if she's going to leave? Have a fling. Is it going to kill you? What is your obsession with me being in a relationship? I want you to be happy. And you don't think I'm happy with the way my life is? I didn't say that, she said slowly. Just because you're not unhappy doesn't mean you're happy, Theo. You can exist in an ambivalent state where you're both, yet neither. What am I, Schrodinger's cat? Maybe. Do you meow when you're hungry? Blair grinned, her white teeth gleaming. Look, I'll take Ariel now and she can hang out at her place until after dinner. The girls can help me make spaghetti. I'll bring her home around 7:30. That gives you a good 6 hours to spend time with Elle and just, I don't know, figure out if you can see something going somewhere. I think you've lost your mind, woman. She turned and pressed her hands either side of my face. And I think you've yet to find yours, sir. But you're my best friend, and I want you to be happy. If I have to make you do it, I will. Now, I'm going to kidnap your child. There was no way I was getting out of this, so I simply sighed and let her run down the beach toward the girls so she could bribe them with her spaghetti. It was bloody good spaghetti. 30 minutes later, Ariel and Adeline were bundled in the back of Blair's car and were waving goodbye to me. After a quick shower, I made my way over to Elle's place and walked up the back deck. I peered through the doors. She was sitting cross-legged on the sofa with her phone held out at arm's length. Well, she hadn't found her laptop yet. I waited until she threw her phone down on the sofa and buried her face in her hands, then knocked. She jerked up, turning my way, and got up. She came over and unlocked the door before sliding it open to let me in. Did Blair send you? Blair forced me is probably the more accurate wording, I said slowly. She kidnapped my child. I am absolutely not surprised. Come in. She walked to the kitchen. Do you want anything to drink? I don't have any fancy English tea, but I do have cold mineral water. I fought a smile. The water is fine. She pulled 2 bottles from the fridge and handed me one. So why did she send you over? She updated me on everything from the last couple of days. She thought I could help you with your video. I can't make a video. The angle is all wrong on my phone, and all my editing software is on my laptop that Blair hid. It's in the dryer. It's in the... Why is it in the dryer? Because Blair's weird. She put down the water and walked into the utility room. Sure as shit, she opened the dryer door and pulled out her laptop. Well, shit. That is weird. But it worked. I guess I don't want to stab it with a butter knife anymore. I laughed as she put it on the kitchen island. Always a bonus, I agreed. What's going on? She sat on one of the stools and sank her fingers into her hair. Well, we reported it to the police. Surprisingly, they accepted the report as evidence. And after 3 or 4 hours on a video interview with Bethany, that's my lawyer, they finally decided they had enough to bring him in for questioning. Well, that's good, right? No. He's not at his last known address. And the last place his debit card was used was at a gas station in Canada. He has family there, so I told them what I knew last night, and they're now looking for him. She reached for her water and played with the cap. My lawyer said I was allowed to make a public statement as long as I make it clear there is no comment to be made because of legal proceedings. So that's what I'm going to do. Problem is, I don't know how to do that. So many of my viewers are kids like Ari, and they don't need to know about this. I have no idea what to do, Theo. I need to address it, but I want to protect the kids, too. I sat on the stool next to her and exhaled. That was a lot of emotion for one person to be holding inside like that. A lot of emotion to be dealing with, and that was only what she was handling right now. I wished I could make it easier for her. Take some of that turmoil away. Shit. Blair was right. There was something about Elle that made me want to know her. And now I was here, that I had this time. I was going to do just that.
Chapter 14. Elle. Why don't we take a walk? Get out of the house. I frowned at him. How can that possibly help me right now? Because you've done nothing but talk on the phone for 2 days. Is 20 minutes walking up the beach with me going to kill you? No, but what if someone calls me? You're leaving your phone here. He stood up and held out his hand. Come on, fresh air will do you good. Think about something else. Get some perspective. I guess. You're going to make me, aren't you? Even if I have to hold you over my shoulder, grab your keys, and lock you out. Well, there were worse ways to be forced into a walk on the beach. Settle down, Prince Charming. I'll go willingly. I spun on the stool and followed him to the back door. I locked it behind us, then stepped down after Theo onto the beach. He offered me his arm, making my heart skip a little. I hooked my hand through his elbow and let the sand flow through my bare toes. It was hot, but not so warm that it was too much to bear. It was nice to walk and get fresh air. The fact that Theo didn't ask any questions, nor expect me to speak, was even better, and we walked the entire length of his stretch of the beach. I listened to nothing but the crashing of the waves, the cawing of gulls as they flew over the coastline, and the occasional shout from the tourists who were staying in his other properties. We turned at the end and went back in the direction of our houses. Since we'd switched sides because we'd literally turned around, I slipped my hand from his arm and walked the 6 or so feet to the water. It was cold as it crawled over my feet, and I kept my head down to follow the coastline. Theo stayed close to me, but he still didn't speak. It was almost as if he knew I needed the silence, but that I also needed company. It made my heart swell. That kind of understanding? It was a rare thing. I stopped when we were close to my house. Did Blair really kidnap Ari? Yup. He stepped into the water right next to me, hands in the pockets of his shorts. Bribed her with spaghetti. She makes the best spaghetti in the world. Really? Yeah. Her mum is Jamaican, but her dad is half Italian. She's one of the best cooks I know. Her spaghetti is like this weird Italian-Caribbean fusion that sounds gross but is amazing. Remind me to invite myself to dinner one night. Theo laughed and nudged me with his elbow. Adeline, her daughter, is obsessed with you. Unless you want another risky 9-year-old running around town. I'm sure it'll get out sooner or later. I'd prefer later, but... Then don't tell Adeline. Besides, I'm pretty sure Blair is girl-crushing on you. So all you'd have to do is ask her, and she'd probably show up with an entire pot of it for you. I don't see the issue here. I'll ask her if you promise to share. I snorted. Get your own. I keep trying. She tells me she wants me to wash her car as payment, even if I buy the ingredients. You have a weird friendship. No kidding. I don't know how I've put up with her for 14 years. 14 years? Wow. When did you meet? Theo cupped my elbow and gently pulled me back as the waves came up a little higher. I was the weird English kid in school, and she adopted me. That was that. A bit like she did to me at the bar. Exactly like she did to you at the bar. It's kind of her thing, and I'm used to it. Also, I knew she was going to do it to you. He peered over at me with the ghost of a smile on his face. What about you? What about me? I looked down and kicked at a small pebble. You've only mentioned your family and he who shall not be named. Okay, now you're just insulting Voldemort. Theo chuckled. Don't you have any friends missing you? The pit of my stomach dropped. You might find this hard to believe, but I don't really have any friends. Seriously? Yep, I live a pretty solitary life. Don't get me wrong, I know tons of people, both in and outside of my business, and I guess I consider a few vloggers my friends, but nobody I call up for drinks like you can. That's sad. Basically, I'm kind of lame. And believe me, millions of views doesn't make up for a lack of a social life. I kept my eyes on the waves as they crept higher, well above my ankle now. A lot of my friends moved in Mitch's circle, and when I broke up with him, they went with him. That's brutal. That's life, I replied honestly. People who work a lot have to sacrifice a lot. For me, that was a lot of personal relationships. And look where it's gotten me. Dramatic, but understandable. Dramatic? I laughed hollowly. I guess so. I'm just wishing I made different choices than the ones I did. I think everyone feels like that. I sometimes wish I'd made different choices, but then I wouldn't have my life now. Sure, I don't get to go out, and I lost my 20s because I became a single dad when I was 22. But I have the most wonderful daughter out of those decisions. He stepped toward me and pushed my hair from my face. Your decisions led you here, Elle, to a place where you can change the decisions you've made, where there are people who care about you. Lots of people care about me, Theo, but it's because of who I am. I wanted to avoid you because of who you are. Then I got to know you. I'm not here because you're Elle Evans, vlogger of things I don't understand. I met his eyes, fighting a smile. I'm here because you're just Elle, and I happen to kind of like this version of you, despite all my efforts otherwise. Gee, thanks.
That's on you. I still don't have your number. You still haven't asked. That's not my fault. If you don't ask, you don't get. Theo's lips twitched. Can I have your phone number? Laughter bubbled inside me. No, sorry. What the fuck? I don't have my phone, and I don't know the number anyway. I grinned, patting his cheek. You'll have to wait. He sighed, but I could see he was trying not to laugh at me. Besides, I thought you were here because Blair made you. I'm not good at the dating thing. I'm out of practice. My eyes widened. Are you saying you want to date me? He barked out the laugh he'd been holding in and pulled me out of the almost knee-deep water. See? Not great. But there's no need to look so surprised. I'm not surprised. I'm shocked. I can be that. Yep, I could be that. 100% shocked. I'm really attracted to you, Elle, he said quietly. Have been since I saw you. I don't know how long you're going to be here for, but for as long as you're here, I'd like to spend time with you. Wow. Wow. I smiled shyly, pushing my hair back from my face, and turned to walk back to the house. I don't mind your company, I admitted. And as for being here, I sent you money for another week this morning. I meant to do it Friday, but don't worry about it. I wanted to extend for a month. I like it here. It's quiet and calm and slow-paced. I think it might do me some good to get away from my normal life. I peered over at him with a small smile. Besides, I have no idea what's going to happen when I eventually get back to New York. But for now, my sister is sending my belongings down to me. Another month? On top of this week? Sure, why not? There are worse places I could hide. I stepped on the bottom step of the deck and looked over at the beautiful beach with its golden sand and turquoise waters. Worse places. Worse people. Theo stepped right up to me but stayed on the sand. Here, I was almost as tall as he was, and we were so close that our lips almost touched. I breathed in sharply. Sure, we'd kissed before, but we'd been drunk. We were stone-cold sober now, and he'd just admitted that he was attracted to me. Would kissing him be the worst thing in the world? I waited. He didn't make the move, just like last time. He just stared at me until he slowly reached up and trailed his fingers across my cheek, tucking a stray lock of hair behind my ear. Still, no kiss. So I did it for him. I braced my hands on his shoulders and pressed my lips against his. For someone who hadn't kissed me, he responded enthusiastically. His arms wound around my waist and held me firmly against him, and I slipped mine over his shoulders and deepened the kiss. It warmed my entire body, and even though this one didn't last as long as the previous one, the ghost of it lingered on my lips for so much longer. Do you always make the first move? He teased. I extracted myself from his grip and said, Only when the guy has already told me he's attracted to me and asked for my number, then doesn't. Touché. Thank you. You're welcome. Now let's make you a video. I turned around and looked at him, lips parted. You're going to help me? Theo held out his hands. What am I gonna do? Kiss and run? You did a few days ago. Oh, whatever. I needed to pee. I rolled my eyes as I unlocked the door. And they said romance is dead. It didn't matter how many times I saw it. It was always weird to see myself on the laptop screen talking at, well, myself. Aside from cleaning up a few timing issues and removing some duplicate sentences, this video was completely unedited and had been approved by both my agent and my publicist. After our walk, I'd explained to Theo what Noelle had said to me on the phone, that I could use my platform for good in this situation. My team agreed it was the best option,
and once the decision to not hide anything was made, the words had come pouring out of me, unscripted. Now it was uploading to YouTube, and my 3-minute-long statement was about to go out into the world, where I knew my life really was about to blow up. I should watch it one more time, I said, leaning forward and minimizing the window. Make sure it's right.
Elle, it's fine,
Theo reassured me, putting a glass of wine on the coffee table.
We've watched it 10 times. Your publicist has approved the same video 3 times. It's perfect.
Just one more time. I double-clicked the file and the video player loaded, filling the screen with my big face. A couple of seconds passed before Screen Me started talking at us. Hey there, everyone, Screen Elle said with a lame little wave. I'm sure by now many of you are aware of why it's been 2 weeks since I last uploaded a video. For those of you who aren't, here's why. A private tape of me was sold and made public without my knowledge or my consent. Until that moment, I had no idea of the tape's existence. I was just as shocked as the rest of you. The moment I found out, I made the choice to leave my apartment in New York and go somewhere else. Because of that, I've been able to handle the situation privately, and I have now taken legal action. If there are any media outlets watching this, please consider this to be my formal statement on the matter, and you will find it in text form on my website, www.lifeofelleevans.com, and in a press release to those who have contacted my publicist. The tape was released without my knowledge or consent. I was not aware it existed, so not only was it released without my consent, it was also filmed without my consent. Neither I nor my team will be responding to any further requests for comments while legal action against necessary parties is in process. Thank you. For everyone else, I will be releasing new content this week. A new friend of mine said something that stuck with me, so I will be releasing videos discussing safety, online and otherwise. There are many dangers out there, especially on the internet, and you need to be aware of how quickly one moment can change your life. Until then, I hope you're all safe and well. We will be disabling comments on my videos for a short time, and a small team will be monitoring my social media accounts while I continue to come to terms with this unexpected situation. Thank you to everyone who has sent love and support so far. I appreciate it more than you know, and hopefully we'll be able to return to normal soon. Screen Elle blew a kiss at us, and the video cut out. Do you think it's too much? Too formal? Too... Theo leaned forward, shut down the video screen, and looked at the upload page. Then he hit the button. I gasped, covering my mouth with my hands. Why did you do that?
Because you're gonna sit here for 3 hours umming and awing over it if I didn't.
He shut the laptop down and sat back on the sofa, propping his feet up on the coffee table.
Problem solved.
I sagged back, staring at the closed laptop.
Shit. Hey, it's done. You had to do it, Elle. You had to have your say, and now it's done. Now you can move forward.
He was right in a way. I could move forward. There wasn't much I could do until the police found Mitch, so now I could relax and breathe a little. And continue my straight avoidance of social media because it was rough out there. There was going to be a whole bunch of people who didn't believe me, and that was fine. That would probably be my knee-jerk reaction if I was honest. Denial is always easier than responsibility if you've messed up. But I hadn't. I still didn't want to hear it. I texted my agent and publicist to let them know the video was live, plus Emily, then put down my phone. Ever since I'd arrived here, my life had been consumed with the tape and finding out what happened. Now that I knew, I didn't know what to do.
What's wrong?
Theo asked.
You look lost.
I turned to face him and met his eyes. I don't really know what to do now that I have nothing to do. His lips curved to one side.
Oh no. You're one of those people who always need something to do, aren't you?
I just don't understand people who can live their lives without structure. He tapped his finger against his lips. There's still 3 hours until Blair brings Ori home. Reckon we can paint the bathroom in that time? I thought about it. We can try. I just don't know how you've managed to get paint everywhere. Theo scrubbed at his face. It's been an hour and we're both covered in it. How? In his defense, it was an excellent question. He really shouldn't have been surprised, though, given the mess I'd made in the utility room. I was bound to get the ice blue paint absolutely everywhere. At least we'd put the dust sheets down, right? Not that it had stopped me getting it all over us. I rubbed a wet corner of my towel in my cleavage. How had it gotten between my boobs? That was one of life's great mysteries, I supposed. Paint is messy, I replied. Especially when you use a roller. It goes everywhere. Everywhere on you. He looked at me up and down. I don't know how you do it. Neither do I. I shrugged and finally gave up with the towel. Honestly, judging by that look, my only option now was to take a shower and scrub the entire top layer of my skin off. But hey, the bathroom looks good. Theo looked around the ice blue and white bathroom. You think so? I think it would have been better pink, but that's not my choice. He slid me a look with a wry smile. No wonder you and Ori get along. She's been trying to convince me to repaint ours pink for the last 3 months. I don't know. It seems like a reasonable request. I tossed the towel into the dust sheet-covered bath and slipped past him out of the room. It's not that crazy. I'm not having a pink bathroom in my house. Why not? It's just a color. Because I only repainted it 6 months ago. Oh. Want me to paint it for you? And get my entire house painted? I think I'll pass, thank you. I grinned, taking 2 bottles of water from the fridge. Oh, come on. It's artistic flair. Getting matte wall paint everywhere is artistic flair? Oh, sure. Banksy can graffiti on walls and it sells for millions. But I do it and I'm not an artist. Theo fought a smile. He lost. Banksy's art is intentional. Graffiti. What? It's graffiti. Graffiti is still art. I know, but call a spade a spade. If I spray painted a penis on the side of a wall, I'd get arrested. Probably more for the penis than the fact you graffitied it. He took the water bottle from me. My point is that Banksy plans his graffiti. You just go on a tear with a roller on a wall and spray the entire room with random-sized dots that have no rhyme or rhythm. Well, maybe I like my home decor with no rhyme or rhythm. Do you? No, but you didn't know that. He grinned. I do now. I rolled my eyes. Don't you have a child to retrieve? He checked his watch. Not for another hour and a half. Besides, Blair is dropping her back. She'll probably come back with pink hair or something. Ooh, I should get some pink in my hair. I mused. Theo's eyebrows shot up. What is happening? Are you having a mid-20s crisis? Quite possibly, but dyeing my hair is a better option than drugs. You have interesting logic. Am I wrong? You are not wrong. Then my logic, as interesting as it may be, is solid. I grinned and leaned over the island. Come on, you can't argue with that. Apparently, I can't argue with you at all. Ah, finally a man who realizes the futility of arguing with a woman. You're a real catch, Theodore. He narrowed his eyes. Don't you bloody start as well. I laughed, twisting the bottle between my hands. What's wrong with Theodore? I like it. It suits you. It's pompous. Well, you are British. Chapter 15. Elle. I'm not pompous.
Most British people don't speak like the Queen, you know. I frowned. That's slightly disappointing. You sound a bit like her. I would imagine I do to a degree. I grew up in Chelsea, which is one of the more affluent areas, although I don't sound as British as I used to. Really? Did you used to sound like the Queen? What is your obsession with people sounding like her? Prince William's accent is hot, I replied. That's the kind of accent I want to listen to, not Ricky Gervais or whatever his name is. I'm impressed you know his name. Of course I know his name. He makes wildly inappropriate jokes. I like that in a person. Miss Good and Wholesome on her video channel likes wildly inappropriate jokes. Sure, I'm hanging out with you, aren't I? His tongue flicked out and wet his lips, and he rolled his lower lip between his teeth, staring at me. If you're trying to look unamused, you should tell your eyes. You have a dreadful poker face, I told him, standing up straight. Remind me to play you sometime. He dropped his chin to his chest, and his shoulders shook with silent laughter. Dear God, what am I doing here? Ah, you found God. You'll need him for those teenage years. I grinned again. I'm hungry. Whiplash, he muttered. Same. Do you want me to order something? Ooh, dinner 3 times in a week. I wiggled my eyebrows. For someone who doesn't date, that's a lot of dinners. Are we dating? I don't believe it was discussed. We are not. I was just making an observation. Also, I was going to cook. How do you feel about chicken? Theo slid onto one of the stools and pulled off his shirt. Your observation would be correct. But the fact we've kissed twice puts us into murky water, don't you think? As for the chicken, perfectly fine dead, but not a massive fan of them alive. I pulled chicken out of the fridge. It certainly clouds it, but I don't know that either of us, 1, know each other well enough to say we're dating, or 2, are ready to do such a thing right now. Good to know on the chicken, but why don't you like them alive? They're cute, in a weird way. This 2-part conversation was oddly amusing, and the whole dating thing? Totally less awkward when you were also discussing live chickens. One day, when I wrote my autobiography, this would be the conversation I'd write where I would note that this was the moment I realized that Theodore Dalton was under my skin, and quite possibly fast-tracking his way into my heart. I think your points are valid concerning dating. I think we know enough to discuss whether we would like to quietly pursue something without the knowledge of Ari, and by pursue, I mean see what happens naturally. He flipped the cap from his water bottle. I got chased by a chicken when I was on a school trip when I was 7. Thing chased me for 5 minutes before the farmer stopped it. And ever since then, I haven't really cared for them. I sliced open the chicken breasts and threw them into a bowl to season with salt, pepper, and garlic. Naturally is certainly something I would be open to discussing, I said, like I was discussing a change in my hair color or something. I almost giggled at the formality of the conversation, but I was having too much fun. How realistic do you think it is to keep it from your daughter, and with the knowledge that I might yet go back to New York? And I completely understand your trepidation regarding the chickens. They can be scary little fuckers. Well, as of this moment, you've admitted that your plans to return home are up in the air right now. You're here for another month, right? Okay, we dropped the chickens. I washed my hands in the sink and nodded, looking over my shoulder. It's kind of like a vacation, and I haven't had one of those in 2 years. Besides, if I'm going to create some new content, it's not like I have to be in New York to do that. That's what I'm counting on. What is? The fact that you don't have to be in New York. He met my eyes as I dried my hands with a towel. Maybe in the next month, you might find more than one reason not to go back. I paused, hands wrapped in the towel, and smiled ever so slightly, almost shyly. He had no idea how right he was. Every day I found another reason to stay. I'd been here 10 days.
It was terrifying to connect with the place and the people who lived there so quickly. How do you feel about zucchini? I pulled one out of the fridge and held it up. He raised an eyebrow. That's a courgette. No, it's a zucchini. I call it a courgette. Poor zucchini. What did it ever do to you, Theodore? He sighed. In the UK, that's a courgette. I looked at the zucchini. Why don't you call it a zucchini? Because it's a courgette. I opened my mouth to respond to that, but I had nothing. Well, do you like it? Whatever it's called? Yes. Good. I put it back in the fridge. Do you like cheese? What kind of bloody question is that? Some people don't like cheese. Maybe you don't eat it. Vegans don't. Elle, if I'm eating chicken, I'm not a vegan. Excellent point. Oh, whatever. Shut up. He grinned, and my stomach fluttered like a horde of butterflies had just been released into it. Damn it. The box will be with you tomorrow. I put it on 2-day shipping. Thanks, I said, putting the phone on the counter for a moment while I opened the fridge. Send me the invoice, okay? No, she replied, the line crackling with her laughter. Are you really staying there a month? Yep. I pulled water from the fridge and picked it up again as I headed for the back deck. It's nice here. It's quiet. It's private. The people are great. I think it'll do me some good to have some time away from everything. What about your apartment? I'm not sure. I'm already paid for the next month, so I think I'll make a decision about what to do then. I might feel differently then. Okay. You don't have to come back for us, you know that, right? Besides, I'll take an excuse to visit the Florida Keys. Ben can't say no then. I smiled, sitting cross-legged on the couch. Ah, I see. You're using me. Emily laughed, tossing her hair over her shoulder. I want you to be happy, Elle, and if you're finding happiness there, then that's where you should be. I glanced over toward Theo's house. Like I said, there are great people here. Oh my God, have you already met someone? Oh, stop it. Elle? I sighed. Look, it's not what you think it is. He owns the place I'm staying in, and his daughter is obsessed with me. He's a single dad? A British one. Lord above, I think I just fell for him. You know those are my favorite books in the world to read. Yes, I'm aware, I said dryly. We got off to a rough start, but we get along really well. So, what's happening? You're literally living a romance novel. I should have kept my mouth shut. Not a lot is happening, so get your head out of the clouds. He has a child to think about, and I have an entire life away from this place. It's not that simple, but we're just kind of rolling with it. So you're screwing him. I am not sleeping with him, no. Why not? At least get laid if you're going to come back here. I rolled my eyes at her. Emily, as your big sister, I fully give you permission to bang the hot British guy all the way back to England. Well, thank you for that. So noble of you. She grinned. I know. What about friends? Do you have friends there? My mind flashed to Blair. I've met a few people, and you would love them. Blair is basically you, but 2 years younger. Another me? Can I come down now? I'll leave Amelia with Ben. No, you won't. She'd never forgive me if you came to see the world's best aunt without her. True. I really am glad you're finding some peace there. You deserve it. I smiled. I included your phone in the box, by the way. I know you're avoiding social media, but you should check your emails. Why? Because there are a lot of people on your side, Elle. Far more than all the assholes who think you're lying. Some of the people you've worked with have come out and said they stand by you unquestionably. And you were trending on Twitter along with revenge porn and your own hashtag for like 8 hours last night. In fact, I think you might still be there. Some of the other vloggers grouped together to start the hashtag. I frowned. Really? I made that much of an impact? Honey, I know you've been ignoring everything outside your bubble, but yes, your video was heartfelt and honest, and people believe you. They're supporting you. Want me to pull together screenshots and send some over? I'm kind of enjoying the detox, to be honest. Okay, but you should know that your video has 20 million views already. You're literally a superstar right now. Great, I muttered. Sure, send a few screenshots. All right. Look, I gotta go. Amelia is trying to ride the dog again. I'll talk to you later. See you later. I wiggled my fingers at the screen and hung up, then put my phone face down on the sofa. I had no idea the video would matter that much, that people wanted my side of the story. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes, breathing in the sea air. There was something about the coast that was completely calming. It kind of seeped into my bones and relaxed me, making me feel somewhat normal. Normal. Did normal exist anymore? Would I ever have any kind of normalcy in my life ever again? Was that possible after this? Even if I were to go back to school and shut down my channel, would anything change for me? I didn't need to ask the questions, not really. I already knew the answer. I knew I would forever be attached to this scandal, that my life would never go back to how it was before. The tape would always be a turning point in my life. Before the tape, after the tape. I guess now my big choice was deciding what after the tape looked like. I opened my eyes and squealed. Ari was standing right in front of me with a huge grin on her face, hugging a book to her chest. Hi! Oh my God, Ari, you scared the life out of me. I flattened my hand against my chest. Are you some kind of ninja? She nodded excitedly. We went to the library. Look, I got a new book. She shoved a book at me, but I didn't even have time to read it before she swept it away again. And we got stuff to make calzones later. Do you want to come and make calzones with us? Have you asked your dad if that's okay? Again, she nodded, but this one was like those little dogs people put on their car dashboards. Uh-huh, he said it was fine. I put extra cheese in the cart. Is that Aunt Elsie? I looked in the direction she was pointing. Yep, looks like it, with Maud and Agnes. Ooh, what are they doing? She craned her neck to see. I moved so the post holding up the top of the deck wasn't obstructing my whole view anymore. All three set up their camp chairs like they'd used the night I'd had the displeasure of stumbling across them naked, but they also had telescopes this time. They definitely looked like they were settling in for the long haul. Does your dad know about this? Ari shrugged. I don't know. They're out there in the day, so probably. Huh. A bit like raccoons. Do they only come out at night? For the most part. Okay, like raccoons. What are they doing? They set up a table in front of the chairs, a bit like the kind of setup you'd see at a bake sale, and then Agnes, easily identifiable by her bright hair, unrolled what appeared from here to be a large poster. I wasn't close enough to make out the bold letters on it, but there was most definitely a badly drawn picture of a UFO on it. Ari tilted her head to the side. That doesn't look good. I know. That UFO is awful. Really, really bad. They should have asked me to draw it. I'm very good at drawing. I'm sure you are. We both jolted at the sound of a door slamming to our right. Theo stormed out of the house and onto the sand where he almost lost his footing, but he kept hold of it long enough to reach where we were and yell, "What the bloody hell are you doing?" Uh-oh, Ari whispered. He's mad. No kidding. Come on. I jumped up and guided her down after him. You said we could use the beach, Agnes said. Well, we're using it. But what are you doing? Why do you have telescopes and a table? Theo threw his arms out.
Why are you so weird?
We're not weird, Maud said. We're awake. We see the truth.
Fine, you're awake. But why is there a sign that says, "Find out the truth about Creek Key's aliens" on the table?
Because we're inviting people to find out the truth, Agnes replied. Honestly, Elsie, how did your bloodline create someone so painfully stupid? Ari's eyes widened. Uh-oh.
Seconded. Totally seconded. Nobody on the beach cares about your aliens, Agnes. Nobody here can see your sign.
No, but they can.
Elsie pointed toward the group of cars that was forming on the dirt road.
We put flyers up around town. I saw those, Ari exclaimed. Purple with the alien head on.
Theo did a double take. How did you see those and I didn't?
I don't have to drive the car. I just look out the window.
He pinched his nose. You can't just invite people onto the beach. This is private property. People stay in my houses because they know there's a private stretch of beach. You cannot have this many people on it.
You allowed us to use the beach. This is what we're using it for. Don't worry, we're putting up cones so they can't go on the beach.
Maud held up a bright yellow cone that said, "Stop, private property." Oh, well, I'm sure that'll stop them, Theo snapped, then pointed at Elsie. This is your last time. Don't ask again. Put out those bloody cones and tell those people that if they step on the other side, they'll be shot.
By who? You can't shoot.
I can shoot, I offered. Not very well, and I'd only done it twice, but I could shoot, technically. Theo held out his hand. There. Elle will shoot them. Make it happen. He grabbed Ari's shoulders and steered her away back toward the house. I followed after them, almost falling on the soft sand.
Elle, can you really shoot?
Ari whispered. I can. I'm a terrible shot, but don't tell them that. I whispered back with a wink. I'll do a warning shot, like you do for bears.
We don't have bears here,
she replied innocently.
Got sharks, though.
And that was me never going in the water. And those sharks are not interested in us, Theo said. But they might like 9-year-old girls if they don't tidy their room. He tickled her sides, and she squealed, running off toward the house the second she escaped his clutches. Her laughter rang out until she was inside, well away from us. He looked over his shoulder at the old ladies at their table. They were now taking names of people and... Were they taking money? Are they taking money? Theo squinted. Jesus, they are. What are they taking money for? I bet they're either doing a talk somewhere or they're charging people for a UFO hunting session. That's what the telescopes represent. Bloody hell. They have to have permission from the mayor to do that. I bet they have it. Elsie said to me last week that they thought they were close to getting him to declassify files, so I bet this was a compromise. Theo rubbed his temples. I have no idea how I haven't had a heart attack yet with these three around. Are you coming to make calzones? Did Ari ask you? She did, right after she shoved her book in my face to show me it. Bloody Ever After High. She found it on Netflix and won't stop watching it. She about screamed the flipping library down when she found it on the shelf. I thought they were going to revoke her card for creating such a disturbance. I laughed. What time are you making the calzones? I'm going to make the dough in a minute, so come over when you're ready. One glance down at myself told me I needed at least 30 minutes. I'll go take a shower and come over after. Deal. See you then. He chucked me under the chin with a grin and headed to his house. I watched after him for a moment, more specifically staring at his ass in his jean shorts. I shook my head, breaking the spell, and went back inside, stopping only to grab my phone. I needed help.
Chapter 16. Theo. No, you cannot have a tiger as a pet either. Ari huffed.
Can't have a monkey, can't have a tiger, can't have a puppy. Can I have a fish?
As long as you mean a goldfish and not a shark, sure. Elle laughed into her hand.
At least a clownfish, come on.
Whose side are you on?
Hers.
She grinned. I should have known.
Elle, will you braid my hair like you do in your videos from the top?
She pointed to the top of her head.
Please.
Elle smiled. Do you want one braid or two?
Two. Grab some hair ties and I'll happily do it.
Ari rushed off to her room to presumably spend the next 5 minutes going through her endless collection of hairbands, just to find 2 matching ones, to put in her wet hair and ultimately sleep in. You don't have to do that, I said, loading the dirty plates into the dishwasher. Now she's going to ask you every day.
You say that like I mind.
She gave me a smile that was on the dreamy side, and I couldn't help but return it. There was something about this woman, and I desperately needed to put my finger on it. Ari came rushing back in with 2 bright green hairbands, waving them enthusiastically, plus a comb tucked under her arm.
I got them. Okay, sit on the stool.
She pulled one out from the island and patted it. Ari jumped up right away and sat bolt upright like someone had stuck a metal rod in her back. I bit back a small laugh and finished putting the last of the dirty dishes in the dishwasher. When I turned, Elle and Ari's wet hair split into a perfect parting down the centre of her head and had one side secured loosely in the band. With nimble fingers, Elle immediately got to work braiding her hair. French braids were a tedious task, one I'd never mastered, no matter how many times Blair had tried to teach me over the years. Elle worked it like a master, swooping the hair through and adding sections as if it were second nature to her. Ari grinned the entire time, exactly like a Cheshire cat. I half expected her to turn invisible halfway through the first braid. Can you do that to yourself?
Of course she can, Dad. I watched her do it.
Ari rolled her eyes, but she was still smiling. Elle glanced up at me.
Yes, I learned how to do it when I was in my teens because my sister wanted me to do her hair, but she hated how long it took me to practice. So I started practicing on myself, going like down the side of my head to my ear until I had the movements all figured out. Can you do a full head of braids, like Blair's?
Ari asked.
I'm not sure. Theoretically, I suppose I could, but her hair is totally different to ours. I don't think I'd have the patience to do it, to be honest.
I'm surprised Blair has the patience for it, I said. She doesn't like waiting longer than 5 minutes for a coffee, but I've seen her be in a salon for 5 hours before. Elle laughed and tied off Ari's first braid.
It's hard work. I actually had some requests after I did my video on how I did my own braids, and I spent, I think, 3 weeks, maybe, hunting through the city to find a stylist who specialized in braided hairstyles who was willing to come on my channel and give hints. She has her own channel now where she uploads from the salon.
Well, that's pretty cool. I'd say you should share it with Blair, but she wouldn't have the patience to do it herself.
I actually love her videos. I find her methods so relaxing to watch. Kind of like those videos where people carve soap and stuff.
She started on the other side of Ari's hair.
There's something really mesmerizing about watching someone braid such thick and unruly hair. Her control is incredible.
I understood that. It was pretty damn mesmerizing watching Elle braid my daughter's hair, never mind watching someone do it over and over and over. Or maybe it was just like that because it was Ariel and Elle.
What's her name? Ari asked. I want to watch. Her channel's name is Black Girl Braids,
Elle responded. When she saw my raised eyebrows, she said,
keep the name simple and obvious. That's what she does. She's a black girl who braids.
I chuckled at that. I'd never given any consideration to naming any kind of channel, on the internet or otherwise, but that made perfectly simple sense. What's your channel called?
Life of Elle Evans?
Ari replied immediately.
Because it's about her life. But not your real one, right? That's what you said the other day. It's only a little bit of your life.
Elle's smile was wide and so genuine it lit up her eyes.
Exactly that. It's only a tiny bit of my life, you see. And it's all specially made for the videos.
Just like everyone else's, she agreed. But Kala's channel is a little bit more real life because a lot of them are filmed in her salon on actual clients. They're sped up a lot, though. She finished tying off the braid with a flourish.
Done.
Ari ran her hands over them, her face lighting up as her fingertip reached the very ends of her braids.
Wow, wow, wow!
She jumped off the stool and ran to the downstairs toilet room where another shriek of "Wow!" was heard from inside. Elle muffled a laugh.
I love it. Thank you.
She ran back in, right over to Elle, and slammed into her to hug her. Elle let out a grunting noise, but she accepted the hug and returned it just as enthusiastically.
You're welcome, Ari. I'm gonna go watch that girl's videos now.
It's bedtime, I reminded her. Brush your teeth.
But Dad...
I glanced at Elle, who shrugged as if to say it wasn't her problem, which it technically wasn't, but still. Fine, I said after a moment. You can have an extra 30 minutes, but you're cleaning the sinks tomorrow. Ari didn't even bother weighing it up. She kissed my cheek with a squeal and ran upstairs. You're a total soft touch, Elle said, cleaning Ari's hair off the comb and putting it in the bin.
No wonder she and I are practically best friends after your first impression of me.
I laughed. Man, I wish I could argue with that.
Think of it like this. She's learning about other people and the way they do things. Their culture, I guess.
True, and if it means I don't raise a racist arsehole, then it's worth her staying up 30 minutes late.
Oh, please. Like she could ever be racist.
I don't know. It was pretty touch and go when we watched Aladdin. Elle set down the cone on a gentle laugh.
Of course it was. It was her first encounter with an Arabian culture, I'd imagine. Being curious doesn't make her racist. It makes her, well, a kid. Kids aren't inherently racist, just like kids don't hold naturally occurring prejudices or anything like that. Kids are what they're taught to be.
I raised an eyebrow. Is that your professional opinion, Dr. Evans?
I did tell you I had a degree in psychology. It's not my fault I'm a genius.
A genius? Really?
Yup.
She lifted her lemonade and put the straw between her lips.
Graduated with a 4.0 GPA, summa cum laude.
You can braid hair. You're a genius. You're loved all over the world. Is there anything you can't do?
Yes, based on the last few days, I'm not that great at painting. I trip over door frames, and I entertain a friendship with your conspiracy theorist great aunt.
The last one is the most disturbing.
Maybe I should put her on my channel. Could be quite entertaining.
You should make them their own and charge them commission for filming and uploading. They pay you just to get their names out there. She raised her eyebrows.
I am not filming them on a regular basis.
It would keep them out of my hair.
Ah, so your intentions are purely selfish.
Hey, we can't all be as perfect as you are. She laughed, setting the lemonade down.
Oh, be quiet. You're hardly a walking hot mess. I have the grace of a newborn giraffe with one leg.
I might start taking bets for the next time you're going to fall over, I said. Shall we go in about an hour?
Here's a bet for you.
She showed me her middle finger. I walked over to her and curled it back into her fist, then slowly dropped her hand down.
Now what?
That doesn't help you with your grace thing.
And you watched me try to clean paint out of my cleavage 2 days ago. I'm not really winning any points here.
I grinned and glanced down. For what it's worth, it looks like you got it all. She moved to swat at my arm, but I was faster than her and caught her wrist. Before she could do anything about it, I tugged her to me, closing the distance between our bodies, and pressed my lips to hers. She squeaked in shock. but almost immediately she relaxed against me. I cupped the back of her neck with my hand to keep her against me, relishing the tartness of the lemonade on her lips. Elle moved onto tiptoes, kissing me back firmly. Heat wound its way through my body and blood rushed to my cock. It was too damn soon for that to be getting its own ideas, so I pulled away before it ended up becoming too obvious. Judging by the smirk on her face, I hadn't moved fast enough.
Oh my god, I love her videos!
Ari came rushing in and we jumped back from each other like we were on fire. She looked between us, confusion on her face. Elle slipped. I caught her, I said lamely.
Dad, I'm 9. I watch TV. People do that on TV when they've been kissing, but they don't want anyone to see. I know that.
She wrinkled her nose up.
Yuck.
Elle buried her face in her hands.
Good night.
With that, she left, muttering to herself about how gross kissing is. I laughed, because that was not the reaction I'd been expecting.
So much for hiding anything from Ari,
Elle said, dropping her hands. You're right. Next time I feel the desire to kiss you, I'll go and make sure she's asleep first, I replied dryly. That won't ruin the moment at all.
Don't worry. I promise I won't move a muscle when you do.
Smart ass. I turned around and jumped at the sight of Ari standing in front of me, staring at me, completely expressionless. With her 2 braids and black outfit, she resembled Wednesday Addams a little too closely. What have I told you about doing that?
Doing what?
Creeping up on people. It scares them.
No, Dad, it scares you.
Same thing. I put the wine glass I was drying in the cupboard. What's up?
Are you dating Elle?
I shook my head and answered honestly. No.
Do you want to date Elle?
I'm not sure any of this is something you need to worry about right now, sweetheart, I said softly. She hopped up onto one of the island's stools.
Okay, but do you like her? Because she's really nice and you were mean to her when she got here.
I was mean to her, I admitted, putting down the towel and leaning on the island.
Why?
Because I wasn't sure if she was the kind of person you needed to be around, and I wanted to protect you in case she wasn't who you thought she was. She pursed her lips.
Because not everything you see on the internet is true, right?
I had no idea where this child got her brains from. Exactly that.
Elle told me that, when we made sandcastles.
Ari pulled an apple out of the fruit bowl and flicked the stem.
I said I wanted to be just like her when I grew up, and she told me all about the internet. About how it's all not true.
She'd mentioned something like that last night when Elle was braiding her hair, but I hadn't paid it much attention. But now... What else did she say?
She told me that sometimes she'll film more than one video in a day, and she showed me Instagram and pointed out how people change their pictures.
Some people do.
Why?
Because they want people to think they have the perfect life. A lot of things Elle posts are like that. Changed a little bit because people expect specific things from her, and she has to live up to that.
Like when you go to McDonald's and the fries aren't always as crispy as they should be?
Kind of like that. But we complain about soggy chips, right?
They're fries, Dad.
Whatever. Elle has to keep up an image because that's what people expect.
And that's why you were mean to her?
Yes, I said ruefully. That's why I was mean to her. I didn't know how different she was to what she put online, and I didn't want you to meet her and be upset if she wasn't nice.
But she is nice. She's my favorite person.
She sure is, sweetheart. She's a lot of very good things in one slightly clumsy package. She played with the apple stalk until it broke loose.
I heard Aunt Blair talking to Uncle Alex.
Shit.
She said she didn't think you were telling Elle that you like her a lot because of me.
I walked around the island and spun her on the seat, crouching down to her level. Ariel, every single decision I make is made with you in mind. You are the #1 person in my life. and I will never make a decision that affects you without fully thinking through every single consequence. Okay? She nodded.
But I don't mind, Dad. I like Elle too. And if you want to kiss her, you should, even if I think it's yucky.
I smiled, cupping her cheek. Well, that's good to know, sweetheart. Thank you. But it is a little more complicated than that, since she doesn't live here.
She could move.
Again, it's complicated, okay? She sighed, but finally accepted what I was saying.
Okay. Can I go and see her today?
I hesitated. I didn't really want her to go over there, but on the other hand, I really needed an hour.
Text her and ask her,
Ari said.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
At that, I grimaced. I can't text her.
Why not?
I don't have her number.
Why not?
I laughed, standing up. Because I keep forgetting to ask for it. Oh, hey, Aunt Elsie left this box on the deck for you this morning. Do you know what it is? I put the medium-sized box on the island for her.
No, I haven't seen it. Can we open it?
She moved so she was on her knees, and I sliced the tape with a knife. I pulled the box open and looked inside, then smiled. Damn it, Aunt Elsie. The box had a few packets of seeds, tomatoes, peas, peppers, strawberries, and 2 big trays with propagator lids to get them started. There was her apology for yesterday. I didn't think the woman had ever said the word sorry in her life, but she gave great gifts.
Dad, it's seeds, Ari gasped. And pots. Look, tomato seeds. I told her when she was here I didn't have any seeds. And can we do it? Can I ask Elle if she wants to help?
There was no getting out of it now. Sure, go run over there and ask if she wants to help you. She might be busy, I warned her, so she might say no.
I know, Dad.
She grabbed the packets of seeds and ran to the doors, leaving just as suddenly as she'd appeared not too long ago. I sagged onto the island counter with a heavy sigh. I much preferred my life when the only women I had to worry about were Aunt Elsie, Maud, and Agnes. Worrying about Elle and all the confusion that came with her presence in my life and in Ariel's was going to end one of 2 ways. A fairy tale or a fucking nightmare.
Chapter 17. Elle. I looked up at the sound of incessant knocking at my patio doors. I was not at all surprised to see Ari there, her hair still in braids. The black outfit was a little different than the bright ones I'd seen her in so far, but it was slightly overcast today in comparison to all the other days. I held up a finger to indicate she had to wait for a minute and quickly rounded off my email to my publicist. After hitting send, I shut down the laptop and went to let Ari in. Hey you, what's up? She grinned. Look what Aunt Elsie left me. Seeds! And pots! I already have some soil. Right. Theo had mentioned something about that before. Wow, they're cool, I said, taking the packets. Tomatoes, strawberries, peppers, and peas. What a fun mix. She took them back. I really want to plant them, but Dad said he has to work, so I asked if I could ask you if you weren't busy, and he said yes, she said in one giant breath. That was quite the run-on sentence. Sure, I just finished sending some emails. I have a little time. Yay, 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 yay! She jumped up and down on the deck, making it creak. Okay, I'll be right back. She darted away, down the steps and onto the beach before I could even blink. Shaking my head, I went back inside and grabbed my phone. Me. Your daughter needs to come with a warning bell. The response was swift. Theo. Ah, finally, the elusive phone number. Me. I got bored waiting for you to ask. Theo. I kept getting distracted. Me. By what? Theo. By you. Me. Worst line ever. Theo. Worth a shot.
Theo, are you sure you don't mind? I'm pretty sure it's too late for them to fruit, but at least the strawberries will come back next year, and it keeps her out of trouble. Me. Ariel in trouble? Surely not. Theo, you would be surprised. If you're busy, tell her no. Don't let her guilt you. Me. Oh, like you do, you mean? Theo. Yeah, but I signed up for that. You kind of stumbled upon it. Me. It's fine, I promise. Theo. Okay. She's loading up her little cart now, and she'll bring it to your front door with everything you need. Me. Any rules for babysitting? Theo. What, like no sugar? I'm sure you'll listen if I tell you. Me. So let her eat a pint of ice cream while we plant. Got it. Thanks. Theo. Elle. Theo. No. Theo. No ice cream. Theo. Or she's sleeping there tonight. Me. Will you come with her if she does? Wink face. I snorted and put my phone down to open the front door. Ari was there with a huge grin on her face and a little pink plastic cart behind her. Your dad did not make you tug that compost over here, did he? It's only a small bag. It's not very heavy. Here, let me get it. I ushered her inside and pulled the little cart inside. Let's take this to the back and we'll do it there so compost doesn't go everywhere, okay? Yep. She skipped through the house, leaving me to carry her beloved seeds and pots out. I took the cart all the way through the house and set it on the deck. You get everything out and I'll get some water, okay? Uh-huh. I stopped for my phone on the way into the kitchen and opened Theo's text. Theo. Depends. Do you snore? I'd hate to murder you before you've had a chance to find out that I'm actually exceptionally charming. Me. I just snorted so hard I think I sent snot into my brain. Theo. I take it back. You're the charming one. Me. I have tried to tell you that. Me. Your child is yelling at me. Gotta go. I grabbed 2 bottles from the fridge and glanced again at my phone when it flashed the new message signal. Theo. I know. I can hear her. Laughing, I left it inside and went out to Ari. I can't lift the soil. She looked up at me forlornly. I got it. I handed her the bottles and picked it up, then gave the cart a gentle push with my foot so I could put the soil down in that space. Do you have a trowel? What's that? That was a no. A tiny spade to break the soil. She shook her head. Don't worry, we can use a spoon. I went back inside and grabbed a spoon and some scissors, and I also grabbed the old-looking Sharpie pen from the cutlery drawer so we could label the pots. Back on the deck, I used the scissors to cut open the soil, then got to work breaking up the compacted compost with a dessert spoon. It was not my finest hour, and it took absolutely forever. Luckily for me, I had a talkative child to keep me amused. Elle, can I ask you a question? Of course you can, honey. What do you want to know? Do you like my dad? I paused in my stabbing and blinked at her. He's a pretty great guy, yeah. Slowly, she nodded. Why? Is this because you saw us in the kitchen last night? Ari sighed. I heard Aunt Blair tell Uncle Alex that she thinks the reason you won't tell Dad you like him is because of me. Now I really stopped. What do you mean? Because you're worried about me? Okay, Ari, listen to me. I reached over and took her hands in mine. I like your dad very much. He's a wonderful person. But my life is not that simple right now. I really don't know if I'm staying in Creek Keys or not, and I would hate to make a promise I couldn't keep. I know you don't live here, but I really like having you here. And I really like being here, but I have a lot of things to work out. I wouldn't mind if you kissed my dad. It's yucky, but it's okay. I smiled. Okay. And if you wanted to stay and get married so you have to stay forever, that's okay.
How about we just stick with the tomatoes for now? She sighed. I suppose. But what if you're not here to see them grow? Then I will give you my personal email address that is super duper secret, and you can send me pictures every week. I promise. Her eyes lit up. Really? Of course. We're friends now, right? That's what friends do. They keep in contact with each other no matter how far away they are. Okay. She perked up at that. Can we put the soil in now? I nodded and handed her the spoon, but she shoved her hands right in the soil. That's what friends do. They keep in contact with each other no matter how far away they are. My own words echoed inside my head. I knew that. I knew that's what real friends did. Yet of all the people I classed as my friends who had my private email, not a single one of them had bothered to check up on me. In fact, none of them had said a word supporting me until it looked good for them. I knew the hashtag. I knew 4 people I considered my friends started I stand with Elle, but they didn't. Not a single one did. They all stood behind me until I was ready to stand up for myself. None of them stood up for me. And if you're not willing to stand up for someone, you have no business standing with them. Elle, are you okay? Ari looked at me, her head tilted to the side. You look sad. Oh, I'm okay. Just thinking about something. So, how many pots are we filling? All of them! I looked at the pots. We were going to be here a while. I sat on the back deck of the diner with Blair while Theo and Alex chased the girls across the beach. Blair had called me and demanded I come out for dinner, and I'd happily accepted, even though it meant a quiet moment of Adeline freaking out that Elle Evans was coming for dinner. After spending all day potting approximately 40 seeds, I didn't feel like cooking. You went viral, you know. She peered at me over the rim of her gin glass. Everywhere. All over the media. All over social media. Everywhere you could. I know, my sister told me. Okay, every other person in your situation would be happy about that. But you look miserable. Who shoved a cactus up your ass? I let out a small laugh at her words. Well, none of it is real, is it? I relayed the epiphany I'd had this morning. None of them cared until it mattered that they did. I knew it was a shallow world, but I realized today just how shallow it is. She smiled, setting her glass down. For sure, girl. These people, wow. No offense. None taken. I don't know how you survive in that world. It's rough. But what will you do without it? Change how I use my platform, I think. Use it to bring awareness for what I've been through. Teach kids how to be safe online. Warning signs of problematic people. Charities, that kind of thing. So does that mean you're giving up vlogging, as it is now? I'm not sure. I have to work it all out, and I have to figure out how to do it all. Does that mean you'll stay? Stop asking me things I don't know the answer to. We both laughed. I toyed with the stem of my wine glass. My sister lives in New York. It would be a big change, but I'm not going anywhere anytime soon. I'm here for at least a month, so I have a lot of time to plan. But my gut already knew the answer. Even if it meant finding an actual rental property, that's what I would do. I didn't think I was ready to leave Creek Keys until I'd found my footing again, which opened my world up to 1,000 possibilities, not least romantically. But I wasn't going to say anything yet. Not to Blair, not to Charity, not to Theo. I would keep that inside and let things run their course the way they should. Until then, I would figure out my own life. Theo and Alex joined us, both out of breath like they'd run a marathon. Never again, Alex wheezed. I need the gym. Theo nodded. Same. I frowned.
I've seen you shirtless. You go to the gym. Blair wiggled her eyebrows. Shirtless, eh? Theo gave her a withering look. She decided to throw a glass of ice water over me. Was I supposed to stay sitting in a wet shirt? No, you should have gone outside in the sun for 30 seconds and kept your abs to yourself. I disagreed with that, but whatever. So, Elle, you were the poor person who had to plant all Ari's seeds. She keeps talking about them and how she's going to feed me tomatoes, Alex said wryly. I bet that was fun. I laughed. I only did it because Theo had to work. Theo frowned. I didn't have to work. Wait, what? I shifted to look at him. She told me you had to work, and that was why she came to ask me to help her plant the seeds. I didn't have to work. Well, not that much. Just check in with the current residents and confirm future bookings. Nothing that would have taken the amount of time she was with you for. Blair looked between us. So, Elle, what did you and your very own Pinocchio talk about? I shuffled in my seat. It's personal? You'll have to do better than that to get it past Blair, Alex said. I figured. Okay, fine. We've already kind of talked, I said, motioning to Theo. And you obviously know something. I motioned to Blair. She came over and asked me if I liked Theo. I said sure, he's a great guy, and tried to avoid going further because, well, it's not my place to have any kind of talk with her about you dating. I glanced at Theo, then looked at Blair. Then she told me she heard you, Blair, tell Alex that you thought the reason I wouldn't tell Theo I potentially have feelings for him is because of her. Wait, what? Blair balked. Whoa, hold on, Theo said. That's what she told you? I nodded. No, girl, I didn't say that. I told Alex I thought Theo wasn't telling you he potentially had feelings for you because of Ari. Because of obvious reasons. That's what she told me, Theo said slowly. That she overheard you say that. Then why would she tell me it the other way around? Alex grinned. Because she's trying to play you off. Let me guess. She saw something she shouldn't have. She might have seen us after I kissed her, Theo said vaguely. I blushed. God, I felt like I was playing truth or dare. She gave me permission to kiss Elle, like she was my mother. He fought back a laugh. Oh my God, she did the same to me. I swatted his arm. This is ridiculous. I agree, Blair said, picking up her glass. But then you already know what I think about the two of you. Blair, Alex said in a low voice. Oh, I know. Why doesn't Ari come and sleep over tonight? Then you can sort it out. She winked at me. Blair, Alex repeated. You cannot force two people to be together just because it's what you want. I know, but I can try. I covered my eyes with my hand and laughed. We've barely known each other 2 weeks, and he didn't even like me for one of those. I bet he wanted to screw. Alex didn't even bother saying her name this time. He just leaned over and covered her mouth with his hand. Problem solved. Theo laughed and nudged me under the table. She's hardly lying. I blushed again. Aha! Blair said, triumphantly removing Alex's hand from her mouth. I knew it. We'll take Ari tonight and... For someone who told me he never gets a break, that's the second time in a week someone has had Ari overnight. I teased Theo. She's only doing it because she thinks I need to get laid, he muttered. You do need to, Blair shot back. I think it's time to pay and go, Alex said, raising his hand for Charity to get us the check. With Adeline, he added. Only Adeline. Blair pouted, but she didn't say anything else. Now was the moment to say that I thought I'd stay, but I didn't. I kept it to myself,
because for now, I just wanted to breathe. Chapter 18. Elle. 3 weeks later.
If your phone rings one more time, I'm going to throw it into the ocean.
Hey, I said, taking the phone from Theo with my dirty hands. You're the one who said you weren't going to plant on these seedlings.
No, because I'm the one who had to buy 75 pots from the bloody garden center, he muttered.
Emily's name was on the screen, and I rolled my eyes at him before I answered. Hello? 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 I've called you 15 times. Bethany, 1,000. Not to mention Ben and your agent and your publicist, she shrieked. Nobody can get a hold of you.
Okay, stop yelling,
I said, dusting my hand off on my bare thigh and walking into Theo's house, with both him and Ari staring after me.
What's wrong? What happened?
What's happened? They found that rotten, sleazy, no-good son of a bitch. I froze, a chill going over my entire body.
What?
They found him. He went into Canada, took out a shit ton of the money, and came back into the U.S. He's been hiding in a place in Vermont under a fake name.
You're kidding.
No. Apparently, your video freaked him out, and he went into major hiding in the hope he could get away with it. He might have done if you hadn't hired Noelle. It meant the cops could bring in the editor and make her tell the truth. My legs buckled beneath me, but I was thankfully in front of the sofa, and that was what I collapsed onto. I can't believe they found him, Em. I know. Now you can decide what you want to do, but I think I already know.
You do. I do too. But what happens now?
Bethany is trying to call you. They're bringing him to New York tomorrow once they've crossed all the T's and dotted all the I's. So she'll probably go through the process of pressing the charges with you.
Okay, I'll call her. In a minute. I need to process this.
I know. Meanwhile, you want me to get movers for your apartment?
I smiled, even though I was shaking.
Yes, please. I know what I'm doing. So do I. I might rent a U-Haul and move it all myself to come and see you.
No, you wouldn't.
You'd let the company handle it and then get on a plane. True. Okay, look. I'm gonna go. I'll tell Bethany you'll call her today, but you need some time. Thanks, Em.
Love you. Bye. I hung up and stared at my phone. They had Mitch. They'd arrested him. It had all worked out. Elle?
Theo slowly stepped into the living room.
You're as white as a sheet. What's wrong?
I tried to smile, but I couldn't. I burst into tears instead.
Come here.
Theo sat down next to me and wrapped his arms around me, pulling me into him. Together, we sank back into the sofa cushions, and I buried my face in his chest while the tears fell. He said nothing the entire time I cried. With every tear that fell, I felt a bit of the stress I'd held for weeks leave me. It disappeared entirely until I was an exhausted, loose mess who'd cried and snotted all over his white t-shirt.
They found him, I said in a low, thick voice.
They've arrested him. They're charging him as soon as he gets to New York. He held me even tighter, and that was all the response I needed. I peered at the glass doors, but Ari was so busy filling the bigger pots with new soil that she had no idea I'd been crying. Or if she did, she was doing a fantastic job at not panicking. We stayed here for a few moments until I'd calmed down enough that he could let me go. I sat up straight and he fetched a box of tissues, and I smiled as I took a few from him. Thank you.
I think you've needed to do that for a long time.
I blew my nose and nodded. He was right. I really had. It was too easy to keep everything locked inside, though. Not to mention, I'd been busy over the past few weeks. The whole situation had resulted in me actually seeing a bump in my earnings. My views went up, and so did my subscribers, and I'd spent hours mapping out my future vlogging career with my team. We were about to finalize a deal with a national charity that supported victims of revenge porn. I was going to use my platform for good, use my experiences for good. But I was still going to do what I usually did, just at a slower pace. And then, eventually, when I decided if I wanted to go back to school or not, I would have so many options for the future. Mitch's arrest had opened one of those for me right now. Phew, okay, I feel better now. I dabbed under my eyes one last time. It was Emily. Apparently, I have like 1,000 missed calls. That's about how many times it buzzed, he said dryly, reaching up to wipe some mascara away from the corner of my eye where it smudged. Are you just waiting now to hear from the police? I have to call Bethany soon, but Em is telling her I need some time. Besides, one call will morph into 6, and I promised I'd replant Ari's seedlings since you won't. I tapped his nose and got up, giving my face a good rub so it didn't look like I'd really been crying. Go make your calls. I'll help her. He moved to get up. If you want to help us both. Do you know how many times I've watered the 25 tomato plants on my deck? Those are practically my babies now. Theo rolled his eyes and followed me. Do you know how many times I've watered all the others? She's not good with the maintenance. I know. That's why at least 10 of the tomato plants are going to die. I finished on a whisper. Freak accident with a gentle breeze. Won't be that freak if you stay much longer, he muttered. Damn hurricanes really will kill them. I dipped my head and smiled to myself. The last 3 weeks had been so much fun. For the first time in years, I'd cultivated real relationships with people that were based on mutual interests and not what one person could do for the other. I now counted Blair and Alex as my closest friends, along with Charity and, weirdly, the ladies of the Creek Keys conspiracy crew who were this close to finally convincing me to start them their own YouTube channel. I was holding out by a thread. I was unreasonably emotionally attached to Ariel, who'd become somewhat of my shadow. If I was on my back deck, she was on my back deck. If I was on the beach for longer than 30 minutes, she would be too. It was more than just a kid who loved their idol. I loved that kid. Probably more than I had any right to after only being here for 5 weeks. She made me smile, even when she talked 10 miles an hour or made me watch an entire series of Ever After High in one sitting. If I ever had a daughter myself, she was everything I wanted her to be. As for Theo, that was dangerous territory, but I'd known that from the start. From the very start, if I was honest with myself. I'd known it when I'd first laid eyes on him in the diner on my first night in Creek Keys. But every single day I spent with him, the safer I felt. That was it. He made me feel safe. My feelings for him were unlike everything I'd ever felt. And when I looked back, I realized I'd always had them for him. Hindsight is a wonderful thing, because it allowed me to see what I hadn't been able to before. Not when we were painting the bathroom, or at dinner, or bantering in the kitchen. He never pushed. He never asked for more than I was willing to give. Not once had he asked me what my future plans were. I never felt as though I was being forced into making a decision, and that was part of why I'd never told him that I always knew I'd stay. Not yet, anyway. I would tell him tonight when Ari was in bed. That I was staying in Creek Keys and I wasn't going anywhere. Elle, I think I broke this plant. Ari held up a rather sad-looking tomato plant whose stem was snapped at the top. Oh, that's okay, it happens. They're still really small, and that's why we have to be super careful. I sat down next to her. We have lots more, don't worry. She nodded, then looked up at me. Oh, did you cry? Why did you cry? Good news, I assured her. They were happy tears. She shuffled over to close the distance between us and wrapped her little arms around my waist tightly. Here, is that better? Smiling, I hugged her back and rested my cheek on the top of her head. Much, much better.
What is wrong with you tonight? Theo said, walking into the living room. You've gone from crying to 3 hours on the phone to bouncing off the walls. Did you eat all the ice cream again?
No, look at this. I handed him my phone. He took it.
What am I looking at here?
Read the email. His eyes darted back and forth.
A moving company? Why do you have an email from a moving company?
I stared at him. Why do most people have them from a moving company, Theodore?
God, I hate it when you call me that.
I know. That's why I do it when you annoy me. He shot me a look.
Is that your address in New York?
I nodded. To a storage facility on one of the bigger islands.
All your stuff?
Again, I nodded. You haven't checked your bank account, have you? He stared at me.
No, not today. Why?
I took my phone from him. Because I deposited another month of rent this afternoon, I said quietly. Until I can find a more permanent place to stay.
Stop pissing around and tell me exactly what you're talking about, Elle.
I'm not leaving. I'm staying here in Creek Keys. My sister arranged movers to pack up and empty my apartment and deliver it here. I paid you another month of rent to give me a chance to find a more permanent place, and he yanked me against him.
A more permanent place? You have one. I told you that 3 weeks ago. That house is yours as long as you want it, and I'm not taking your damn money.
Yes, you are. I'm not going to live there for free. His ice blue eyes glistened with fire.
I'm not taking your money, Elle.
Fine. Then I'll pay the mortgage at the very least.
You already have been.
He ran one hand through his hair.
That's all I ever charged you.
My eyes widened. What?
I thought you'd only be there a week. Up until now, I always thought you'd leave.
Theo. I touched my hand to his cheek and turned his face so he had to meet my eyes. I knew weeks ago I wasn't leaving. I knew I was going to stay, but I had to get my life straightened out. I had to figure out what I was doing.
Why didn't you tell me?
I was afraid that if I did, everything would have gone so fast. We've only known each other a month as it is.
I never would have forced you to do something you weren't ready for. Elle, 3 weeks ago I wasn't ready for more. Even if you'd said you were staying.
I swallowed. I'm sorry. I just needed time.
Don't apologize for being selfish. You had your world pulled out from under you. You didn't owe me anything.
He covered my hand on his face with his.
I'm sorry.
For what? Wanting an answer? I raised my eyebrows. Well, here it is. I'm not leaving. I'm not going anywhere. I'm moving to Creek Keys permanently. And if you tell me now that you're not interested in dating me, I'm going to bury you under that goddamn deck. Alive. He grinned, pulling me tight against him. The tip of his nose brushed against mine, and his breath tickled across my lips.
Oh, we're dating. Then just you try to get rid of me.
He tilted his head and kissed me. My entire body was on fire as I wrapped my arms around his neck and plastered my body against his. This kiss felt like the first one, except this had so much more emotion behind it. It was deep and real and hungry, and I melted into it. My heart thundered against my ribs. Goosebumps prickled over my arms, and a shiver shot down my spine when he deepened the kiss. It was like a switch that had flipped. Until now, we'd only kissed. Neither one of us had wanted to take our relationship any further just in case. Just in case I changed my mind. just in case he decided he didn't want Ari around me. Just in case, just in case, just in case. And I was happy for that just in case. It meant we'd move slowly, without expectation, without any demands from the other. Until now. Theo broke the kiss and grabbed my hand. "Fuck this. Let's go." He dragged me toward the stairs and up them. I fought back a laugh as he abandoned me at the top and peered into Ari's room. She was clearly asleep because he gently shut the door, then flipped a switch and once again dragged me across the hall. He pulled me into his room that I'd only ever been in once, and that had been because I'd gotten lost on the way to Ari's room and mixed them up. He paused, quietly shut the door, and I laughed. That laugh disappeared the moment Theo pulled me against him once again. This kiss was harder and hotter than before, and he wasted no time in exploring my body with his hands. My skin came alight under his touch, and in no time at all my dress was on the floor, and so was his shirt. Together, we fell back against the bed. I bounced a little on the mattress, but I barely had a chance to squeal before Theo's lips covered mine once again, and I was lost to him. It felt like no time at all until we were both naked and running our hands over each other, touching every inch of each other's bodies. We broke only for Theo to go to the nightstand and open a box of condoms. A new one, I noted with a grin. A grin he noticed and returned. He pulled one out and put it on, then climbed back over me. I parted my legs for him, and I gasped as he positioned himself at my entrance and slowly pushed inside me. Theo groaned when I clenched around him, and I wrapped my legs around his waist to help guide him inside me. Heat flushed through my body as he moved, thrusting in and out of me slowly. He peppered kisses down my neck and over my collarbone. All the while, heat built in my body. Tingles moved across my skin. My muscles clenched on and off as pleasure built inside me, and Theo's breathing was harsh and heavy in my ear. Moans escaped my lips until he swallowed them with his own, stopping me from crying out too loudly. My orgasm came thick and fast after that, swamping my entire body with an intensity that made my eyes water. Theo's followed quickly, accompanied by a groan that vibrated across my lips. Then he collapsed on top of me, breathing heavily, and I wrapped my arms around his shoulders. Yep, I was exactly where I was meant to be. Epilogue. Elle. 18 months later. Theo wrapped me in his arms tightly outside the courtroom, and I buried my face in his neck. It was over. It was finally, officially over. Mitch would spend the next 2 years in prison, plus have to pay me damages that would go entirely to charity once I received them. But it was over. I was vindicated. The jury took 20 minutes to convict him. "I'm so happy for you," he murmured into my ear. I wasn't going to cry this time because I'd wasted enough time crying over it all. I was just happy it was over. Theo released me into the arms of my brother-in-law and then my sister. Emily hugged me tighter than she ever had. "I'm so proud of you, Elle. You worked so hard for this." She pulled back and squeezed my hands. "I wish we didn't have to run, but we have to get Amelia from school. We'll see you in a few weeks, okay?" "The house is waiting for you," Theo assured her, accepting the hug she gave him before she pulled back and we waved them goodbye. It took 5 minutes to hug and thank my team, and then Theo and I left ourselves from a private exit. Media was waiting outside as they knew it was the trial day, and even though I'd pulled back massively from such a public life, they were still interested in it because of everything that had happened before. It was a bit of a precedent in terms of cases, and I was thankful that I had a great partnership with a charity to help other people. The charity wasn't the only person I had a great partnership with. I rested my head on Theo's shoulder. His parents had traveled to New York ahead of going to Creek Keys to celebrate Christmas there, solely to look after Ariel while we attended the court case. Considering I'd only met them a few times last winter because I'd gone to spend Christmas with Emily, it was sweet of them, and I really appreciated it. It took us forever to get through the city and back to the hotel on Times Square. We'd made the mistake of letting Ari pick a place to stay, and while we talked her out of some of the extortionately priced hotels, she wasn't willing to budge on Times Square. I didn't blame her. It was the first place I'd visited when we got there. Unfortunately, there was media outside the hotel waiting for me. Theo tossed the cab driver some money and asked him to wait a second. He did, and Theo removed his coat and tossed it over my head so I could enter without too much harassment. In theory. It didn't stop the shouts or the yells for my attention, but Theo kept me tucked tightly against his side and guided me into the hotel. And he only threatened to punch someone once. Not bad. I shrugged his coat off the second we were inside. Well, I guess we're not going anywhere for dinner tonight. He smiled at me. I didn't plan it anyway. He took my hand and guided me to the elevators. We only had to wait a moment for it to arrive, and we traveled up to our floor without encountering anyone else. Thank God. I'd had enough people today. I yawned as we walked down the hallway to our room. Theo whipped the key card out of his pocket and inserted it in, then held the door for me to go in first. There were candles everywhere. The room was dark except for the candles that covered every flat surface, and Ari sat in the middle of the bed, grinning with something in her hand. What's going on? I looked behind me at Theo. I have a question, Ari said, drawing my attention back to her. She made a come here motion with her hand, and I did as she asked, going to the edge of the bed. It was an envelope. She was holding a little box. Elle, you are my most favorite person in the whole world. Apart from my dad, of course. Theo grinned from next to her. As it happens, aside from Ariel, you're also my favorite person in the entire world. He reached behind Ari and pulled out a small box, one that made my heart jump into my throat. I never, ever thought you would be the person to bring a light into our lives. If I think back to the day we walked into the diner, I never would have imagined we'd be here with you right now. A lump formed in my throat. I could barely breathe because while I knew what was happening, I also had no idea. I know that today has been one of the best days of your life, and now I'd like to selfishly ask that you consider making it one of mine. He dropped to one knee and opened the box, showing off a simple band with one diamond in the middle. And mine! Ari jumped off the bed and knelt next to Theo. Dad, help! The box is stuck! Theo fought a laugh while I tried not to cry, and he opened Ari's box. Hers was bigger than his, and hers had 2 necklaces in it like the best friend ones you gave your best friend when you were 5. But that wasn't what hers said. One side of hers said daughter, and the other half said mom. Oh, get on with it, Theodore, I whispered, trying not to lose it. His lips twitched. Elle, you would make me the happiest man alive if you'd agree to be my wife. I choked on a breath. And you would make me... Ari paused as tears filled her eyes. Really, really happy if you'd adopt me and be my mom. I dropped to my knees and hugged them both into me. I sobbed into Theo's shoulder as Ari cried against my chest, and it took all my strength to whisper, I would love nothing more in this world than to be your mom, into her ear. Don't leave me hanging, Theo joked, his voice cracking. Well, I guess I can't have her without you, can I? Together we all laughed, breaking through the crying. Yes, I said, touching the side of his face. Yes, 1,000 times yes. Forever. This recording of Hot Mess was presented by Dreamscape Media, LLC, narrated by Avery Reed and Will Watt, and produced by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Text copyright 2020 by Emma Hart. Sound recording copyright 2020 Dreamscape Media, LLC. Thank you for listening. Please check dreamscapepublishing.com for Dreamscape's latest releases.